Finding Home in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Gianna Ricci stood amid the New Year's Eve splendor that was Marigold Rallis's front parlor, feeling one with the tree. Sometime during the past couple of days, the massive gold tree had been transformed from Christmas-centric into a tree boldly heralding a new year. Silver and gold origami stars hung from branches boasting everything from colored champagne flutes to a plethora of Happy New Year tiaras. The focal point, though, as far as Gianna was concerned, was the tree topper. Made out of colorful New Year's Eve glasses and party horns, the bright and whimsical collection drew the eye. Just looking at the tree made Gianna smile. A smile that quickly faded as memories surged. She once again became an island unto herself in the midst of the New Year's Eve gaiety. Last year, she'd spent the end of the year alone, mourning the loss of Alan. He'd been her friend, her lover, her partner, and the finest man she'd ever known. Perhaps if his death hadn't been so sudden, she'd have found it easier to cope. "I don't believe we've met." Gianna glanced up into smoky gray eyes in a handsome male face. Shifting her glass of champagne to her left hand, she held out her right. "Gianna Ricci, I work with Marigold." There was no need to say more, as this party was at Marigold and Cade Rallis's home. Marigold and her business partner, Charlotte Vogel, owned the trendy Marigold's Golden Door Salon and Day Spa in Good Hope. Both women were now pregnant, and Gianna had come to help out over the busy holiday season and during their maternity leaves. The man took her hand, giving it a firm shake. She was relieved he didn't try to prolong the contact. Though most single women in their mid-20s would give this man a second glance, and probably a third, Gianna wasn't looking for another relationship. "Shaw." Gianna realized that while her mind had been wandering, he'd introduced himself. "I'm sorry, my mind wandered." She took a sip of champagne. "I missed your first name." He chuckled, not seeming offended by her inattention. "Ethan. Ethan Shaw." "It's nice to meet you, Ethan." Gianna looked around for Evie. They'd come to the party together, but her friend had disappeared soon after they'd crossed the threshold. "Looking for someone?" He inclined his head. "I know everyone here." "Evie Eastman. We came together, but—" "The last I saw her, she was at the Punch Bowl, in the second parlor, with Trent." Gianna hesitated, recalling Evie's infatuation with the man. Though Gianna didn't approve of her friend flirting with someone who was engaged, Evie hadn't asked her opinion. "Thanks." When Gianna made no move to leave, Ethan gestured with one hand. "It's just through there. I can show you—" "No need." As Gianna shifted from one foot to the other, her smile felt frozen on her face. She hadn't thought coming here tonight would be so difficult. In fact, she'd assumed, wrongly, it would be easier than being home alone. She hadn't been prepared for how it felt to be surrounded by happy couples enjoying the evening. She and Alan had attended many social events during their 3 years together. Though many of his friends were older, as he'd been, she'd enjoyed socializing. Now, casual party conversation seemed a chore. Except, she realized, the man at her side wasn't pushing for more. Ethan, yes, she couldn't forget his name, simply stood beside her, the dark fabric of his coat sleeve close but not touching her arm. Like hers, his gaze scanned the crowd, a watchful observer. She wondered if, like her, he was lonely and in need of a friend. The thought seemed too ridiculous to even consider. In her experience, handsome men like him usually had a bevy of beauties flocking around them. Of course, the same could be said for her, she supposed. The Alexander McQueen leather tiered lace cocktail dress she wore tonight had been a gift from Alan. She'd planned to wear it to the New Year's Eve party they were going to host last year. She'd nearly donated it, but recalling the happy look in Alan's eyes when she'd tried it on had her packing it with her other things when she'd moved to Good Hope. "Do you live in Good Hope?" she heard herself say. "I do." He sipped his champagne. "I grew up here. I've lived other places, but nowhere else ever felt like home." Gianna could understand not having a place that felt like home. She'd grown up moving from town to town, from one apartment to another, never staying long enough to put down roots. Surprisingly, even Alan's luxurious Lincoln Park mansion hadn't felt like home. "You're lucky." Her smile came easy now. Puzzlement filled his eyes. "How do you figure?" "You live in a place that truly feels like home." She expelled a breath. "I'm still searching." "You've come to the right place." He gestured with his glass. "There's something special about this community. Stay a while, and you'll see." Gianna lifted one shoulder and let it drop. "I'm only filling in for Marigold and Charlotte while they're on maternity leave." "You must be good to be filling in for them." At her look of surprise, he smiled. "Everyone knows of Marigold's reputation as a top-notch hairstylist. Charlotte also has a good following. They wouldn't bring in just anyone to fill in for them." "I worked at the Stefan Oliver Salon in Chicago." "Where Marigold worked before returning to Good Hope?" He inclined his head. "Why did you leave?" "The man I loved died of a heart attack just after Christmas last year." Gianna cleared her throat as her voice thickened. "Chicago holds a lot of painful memories. I wanted a change." "I'm sorry to hear that." The sympathy in his voice filled his eyes. "I can't imagine how difficult the holidays were for you this year." Gianna only lifted a shoulder and took a sip of champagne. "Do you think you'll go back?" "I thought at first I might, but I don't think so. I believe I'll explore other options." She paused. "I'm hoping—" "You're hoping?" he prompted when she didn't continue. "To one day find that special place that feels like home." Ethan wasn't sure what to make of Gianna. When he'd seen her standing alone, he'd wanted to do his duty as a close friend of the host's by making her feel welcome. The fact that she was the most beautiful woman in the room might have played a part in his urge to approach her. He was no couture expert, but the stunning dress she wore certainly hadn't come off a rack. He liked that she hadn't done anything special with her dark hair. The edgy bob suited her face and made her hazel eyes look huge. He had to admit he'd expected they'd flirt, just a little, maybe a lot. That had been his experience as a single guy with most single women he approached. But as he'd drawn closer to her, he'd seen the sadness in her eyes that even her brilliant smile couldn't hide. She'd lost her partner last year. The tie between them must have gone deep for her grief to still be so raw a year later. Then again, what did he know about grief? He'd never lost anyone. Despite her relative disinterest in him, or perhaps because of it, Ethan remained at her side, sipping champagne and gazing out over friends and family. He caught sight of his sister and her husband on the far side of the room. When Eliza arched a brow, he merely smiled and turned back to Gianna. "Have you checked out the appetizers?" "Not yet." She brought her glass to her bright red lips, but didn't take a sip. "The night is still young." Instead of having waiters circulating with food and champagne, Marigold had opted to have the appetizers spread over a table in the second parlor. Waiters still circulated, but only to pick up plates and empty glasses. "How do you like living above a bakery?" Her eyes narrowed, sculpted dark brows pulling together. "How do you know where I live?" He laughed. "Everyone knows where the new stylist lives. There are no secrets in Good Hope." She chuckled. "Of course. How about I introduce you around?" He kept his tone offhand. "I know Marigold would do it, but she's got her hands full with the party." "Why would you do that?" Because I know everyone here and you don't?" "No, I mean, why go out of your way?" She gestured widely with one hand. "This is a party. You should be—" When she didn't elaborate, he prompted, "I should be doing what, exactly?" "Flirting with pretty girls. Having a good time." "I'm having a good time talking to you." "Let me just get this out of the way. I'm not interested in hooking up with you or with anyone tonight. I realize—" She stopped talking and frowned. "Why are you smiling?" He chuckled. "I'm 32. I haven't gone to parties hoping to hook up since—" Since? This time it was her turn to do the prompting. He rubbed his chin, his gaze thoughtful. "Since— never. I've never been interested in one-night stands." A skeptical look crossed her face. "Not even in college?" "Nope." He stared into those big hazel eyes. "What about you?" "I didn't go to college. I went to cosmetology school. On a scholarship." A distant look filled Gianna's eyes. Then she smiled. "I was so glad to have the opportunity, and I was determined not to blow it. I spent more time studying than partying." "I admire people who know what they want and go for it." "What about you?" She smiled. It wasn't a seductive smile, or even a flirtatious one, but it was the first genuine smile she'd given him since he'd walked over and greeted her. The warmth of it arrowed straight to his heart. "What about me?" Ethan thought he knew what she was asking, was almost positive he could have responded without asking for clarification. The thing was, he wanted to prolong the interaction with her. Something in the way she stood reminded him of someone ready to bolt. "Do you know what you want? Do you give it, whatever it is, your maximum effort?" He liked her, Ethan realized. Genuinely liked her. Liked everything about her, especially the fact she wasn't into small talk. "It's a long story," Ethan warned. "I've got time if you do." Ethan thought back to the floor plan of the house. He'd been here numerous times when the Dunleavys had owned it. Unless Marigold and Cade had made some radical changes in the few short months that they'd owned the house, Ethan knew just the place where he could tell his story uninterrupted. "I know a quiet place where we can talk." He started to walk, then realized she wasn't following. "Where are we going?" "There's a sitting area tucked away under the staircase." At her suspicious look, he shifted his fingers into the Boy Scout salute. "Scout's honor." She narrowed her gaze. "Were you really a Boy Scout?" He grinned. "Good Hope's version of an Eagle Scout." Gianna glanced around the parlor, then at the staircase. "I guess." "You don't fully trust me." "I don't know you." She softened the words with a smile. "That's what we're doing now." He flashed a smile. "Getting acquainted." "See?" Ethan swept out a hand, gesturing to two chairs separated by a small table sporting a lamp that emitted a soft, welcoming glow. Gianna felt a rush of warmth just viewing the nook. The chairs, a burgundy brocade, practically invited a passerby to sit down and relax. Though Gianna's heels were comfortable, she'd put in a full day today at the salon. It seemed as if everyone that was who hadn't flocked to the salon before Christmas, had been in, eager to look their best when ushering in the new year. She skirted past Ethan and dropped into one of the chairs, then slipped off her shoes. A smile quirked up the corners of his lips as he took a seat in the other chair. She sniffed. "Are you wearing Creed Aventus?" His eyes widened slightly, then he grinned. "You've either got a good nose for men's cologne, or I splashed on too much." For one second, Gianna considered telling him it was the same scent Alan had worn, but thought that might make things awkward. "You didn't put on too much. I didn't notice it earlier." She smoothed the skirt of her dress with the palm of her hand. "But here, where it's more isolated and just the two of us, well, The pineapple scent is very distinctive. Just the two of us. For a second, Gianna wondered what she was doing with this man. Then she realized that the last year had made her wary of everyone's motives. In Chicago, it had felt as if everyone was watching her, hoping to see her stumble again. That was one of the reasons she'd come here, to simply be Gianna Ricci, to be able to sit and talk with a handsome man without anyone wondering if she was sleeping with him. "I bet you're hungry." The words pulled her from her thoughts. "I am," she admitted. "A little." "I'll get us a plate. And—" He glanced at her nearly empty champagne glass and lifted a brow. "More champagne?" "Club soda." She smiled. "I'll wait until midnight for more champagne." "Sounds like a good plan." He smiled and pushed to his feet. "I'll be right back." She watched him stride off. The man really knew how to rock a tux. Once again, Gianna wondered if, like her, he could use a friend. Though Ethan had said he'd lived in Good Hope all his life, she knew how it felt to be surrounded by people and still feel alone. Time would tell, she decided. The only thing she wanted from Ethan Shaw was friendship. Oh, and maybe a few appetizers. Ethan piled the pretty china plate high with everything from crab puffs to crackers and cheese. He wasn't certain how hungry Gianna was, but he'd skipped dinner and knew the food wouldn't go to waste. After grabbing a club soda from the bartender, he had the stairs in sight when a woman stepped in front of him. She was tall and thin, with thick dark hair piled high. A striking swath of silver swept across the front. Her purple and silver caftan sparkled and was nearly as bold as the woman herself. Ethan didn't know any woman who could rock the 9th decade of life like Gladys Berthoff. "Gladys!" Despite holding the plate and glass, he leaned forward to brush a kiss across one cheek. "You look amazing tonight. Then again, when do you not?" Gladys tittered. There really was no other word to describe the sound. "You are quite the charmer." Her sharp-eyed gaze dropped to the mound of food on his plate. "Either you're extremely hungry, or that's a plate meant for two." Ethan supposed he could have let her think it was all for him, but he didn't have anything to hide. "Gianna and I are going to share." "Gianna Ricci?" Gladys raised a dark brow. The young woman filling in for Marigold and Charlotte. "What about Gianna?" Marigold appeared at Gladys's side, her smile wide and friendly. She reminded Ethan of an overripe peach ready to burst. The youngest Bloom sister had always been petite, which meant the twins she carried were all out front. Those sparkling jewels hung from her ears, and her matching colorful necklace caught the eye. Ethan's eyes were still drawn to her massive belly. Catching the direction of his gaze, Marigold stroked the huge mound. "The doctor estimates they're already over 5 pounds each." "When are they due again?" Ethan thought he should probably know, but had thought she'd have them before now. "Around Valentine's Day, but twins usually come early." Gladys smiled, but Ethan sensed her desire to get back to the business at hand. She gestured to his plate. "Ethan is taking appetizers to Gianna." A startled look crossed Marigold's face, and she glanced around. "Where is she?" "In the alcove, under the stairs." Ethan quickly explained about wanting a quiet place to talk. "I'm glad you're befriending her, Ethan." Marigold placed a hand on his arm. "It's been so hectic since she arrived, and with the holidays and all, I'm afraid Charlotte and I haven't been able to spend as much personal time with her as we'd like." "I'd better get back to her." He flashed both women a smile. "She'll be wondering what's taking me so long." "That's interesting," Gladys murmured as Ethan headed toward the stairs. Marigold inclined her head, her thick mane of blonde hair falling in a riot of curls around her face. "What is?" "Ethan, taking such an interest in your new employee." A speculative gleam filled Gladys's eyes. She's not really my employee. Gianna is a talented hairstylist who came to help out Charlotte and me. Marigold smiled as Ethan hurried off. Ethan is a good guy. He's also single. Marigold laughed. And that has what to do with anything? Gladys smiled. Oh, my dear, that has everything to do with everything. Chapter 2. While Gianna waited for Ethan to return, she pulled her phone out of the tiny beaded bag and scrolled through her messages. The one that caught her eye was from her attorney. She wasn't surprised Dylan Alexander was working on New Year's Eve. From her dealings with him, the man worked 24/7. His fees to handle her case were reasonable. Though he was young, he was already building a stellar reputation. She often wondered if he'd been interested in representing her interests only because of the notoriety. According to Dylan, the terms of the will were ironclad. Although the money she was set to receive once the estate was settled wasn't much, not in the grand scheme of things, Alan's children were upset that she would receive anything. Gianna had briefly considered refusing the inheritance. Alan's wealth hadn't played a part in her attraction to the handsome businessman. It had been his kindness, his intelligence, and his zest for living that had drawn her to him. She could almost see Alan sitting in the empty chair near her, telling her he wanted her to have the money. These funds would give her the financial freedom to pursue her dreams. I'm sorry, I got waylaid. Ethan set a plate of food on the tiny table between them. He handed her the club soda before taking a seat. I ran into Marigold. She's wonderful. Gianna picked up a crab puff and popped it into her mouth. It was so delicious, she took another. I didn't realize how hungry I am. If you like hot, these jalapeno poppers are excellent. He grinned at her questioning look. I may have tried one or two while deciding what to put on the plate. I guess I'm not the only hungry one. Gianna reached for one of the poppers. They ate for several minutes in comfortable silence. Okay. Gianna lifted her hands before reaching for one of the cocktail napkins. I'm done. We made a good dent in the food. Ethan glanced at the plate that now held 2 lone shrimp. I'd say we outdid ourselves. I feel better now. Gianna took a long drink of club soda. Ethan had been right. The poppers were hot. She leaned back in the chair, fully relaxed for the first time since she'd arrived. You look like a cat who just downed a bowl of cream. Do I? Gianna smiled. That's how I feel. Comfortably full and relaxed. You're a restful person. I've been told that before. By Alan, she remembered, resisting the urge to sigh. Determinedly, Gianna focused all her attention on the man at her side. Now, tell me what you're passionate about. You're not going to let me shift the conversation, are you? You told me it was a long story. She tapped a finger against her lips. I believe that's why we're sitting here. Got me there. He chuckled. Did I mention it's a long, boring story? Did I mention tenacity is one of my virtues? She smiled. Start talking. Ethan paused. I manage my father's business interests. That's what excites you? Not at all. Gianna's hazel eyes, looking more brown than green in the lamplight, remained fixed on him. My sister, Eliza, is married to Kyle Kendrick. Kyle and I, along with Marigold's stepbrother David Chapin, are business partners. That partnership, the Triad Group, is developing Wrigley Road. Your eyes light up when you talk about developing that area, Gianna commented. Do they? Ethan shrugged, feeling embarrassed. His father had taught him that emotion and passion had no place in business. I'm also looking at buying some property from my father. He's doing nothing with it, other than allowing the buildings to fall into ruin. Will he sell it to you? Ethan smiled. I can be tenacious, too. Remembering how his father had put him off the last time he'd brought up the property along Paintbrush Lane had Ethan's lips tightening. Suddenly he was tired of sitting, and definitely tired of talking. "Care to dance?" Gianna liked to dance. Not to dance on New Year's Eve somehow seemed wrong. But, conscious of the time she'd already spent in Ethan's company, she needed to make one thing very clear. "This might sound presumptuous, but I'm not looking for any romantic involvement while I'm in Good Hope." She kept her voice casual, hoping she hadn't seen interest where none existed. She couldn't deny she found Ethan attractive and enjoyed his company. There might have been even a little answering spark, but only because he was a handsome guy who smelled terrific. He studied her for a long moment, his gaze assessing and a little puzzled. Gianna understood the puzzlement. He was probably used to women falling all over themselves to get his attention. "Got it. No one-night stands, no romantic involvement." Then he was rising and holding out a hand. "Just one question." She inclined her head. "What is it?" "What about dancing?" Gladys stood at the edge of the dance floor with her two best friends, Catherine Spencer and Ruby Rakes, and surveyed the dance floor. A dining table, able to seat 12, had been cleared from the room to give couples space if they wanted to dance. In this room, gold, silver, and black decorations reigned supreme. Balloons of silver and gold drifted against the high ceiling between hanging black letters that spelled out Happy New Year. Bow-tie pasta covered in gold glitter on woven string of the same color added an interesting touch. The lighting in this area of the home had been dimmed to further the romantic ambiance. Music, a romantic ballad that practically begged a couple to hold each other close, filled the air from strategically placed Bluetooth speakers. 4 or 5 couples danced close on the shiny hardwood. During the past few years, the 3 older women had brought their share of couples together. Their most recent success, Piper Ambrose and Anders Cross, were now slow dancing with scarcely an inch between them. Though the two hadn't yet walked down the aisle, the ring was on her finger, and a date had been set for a spring wedding. Ruby, a youthful woman in her early 80s with champagne-colored hair and a cheerful demeanor, turned to Gladys. "Who are we supposed to be watching?" "Ethan." Catherine spoke in a low tone. The former accountant was related to Ethan. Since her return to Good Hope several years earlier, she'd grown close to both Ethan and his sister, Eliza. Ruby searched the dance floor. "There he is! I see him, right there!" Gladys jerked Ruby's hand down. "Keep your voice down." Thankfully, Gladys thought, between the music and the laughing conversation, no one had likely heard, although she definitely could have done without the pointing. "Though I haven't met the young woman yet, I've heard about her." Catherine's dark brows pulled together. "She's the one brought in to cover for Marigold and Charlotte. They make a lovely couple." Gladys surveyed the two with an experienced eye. At 6 feet, Ethan wasn't excessively tall. As Gianna was 5'5" at best, with her heels on, they fit together perfectly. "Her hair is nearly as dark as his." "I've never been a fan of that jagged look." Catherine sniffed. "Eliza tried it for a time last year. I have to admit the style looks better on Gianna. She's a lot younger than Ethan." "Mid-20s, I believe Marigold mentioned." Gladys tapped her bright red lips. "With Ethan in his early 30s, well, it's practically perfect." When the two glanced at her in confusion, Gladys smiled. "My dear Henry was 6 years older than me." "He was a wonderful husband." Ruby gave Gladys's arm a squeeze. "Yes, indeed he was," Gladys agreed. "You and Albert are the same age," Ruby said, referring to Gladys's current boyfriend. "He's younger." Gladys preferred not to think about Albert tonight. The fact that he'd chosen to spend New Year's Eve at his daughter's home still stung. Though Albert had said she was welcome to go with him, Gladys knew how his children felt about her. "Have you heard the stories about Gianna?" Ruby whispered the question, forcing Gladys to lean close. She seems so nice, it's hard to believe. But if her late partner's kids are telling the truth— Trust me, Gladys interrupted. What someone's child says about their parent's partner can't always be trusted. Well, one thing I know for certain. Oakley won't like it, not one bit. Ruby shook her head. She thinks of Ethan as hers. Ethan has never given the slightest indication that he's interested in her. Gladys spoke firmly, though she had to admit, if only to herself, she was a little concerned about how Oakley would react. If I thought they were a good match, I'd do everything in my power to bring them together. I agree with Gladys. Catherine's gaze grew thoughtful. I don't see Oakley and Ethan being a fit. It doesn't matter what we think. Ruby's voice turned serious. It's what Oakley thinks. Mark my words, if you try to match Ethan with anyone but her, she won't be happy. Chapter 3. On New Year's Day, Gianna rose at mid-morning to meet her friends for coffee and rolls. She studied the two women seated across the table from her at Bloom's Bake Shop. She counted herself lucky that she'd been in Good Hope for less than a month and had already made friends. Gianna had met Oakley Marshall through Evie Eastman, the receptionist at the salon. They'd bonded as three single mid-20s women in a community filled with happily marrieds. I should be sick of Kringle by now, but— Oakley lifted a piece of the flaky pastry brimming with cream cheese and cherries from the plate in the center of the table. I'm not. Evie, a willowy blonde with a streak of pink in her hair, nibbled on a Christmas cookie. She'd made some progress on it since the three friends had met for a Friday morning treat. The bright red Santa-shaped cookie in her hand had been reduced to a red hat. While outside the plate glass window, snow fell softly in large flakes, the inside of the bakery remained toasty warm. Delicious scents of yeast, cocoa, and cinnamon wafted in the air. I can't believe it's a new year. Gianna popped her last bite of Kringle into her mouth and washed the pastry down with a sip of her peppermint latte. I really enjoyed the party at Marigold's house. Evie set down the cookie and leaned forward. I know she said we could wear whatever we want, but it was so much fun to dress up. What did you end up wearing? Oakley asked. Remember that cute mini dress we found at Swoon before it closed? The one with all the sequins? Oakley leaned forward. Love it. I bet you looked amazing. I always look amazing. Evie shimmied her shoulders and shot her friend a wink before laughing into her latte. Gina couldn't help but laugh along. I wish I could have gone. Oakley heaved a loud sigh, then grinned. Not really. Working the karaoke stage at the Dingaling was a blast. New Year's Eve was just as rowdy and fun as I anticipated. Were there lots of single guys there? Evie asked. Or was it mostly couples? There were a lot of single guys and ladies there. I kept busy with karaoke and chatting with the regulars. Oakley's lips curved. It got a little wild the closer we got to midnight. Evie leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table, her face in her palms, giving Oakley her full attention. Bet there was a lot of kissing when that ball dropped. Oakley grinned, wiping her sticky lips with a paper napkin. You wouldn't be wrong. One guy or a bunch? Evie prompted. Gianna glanced from one woman to the other, surprised at how open they both were with their questions. Just one. Isaac Cochran. He's hot. Evie nodded approval. I don't believe I know him, Gianna said. Tall, great bod, dark beard, bright blue eyes. Evie licked her lips. Yummy. He knows how to kiss, that's for sure. That was probably the hottest kiss I've had in years. Oakley expelled a breath, two lines forming between her brows. The thing is, while I think he's nice and all, I hope I didn't give him the impression that I'm interested in him. Why did you kiss him if you aren't interested in him? Gianna asked. What? You've never heard of a friendly kiss? When Gianna only quirked an eyebrow, Oakley shrugged. I guess I got caught up in the moment. Gianna took a sip of her latte. Something told her there was more to the story. Oakley started shredding her napkin. It's just, there was all this laughter and celebration, and it struck me that it was another end of the year, and I was alone. That's why you kissed him. Evie gave a decisive nod, as if the mystery had been solved. He came up and wished me a Happy New Year. Oakley's gaze turned distant with the memory. I didn't really think. It was like an automatic reaction. I flung my arms around him and kissed him. Started out friendly. Then he turned up the heat, and whoa, mama. The man knows how to kiss. Nothing wrong with consensual kissing. Gianna kept her tone light. Absolutely nothing wrong, Oakley agreed. But, like I said, I hope I didn't give him the wrong impression. I'm probably going to have to say something to him. Just to clarify, so things don't get weird between us. I know how it feels to think someone likes you. Then you find out they don't. Not everyone would be that considerate. Gianna studied Oakley. She'd known her for a little over a month, but she still wasn't sure what made the woman tick. Oakley, a minister's sister, helped out at the Living Center by running errands and was also in charge of karaoke at the popular Ding-a-ling bar on Wrigley Road. Oakley's boho chic wardrobe, flashy haircut, and color were perfectly in sync with her bold nature and forceful personality. To keep costs down, Oakley preferred to color her own hair. Though Gianna would never offer her opinion, she thought Oakley's current red-violet color would work better on someone with olive or darker skin tones. That's me, Oakley grinned. Considerate to the core. Evie, who'd apparently given up on the cookie and latte, reapplied color to her lips. She tapped 2 fingers against the bright red. Trent was at Marigold's party? Gianna smiled. I seem to recall you mentioning him before. That's right. Evie waved a hand. That night when you and me and Oakley met at the Daily Grind. It was a night of man talk. Oakley's grin faded, and she pointed a finger at Gianna. Except for you. Gianna didn't recall much of the conversation that night. Her head had been pounding, and she'd found concentrating difficult. Getting the news from her attorney that Alan's children continued to trash her, both publicly and privately, had dimmed her already low spirits. She kept reminding herself she could do nothing to stop them. Since thinking about them only made her sad, she vowed to focus on what she could control. Seeing the curious looks in both her friends' eyes had Gianna going on the offense. I was simply wondering if anything had changed between you and him. That seemed a safe enough response, one that would hopefully keep Evie's mind on her own life and off of Gianna's. The brightness in Evie's eyes dimmed. She shook her head and sighed. He's still engaged to Lila. At least he was as of last night. A memory surged. Gianna realized she did remember some of the conversation from that evening. Trent with the buff body was a personal trainer at the Y. His fiancé was a teacher. She struggled to recall more, but came up empty. I like flirting with him. Evie shrugged. It's fun. Sensing that was all the woman was going to say, which meant the conversation would soon be circling back to her, Gianna smiled at Oakley. If you don't like Isaac, is there another man you've got your eye on? Oakley glanced at Evie, then back to Gianna. I'm still waiting for my guy to make his move. Sometimes I'm convinced he feels the spark, too. Other times, I'm not so sure. I'm trying to keep it cool. Gianna couldn't recall the name of the guy and wasn't even certain Oakley had ever mentioned it. For all her brash boldness, Oakley had tender feelings. Gianna didn't want her new friend to get hurt. If you're interested, you should go for it. Make him take you seriously. Show him you care. Gianna added a hint of teasing to her tone. How are you two going to get together if each of you is afraid to make the first move? She expected Oakley to have a swift comeback. When uncertainty clouded the woman's features, Gianna realized she still had a lot to learn about her new friend. Still, Gianna believed the advice she'd offered was sound. She and Alan had spent months dancing around their growing feelings for each other. Though Gianna had never found their age difference of 30-plus years to be an issue, she knew Alan had worried. Like Oakley, she'd initially played it cool. Yet, from the first day she'd cut Alan's hair at the Stefan Oliver Salon in Chicago, the attraction had been there. Stefan didn't mind if his employees fraternized with customers, as long as they were discreet. But Gianna had known that if she'd misread the sizzle between her and Alan, voicing her interest could have cost her. Perhaps Oakley was in a similar situation. Not knowing all the details was why Gianna didn't push further. If Oakley approached this guy, it wouldn't be because Gianna had pressured her. Ethan kept busy with family over the holiday weekend. Thoughts of Gianna surfaced, but remembering what she'd said about not being interested in dating, he didn't contact her. Though he did call the salon on Saturday and schedule a haircut appointment with her for Monday. Feeling pleased with himself, Ethan strode into Muddy Boots late Monday morning, intending to grab a cup of coffee before his appointment. He lifted a hand in greeting when he spotted Anders and one of the men recently hired to handle the new boating excursions. "Ethan!" Anders motioned him over. "We just ordered. Have you eaten yet?" "I have, but I could really use a cup of coffee." "Coming right up." Helen, who'd waitressed there as far back as Ethan could remember, called out. "Thanks, Helen." There was no need for Ethan to tell her that he liked his with cream. She knew the preferences of all the regulars. Isaac rose to his feet as Ethan reached the table. "I don't believe we've met." The man shot out a hand. "Isaac Cochran." "Ethan Shaw." Ethan approved of the firm grip and the way the man looked him straight in the eye. Once they were seated, Anders turned to Isaac. "I believe I mentioned Ethan has invested in Good Hope Outfitters, though he takes no active role in the running of the business. It's going to be a success." Isaac rubbed his beard. "You've got some competition from the other communities on the peninsula, but from what I've observed, Good Hope is wide open for such a venture." Ethan exchanged a look with Anders. "That's exactly what I thought when Anders explained what he was doing." Ethan smiled when Helen set down his coffee and a tiny pitcher of cream. "Thanks, Helen." "You boys holler if you need any refills on your iced tea," Helen said to the other men, then hurried off when the cook called out, "Order up!" Ethan added a dollop of cream, then took a long sip of coffee before returning his attention to Isaac. "Anders tells me you have lots of experience around boats and charter fishing." "I grew up in Homer, Alaska. My father owned a charter fishing service. There, the prize is halibut. In these waters, it'll be walleye and smallmouth bass." "If you don't mind my asking, why'd you leave a family business to head out on your own?" Ethan kept his gaze on Isaac. "My father had alcohol issues. When I was 20, we lost the business." Isaac spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "My mom, she had a good job and could manage on her own. There was nothing in Homer for me." Ethan wasn't sure how old Isaac was. He guessed maybe somewhere in his mid-20s. But he already had a wealth of experience. Growing up in the business had definitely given him a head start. "Why Good Hope?" Ethan asked. "Why not?" Isaac jerked a thumb in Anders's direction. "This guy and I work together in Maine. Better the devil you know." Anders grinned. "This one is a glutton for hard work." The teasing in Anders' voice told Ethan these two men had not only worked together, they were friends. "Gotta live somewhere." Isaac glanced around the cafe. "So far, I like what I've seen of this town. Friendly people, lots of pretty women." Ethan took a sip of coffee. "Anyone in particular catch your eye?" Isaac's lips curved, then he shrugged. Maybe. Not sure she's interested in me, though. I'm getting mixed signals." That about described how Ethan felt about Gianna. He hoped to get a better grip on her feelings for him when he saw her today. The appointment! The thought hit him just as his phone dinged. "I've got to run." Ethan rose and turned to Isaac. "I'm glad we had a chance to meet. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other." On the way out the door, Ethan tucked several bills in Helen's pocket. "For the coffee. Keep the change." Ethan picked up his pace when he stepped out of muddy boots. If Marigold's salon had been just down the street, as it had once been, he could have gotten there in a matter of minutes. When Marigold and Charlotte had combined their salons, they'd moved the business to the edge of town, which meant he had to drive if he was going to be on time for his haircut. He smiled as he slipped behind the wheel of his truck. Finally, he would get to see Gianna again. Gianna had hoped, business would slow a little after the holidays. So far, that hadn't happened. She worried how she was going to manage when Marigold went out on maternity leave first, and then Charlotte. Though both women vowed to come back as soon as possible, at least on a part-time basis, Marigold was having twins, and she and Kate already had a little boy under 1 at home. No, Marigold would have her hands full with 3 babies. She wouldn't be back, not even for 1 day a week, not for a while, anyway. In March, Charlotte would give birth to her first child at the age of 42. There was a chance she could come back very part-time soon after giving birth. But again, that wasn't something Gianna could count on. As she swept her station, readying it for her next customer, Gianna wondered if there was a possibility of bringing in another stylist. As she dropped the hair from the dustpan into the garbage, she heard a deep male voice and Evie's laughter. Setting aside the broom and dustpan, Gianna wiped suddenly sweaty palms against her black smock. She had to admit she'd felt a spark of excitement when she'd seen his name on her appointment list for today. At the New Year's Eve party, his hair had looked perfect, meaning maybe this visit wasn't strictly professional. Not that she was interested in romance, she quickly reminded herself. "Here she is," Evie announced as they rounded the corner to Gianna's area. "Can I get you anything to drink? We have spring water, coffee, tea, sodas." Ethan smiled. "I'm fine, thank you." "Well?" Evie's speculative gaze slid from Ethan to Gianna. "I'll leave you two alone." It was odd wording, but Gianna had discovered that sometimes Evie said the darndest things. "Welcome." Gianna gestured to an antique coat rack. "You can put your coat there, and then just have a seat." Though he'd been gorgeous in black tie the other night, he was equally handsome in a gray sweater that matched his eyes and black dress pants. After shrugging out of his cashmere coat, Ethan turned back to her. "It's good to see you again." She whipped the cape around him and realized she was going to touch him. Running her fingers through his hair to ascertain the way the strands felt wasn't a sensual experience. Or rather, it shouldn't be. His hair was soft and had more texture than she'd have guessed. Why did this simple act bring lovemaking to mind when she hadn't thought of anything in that vein in over a year? Pulling her hands back, Gianna smiled. "Your cut looks good. If I'm being completely honest, I'd say you still have some miles left. Are you looking for something different?" His eyes met hers in the mirror. "I never know what I'm looking for until I find it." Heat flowed through her body like molten lava. Gianna knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that they were no longer speaking about hair. She reminded herself he'd come for a haircut. "Do you want it shorter on the sides, or—" she prompted when he appeared only amused and said nothing. "Whatever you think." He smiled. A woman could get sucked in by that smile. Not her, but a woman. Most women. She shampooed his hair, perhaps taking longer than she should, reveling in the feel of the soft strands. Once she was done, she surveyed him critically. It was difficult to think of how to improve on the cut he had. If she had to hazard a guess, she'd say that this amazing cut was either Charlotte's or Marigold's handiwork. There's a new style in the city, popular with many young men. I'm not all that young, he protested. You're not all that old, either, she informed him, her reply bringing that smile flashing once again. It would involve taking the sides a little shorter and leaving the top as it is. Ethan waved a dismissive hand. You're the expert. I leave it up to you to work your magic. Clients like this, the ones who left it completely up to the stylist, had been plentiful in Stefan Oliver's world. The problem was, deep down, most of them had a style in mind, but didn't want to say. Which meant you either hit a home run with your creation or struck out. She'd learned that pestering a client for more details would lead only to irritation. This style will definitely look good on you. Gianna fell back on Lesson 101 learned in cosmetology school. Instill confidence in your ability and choices by projecting confidence. She picked up her scissors. What have you been up to since the party? He tilted his head, causing her to halt her efforts. What did you do on New Year's Day? Creating happy and repeat customers was as much about building relationships as delivering great salon services. The amount Ethan was paying for this cut meant she wouldn't be rushing him through, no matter how uneasy being this close to him made her feel. Not much. How about you? Not much. He shrugged. I went to my sister's house. We had pizza and watched football. She chuckled. Your not much sounds more fun than mine. I cleaned my apartment and organized. He grimaced. Why did you spend the day doing that? My social calendar was surprisingly clear. Gianna offered a good-natured smile. Well, that's not totally true. I started the morning having coffee with friends, which was really nice. After that, I didn't have plans, and once I returned to work on Saturday, I wanted to be able to hit the ground running. He nodded, then gestured upward. That's an interesting fixture. Tipping back her head, Gianna gazed at the LED chandelier that resembled draped ribbons. Each of us has one in our area that is unique and personal to us. It took me a while to find this one, but once I saw it, I knew it was the one. She turned back to find Ethan staring. What? Gianna lifted a hand to her neck. Do I have something on my face? Though her voice was calm, the intensity of his gaze set her heart to fluttering. You look great. Those smoky eyes never wavered. I was just thinking about the truth of your words. Not sure where he was going with this, she shot him a quizzical glance. Sometimes you just know. This time it was his turn to smile. That you found the one. Chapter 4. By Thursday, when Oakley pushed open the door to the Daily Grind coffee shop to meet the 3 older women who'd become like family to her, she had already gotten an earful about the party at Marigold's. According to everyone, the event had been a smashing success. Oakley had to admit she'd initially been envious, hearing Evie talk about the champagne and appetizers, the dancing with everyone dressed in their finery, until she reminded herself of the blast she'd had at the bar. The fried pickles and hot wings at the Ding-a-ling might not be on par with bacon-wrapped scallops and lemon crab chive bites, but what she'd eaten at the bar had been more to her liking. There had been champagne there, too, and a countdown at midnight. She knew she'd been much more comfortable in the black boho maxi dress with stars on the sleeves than she would have been in some fancy dress, and her new lizard cowgirl booties had to be more comfortable than heels. The only downside was that Ethan hadn't been at the bar. He'd been drinking champagne and mingling with the finer crowd. Had he kissed anyone at midnight? That was a detail she'd yet to glean from any of the accounts from those in attendance. Evie had been there, but she'd been too busy watching Trent kiss his fiancé to notice anyone else. Besides, Oakley had to be careful who she asked about Ethan. She didn't want the guy to think she was stalking him. Then again, perhaps Gianna was right. Maybe the time had come to let him know how she felt. Waiting certainly hadn't gotten her anywhere. Still considering, she moved to the counter and smiled at the teen working there. The high school was still on holiday break, and the girl behind the counter, wearing eyeglasses with clear plastic frames, was not familiar. Oakley wondered when someone in their teens had started to look so young. When she'd arrived in Good Hope, she'd been 19. Now, at 22, she felt practically ancient. With a latte in one hand and a plate holding a Queen Amman in the other, Oakley turned and let her gaze scan the room. Coming up empty, she frowned. Then her sister-in-law, Katie Ruth, sitting alone at a small table by the window, offered a friendly smile and motioned to her. Oakley wove her way to where Katie Ruth sat. "This is a nice surprise." Katie Ruth motioned for her to have a seat. "I'd love for you to join me." "I'm meeting Gladys." Oakley pulled out her phone and twisted her lips. "I'm 15 minutes early." "Then you have time to sit for a few." Katie Ruth hesitated for only a second. "Unless you were looking for some alone time. That I totally understand." Her sister-in-law's friendly smile offered no judgment. With her hair the color of winter wheat and big blue eyes, Katie Ruth was a beauty, if you went for the girl next door type. Oakley's brother had fallen hard for Katie Ruth, and while Dan was a nice guy, not every woman would want to be a minister's wife. Despite some skeletons in her closet, Katie Ruth and Dan were a good fit. "I'd love to join you." Oakley dropped down into the chair opposite Katie Ruth. "How was your New Year's Eve? I assume you went to Marigold's party?" That was something Oakley would have known if she'd gone to Sunday dinner at the parsonage, but she'd been tired after working late 3 nights in a row and hadn't been up to listening to Dan ask if karaoke was what she planned to do with her life. Oh, he'd say it in that kind and gentle way of his, but the question would still have ruined her day. "It was a lovely party. Elegant, but fun." Katie Ruth's blue eyes softened. "It was wonderful seeing Marigold and Cade so excited about the twins." Oakley wasn't into talk of babies. She liked them, planned to have a few of her own in the future, but sometimes it felt as if weddings and babies were the only topics of conversation in this town. "Tell me about your night. I know you had to work, but I bet you still found a way to have fun." The admiration in Katie Ruth's eyes had Oakley relaxing. "I did." Oakley sipped her latte and couldn't stop her lips from lifting. "I love working the karaoke machine, but I was able to slip away for the ball drop." Katie Ruth cocked her head. "Did I hear something about you and Isaac Cockrell?" "Cochran," Oakley corrected, tightening her fingers around her cup. "I admit I don't know Isaac well, though I have met him," Katie Ruth continued. "He seems very nice. I know Anders thinks highly of him." "He is nice." Oakley cleared her throat, seeing by Katie Ruth's questioning gaze that she needed to say more. "We kissed at midnight. I kissed him, and he kissed me back." Katie Ruth chuckled. "I remember those days." The tension in Oakley's shoulders released. She should have known Katie Ruth wouldn't judge. "Do you think you'll be seeing him again?" "He comes into the ding-a-ling all the time." Oakley kept her tone offhand and her gaze off of Katie Ruth's searching eyes. "I meant, do you think you and he might go out on a—" Oakley started shaking her head before Katie Ruth could finish the question. "I like him as a friend. Nothing more." She waited for Katie Ruth to ask that if she felt that way, why had she kissed him? But the question never came. "I plan to talk to him." Oakley took a sip of her drink and spoke more forcefully. "I will speak with him. I wouldn't want to lead him on. That was never my intent. He—" "Oakley!" Gladys's theatrical voice, one that had reached the back of every theater in the region for nearly 70 years, had no trouble reaching the back of the Daily Grind's dining area. Katie Ruth pushed back her chair and rose. "Looks like your friends have arrived. Good timing, because I need to scoot." "You could join us," Oakley offered. "Thank you for that, but I really do need to go." Katie Ruth bent over and surprised Oakley by brushing a kiss across her cheek. Don't be such a stranger. Both Dan and I miss seeing you." Katie Ruth stopped on her way out of the coffee shop to visit with Gladys, Ruby, and Catherine. Once Katie Ruth was out the door, Oakley picked up her cup and plate and moved to stand beside a larger table. The three women hurried across the dining area, bright smiles on their faces. Seeing the welcome had Oakley going warm all over. Gladys, Catherine, and Ruby had become her posse since she'd moved to Good Hope. Sure, she had her brother, but he was a minister, and they were worlds apart on their views of most things. Worse, like her parents, Dan felt justified in tossing in his 2 cents worth on her life, even when he wasn't asked. She had her younger friends like Evie and now Gianna, to hang with, but these women, old enough to be her great-grandmothers, were her rocks. Being with them never failed to center her, and if they could do a little matchmaking together, well, it only made life more interesting. "There's our girl," Gladys said when she drew close, a big smile on her face. "We've missed you." Oakley set her cup and pastry on the table, then walked into Gladys's embrace. It wasn't like Gladys to be so effusive, but their bond ran strong and deep. Once they were all seated, the questions began immediately. "How was New Year's Eve at the Dingaling?" Ruby, the most gregarious of the three, leaned forward as if not wanting to miss a single word of the report. "You must tell us all about it," Catherine urged. "Was it a blast?" Oakley smiled. She liked it when the women tried to incorporate what Gladys called modern lingo into their conversation. It was fun. While she drank her latte and ate the amazing pastry, Oakley regaled them with tales of the unforgettable karaoke performances. "As employees, we could eat all the appetizers we wanted, and the fried pickles were excellent." "I love fried pickles," Catherine smiled. "I wish Marigold had thought to put them on the appetizer list." Perfect segue, Oakley thought. "I bet your party was fun, too. Everyone I've spoken with said it was a blast." Catherine smiled at Oakley's use of the word. "Your friend Evie looked adorable." Gladys set down her cup. "But Gianna, oh my, she looked stunning in an Alexander McQueen dress." Oakley pulled her brows together. "Alexander McQueen? That's a designer, right?" "A well-known designer," Catherine said pointedly. "That dress had to cost 5 figures. Oakley choked on her pastry, bringing a napkin to her mouth and gratefully accepting the glass of water Ruby pushed toward her. Once she had her breathing under control, she dabbed at her watering eyes. "Like $10,000 plus?" Catherine nodded. "Wow," was all Oakley could manage. "She was so pretty." Ruby glanced at Gladys. Everyone noticed. The blood in Oakley's veins stopped flowing. There was something in the look Gladys shot Ruby that put Oakley on alert. Oakley took a fortifying sip of her latte, then cleared her throat. "Who did Gianna spend time with?" Oakley kept her tone offhand, as if who her friend had been with didn't matter one bit to her. "I worried about her going alone, since she's so new to town." "She and Ethan were together," Ruby said, then quickly added when Gladys shot her another look. "Just talking." Oakley took a breath and let it out slowly. Somehow she managed to keep the smile on her lips. "That was nice of him. To make her feel welcome." "Ethan has a kind heart," Catherine agreed. "So that's all it was? He was just being kind to a newcomer?" Oakley resisted the childish urge to cross her fingers. "I believe he likes her, or at least is intrigued." Gladys spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "I'm not sure Gianna is ready for a relationship, though she did spend most of the evening in his company." Oakley dropped her hands to her lap and dug her bright purple nails into her palms. Did no one but her realize they'd just gone from dubbing the interaction casual conversation with a newcomer to spending the evening together? She wanted to ask if the two had shared a kiss at midnight, but wasn't sure she could handle the answer right now. "We need to decide on our next couple to match." Gladys glanced around the table. "I believe Ethan is finally ready to settle down." Letting out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, Oakley slumped back in her chair as all the worry and fear, yes, fear, that had gripped her drifted away. This was what she'd been waiting for since she'd come to Good Hope and her path had first crossed with Ethan Shaw. For the past 2 years, Oakley had asked, practically begged, Gladys to match them. Until now, the older woman had refused. "That's fabulous news." Oakley tore off a bit of pastry, unable to keep the smile from her face. She wasn't sure how Gladys would make this romance happen, but she'd seen her work her wiles on other couples, and they'd all come together happily. Finally, it would be her turn to Gianna. Pulling her attention back to the present, Oakley set down the last bite of pastry. "What did you say?" "I said, we'll be matching Ethan and Gianna." Gladys's voice remained firm, her gaze steady and direct. "I believe they'll be a good match." "No!" Oakley slapped her hands on the table, causing several customers at nearby tables to turn and stare. She didn't care. This was not going to happen. She would not let this happen. In deference to a woman at an adjacent table with a sleeping baby, Oakley lowered her voice. "Ethan is mine. I've wanted him since I got here. You cannot match him with someone who waltzed into town a month ago." "Oakley." Gladys reached over, covered her hand. Oakley snatched it back, her heart pounding hard and fast. This could not be happening. This had to be a dream. A very bad dream. "Please understand," Gladys began. "No." She met Gladys's pale blue eyes head on. "You can't do this to me. I won't let you take him from me." "He's interested in her. I saw the attraction between them at the party." Gladys gestured with a sweep of her hand to the other 2 women at the table. "They saw it too." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw both women nod, but Oakley didn't shift her gaze off Gladys. "That means nothing." "When I stopped by the salon on Monday to make an appointment, Ethan was just leaving. He'd had Gianna cut his hair." "What does that matter?" Though a sinking feeling in the pit of Oakley's stomach told her it did matter. "The man didn't need a haircut." The sympathy in Gladys's voice was nearly her undoing. Gladys's gaze searched hers. "He obviously wanted to see her again." Oakley didn't know whether to laugh or cry or scream. This could not be happening. These women were her friends. Friends supported each other. They didn't stab a friend in the back. No, not in the back, Oakley thought. In the heart. She felt the pain and struggled to find her breath. "Don't do this," Oakley told Gladys. "Please. For me." That look, the one she couldn't quite decipher, returned to Gladys's piercing gaze. When she shook her head, Oakley knew there was no point in arguing. "You're a wonderful woman. We'll find the perfect match for you." Gladys again reached for Oakley's hand, but Oakley only balled it into a fist. "I promise, someone who will appreciate all your fine qualities and love you as you deserve to be loved." "I don't understand how you could do this to me." Oakley tried to steady her voice, but it continued to quiver. "You know how I feel about him." "I know how you think you feel about him." Gladys's voice deepened and filled with kindness. "He's not for you, any more than you are the one for him. I believe that in my heart." "Well, I know in my heart he is the one for me." Oakley lifted her chin, then let her gaze sweep the table. If you do this, knowing how I feel, we're done. A friend wouldn't take the man I love away from me. It's for your own good, Gladys protested. My dad used to say that. Oakley shoved back her chair and rose, tears pushing at the backs of her lids. It wasn't right then, and it's not right now. Then Oakley turned and strolled out on her 3 former best friends. Any person who would take the man she wanted from her was no friend of hers. After work on Thursday, Gianna texted Oakley to see if she was free for dinner. When she didn't receive a reply, she decided to swing by the Dingaling to see if she could catch Oakley there. Though she'd been around people all day, going home to an empty apartment held little appeal. When she stepped inside the bar on Wrigley Road, the sense of grilling meat and fried onions assailed her nostrils. She hadn't realized the bar served real food. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her of her non-existent breakfast and the protein shake she'd downed on the run earlier this afternoon. Perhaps even if Oakley was working, she'd have time to eat with her. But the karaoke stage was dark, and a sign announced the stage was now open only on weekends and for special events. If I want some food, do I order it here? She asked the bald guy behind the bar. Or should I sit down and... Ted can take your order? The familiar voice behind her had her whirling. Ethan! She couldn't stop her smile. What are you doing here? He gestured to a table at the far side of the bar where 2 other men sat. She recognized one as Marigold's brother-in-law, Anders Cross. The other man was a stranger. Having an early dinner and talking business with friends. Join us. She waved at Anders, smiled at the other man, but shook her head. I don't want to intrude. Actually, we're done. We're ready to relax and enjoy a burger and fries. His gray eyes held nothing but friendliness. Please, join us. She hesitated only a second. Okay, thanks. What can I get you to eat? The bartender asked. I'll have what they're having. Burger, fries, and a soda? Sounds wonderful. Ethan's hand rested lightly against her back as they made their way to the table by the window. I believe you know Anders. She greeted Anders with a warm smile. Hello again. Ethan went on to introduce her to Isaac Cochran, an associate of Anders. Gianna is a hairstylist, he told Isaac. If you get an urge to cut... Isaac held up his hands and crossed his index fingers. I like my hair just the way it is, thank you very much. Gianna laughed. Well, if you ever decide you want a trim or a shape-up, I promise not to scalp you. He gave a pretend shudder. Ugh, that's reassuring. The young man looked mid-20s, about her age, with longish brown hair and beautiful amber eyes. She quickly discovered he had what Alan would have called an affable personality, as he kept them in stitches through most of the meal. Anders pushed back his chair before dessert was even mentioned. He glanced at his watch. Piper had a bridal fitting tonight, so I made myself scarce. She should be done by now. I hear your fiancée is making her own dress. Gianna wasn't sure who had told her that, but it must have been Marigold. She is, but she also makes custom wedding gowns for a select few. This bride lives in Ellison Bay. Gianna inclined her head. I think I know where that is. Just down the road. Anders smiled. I'm glad you joined us. Marigold is thrilled you're here and helping out. She's amazing. I'm enjoying being in Good Hope. As Gianna said the words, she realized they were true. In the weeks since arriving in Good Hope, she'd found herself more relaxed than she'd been in the last year. It helped that she had friends. Oakley and Evie had embraced her and made her feel welcome. Either of you interested in dessert? Ethan asked. Gianna and Isaac exchanged glances and shrugged. What is there? Isaac asked. When Ethan mentioned chocolate cake and saw their enthusiastic responses, he warned them the slices were huge. They decided to split a piece. I haven't tried anything from crumb and cake before. Gianna admitted when Ethan told her where the cake was from. I need a fish back. She's the owner and baker, is well known for her cakes, Ethan advised. Ted delivered the monster piece with 3 forks, setting it in the middle of the table before clearing their other plates. Gianna just stared. It's magnificent. Almost too beautiful to eat. Isaac picked up his fork, but then set it down, his gaze drawn to the doorway. Oakley stood there, staring at their table. Gianna brightened and waved. Is it okay if I ask Oakley to join us? Sure, both men said in one voice. Gianna bounced up and was across the room in seconds. Oakley, come join us. We're just about to have dessert. Oakley hesitated. You're not interrupting anything. Really, you're not. Gianna put a hand on Oakley's arm. I'd love to join you. Oakley glanced at the table. If you're sure it's okay. The uncertainty in her friend's eyes tugged at Gianna's heartstrings. She looped her arm through Oakley's. Are you kidding? We've got this big piece of cake, and we definitely need a 4th to help us eat it. Chapter 5. Ethan turned to Isaac as soon as Gianna left the table to approach Oakley. Have you met Oakley Marshall? She's in charge of the karaoke stage. An odd look that Ethan couldn't decipher filled Isaac's eyes. We've met. She's cool. Definitely your own person. I like that. Ethan thought. Oakley has an admirer. His gaze drifted back to where Gianna stood with Oakley, watched her gesture toward the table. He smiled, wanting Oakley to know she was welcome and wouldn't be interrupting. He wasn't sure what to make of the startled expression that flitted over Oakley's face when she spotted him and Isaac, but she was all smiles when she reached the table. Before he could stand, Oakley dropped down into the empty seat. Gianna resumed her seat between Ethan and Isaac as Ethan spoke. Good to see you, Oakley. I was going to introduce you to Isaac here, but he says you've already met. 2 bright spots of color appeared on Oakley's cheeks. How are you, Isaac? Good. Isaac answered cautiously, as if feeling his way over unfamiliar terrain. You? Oakley flashed him a smile. Fabulous. Something here, Ethan thought, but he couldn't put his finger on what it might be. As if emboldened by her response, Isaac offered Oakley a grin. Looks like you've fully recovered from New Year's Eve. For a second, she stiffened. Then she smiled back. It was a rockin' night. As if conscious of the other 2 at the table, Oakley added, This place was hoppin'. We had a line for karaoke from the time we opened until right before the countdown. Isaac motioned to Ted for another fork, and it came quickly. He handed it to Oakley. Dig in, he urged her. Thanks, don't mind if I do. Oakley might have replied to him, but almost immediately her focus shifted to Ethan. I understand from Gladys that Marigold's party was fun? It was a fabulous party, Ethan admitted. Marigold and Cade went out of their way to make sure everyone had a good time. I enjoyed myself. Gianna licked the chocolate off her fork and smiled. I went barely knowing anyone. Ethan was kind enough to introduce me around and hang out with me. It was nice. Is that all the 2 of you did? Oakley inclined her head. Talk? Oakley's pointed question didn't appear to bother Gianna, but Ethan frowned. We ate lots of fabulous food and drank amazing champagne. Gianna lifted the glass of soda to her lips and took a sip. Is that all? Oakley pressed. Tell me you at least danced. A softness filled Gianna's eyes. You worried I'd spend the night standing in the corner by myself. I know you were anxious about going to a party where you didn't know many people. Oakley appeared to choose her next words carefully. I also know that Evie can be a bit distractible. I love your concern. Gianna reached over and touched Oakley's hand. Thank you. Speaking of concern, there's something I need to tell you. For a moment, Oakley seemed to be waging some sort of inner battle. Picking up her fork, she pointed it at Ethan. "It involves you." Though her tone was light, Ethan went on high alert. "Sounds serious." "Gladys has decided it's time to match you with someone." Oakley gestured with a fork toward Gianna. "She's decided that woman is her." Oakley dropped the fork when Gianna burst into laughter. "No way. I've made it clear to everyone that I'm here simply to work and make friends." Gianna turned to Ethan. "Don't worry. It doesn't matter what Gladys thinks or wants. You and I know the score." A dark red crept up Oakley's neck. Ethan didn't think he'd ever seen Oakley at a loss for words. Or embarrassed. He was trying to think of something comforting to say when Isaac spoke up. "Who is Gladys? And why is it up to her who gets together?" Gianna laughed again. "Come on, Isaac. You must have heard about Gladys Berthoff, Good Hope's resident matchmaker. I think I was here all of 5 minutes before I learned all about her." "Gladys is a good person, and a romantic to the core," Ethan added. "Deep down, she just wants people to be happy." Oakley nodded. "True, but that doesn't mean she's always right." Ethan couldn't recall ever hearing Oakley disagree with Gladys. What was causing her to now? "It was good of you to warn them." Isaac's gaze remained fixed on Oakley's face. "It shows you care. I'd appreciate someone watching out for me." Without waiting for a response from Oakley, Isaac turned to Ethan. "I thought people stopped matchmaking a zillion years ago. I didn't realize that still went on." Glad to have someone else to focus on besides Oakley, and, heck, even Gianna, Ethan settled his gaze on Isaac. For some reason, Gianna's laughter and incredulity over being matched with him stung. "Gladys and her 2 friends, Catherine and Ruby, have made it a game of sorts, trying to bring couples together," he told Isaac. This was the point where he could have mentioned that he knew Oakley also played a role, but he left off that bit of information. "I believe most couples Gladys and her friends take credit for matching came together on their own. Oh, maybe Gladys and her friends gave them a little nudge in the right direction, but that's about it." Isaac stroked his beard. "Doesn't sound as if you have much to worry about, then." "I don't know about Ethan." Gianna forked off another piece of cake. "But I won't be losing any sleep over it." "Me either," Ethan added. The 3 could do as they pleased, but he believed in free will. Though he had to admit, and only to himself, that he rather liked that Gladys thought he and Gianna made a good match. "So—" Oakley dragged out the word as she finally picked up her fork. "You 2 aren't interested in each other?" Ethan forked off a bit of cake and smiled. "Like Gianna, I'm of the mind that you can never have too many friends." Oakley slowed her steps as she walked with Isaac to the door of the ding-a-ling. Unlike Ethan and Gianna, he appeared in no hurry to rush outside. Gianna paused at the doorway to give her a hug. "Let's get together soon." Ethan offered a smile and stepped outside with Gianna. Isaac would have gone with them, but Oakley touched his arm. "Do you have a minute?" She'd been dreading this moment since last week, but knew it had to be done. Isaac's smile flashed, showing a couple of dimples and crinkling the skin around his eyes. "I've always got time for you." Oakley ignored the pull. He was a nice guy, a really nice guy. She owed it to him to be honest. "About New Year's Eve," she began. "That kiss, when the ball dropped, was the highlight of my night." His gaze slid to her mouth. Oakley touched the tip of her tongue to suddenly tingling lips and watched his eyes grow dark. Her heart gave a solid kick. She felt the same. The kiss had been amazing. "Yeah, about that. Let me begin by saying I like you, Isaac." He grinned. "That's good to hear, because I like you too." Oakley blew out a breath. This wasn't going at all how she'd planned. Probably because she hated, yes, absolutely hated, the idea of hurting him. She reminded herself that if she wasn't direct, she could hurt him more. She knew what it was like to misread a situation and have unrealistic hopes. "You're a great guy. You're super cute and fun, and I'd really like it if we could be friends. But the kiss on New Year's Eve was just me getting caught up in the moment." Oakley took a quick breath and continued without giving Isaac a chance to speak. "I wanted to wish you a Happy New Year's, and everyone around us was kissing, and—" The light in his eyes vanished.
This sounds an awful lot like an "I just want to be friends" speech.
Oakley tried to smile, but couldn't pull it off. Knowing this was necessary didn't stop her from feeling sick inside. "I'm giving it to you straight when I say I hope we can be friends. Will you be my friend, Isaac?" Reaching out, she clasped his hand. Relief surged when he didn't pull away. "Please?" Isaac studied her face. After the longest moment, he shrugged, but the smile he offered didn't quite reach his eyes.
Sure, if you want. Like Ethan said, a man can never have too many friends.
Gianna didn't see Ethan over the weekend. She thought of him every time she ran her fingers through another man's hair at the salon or caught the scent of Creed Aventus. Otherwise, she was too busy at work to even think about anything but hair. She'd texted Oakley to see if she wanted to grab dinner one night. Her response had been friendly, but Oakley was busy too. Even Evie hadn't seen her. On Wednesday, both Marigold and Charlotte were in the salon. Once Gianna finished with Gladys, her 2 p.m. appointment, she'd have the rest of the day free. As Gladys knew exactly how she liked her hair, most of their talk was more personal. Though Gladys brought up Ethan several times, Gianna thought she'd done a good job of deflecting. But when Gladys reached into her purse, instead of pulling out a tip, she held out a deck of cards.
"These are for you. And Ethan."
Gianna stared at the outstretched hand and cocked her head. She glanced up at the older woman, unable to hide her puzzlement. "I don't understand." Gladys pushed the deck into her hands.
"These are relationship cards. I want you and Ethan to find 3 questions and each answer them. Once you have, let me know, and I'll tell you what to do from there."
Gianna inclined her head. "Oakley told me that you want to match Ethan and me." Though Gladys's expression remained placid, Gianna saw the spark of disapproval in her eyes.
"Did she?"
"She said you noticed how well we were getting along at the New Year's Eve party and think we'd make a good match."
"It sounds like Oakley had a lot to say."
Gladys smiled.
"How did you respond?"
"I made it clear that Ethan and I are simply friends, which is why I can't take the cards."
"Friends, lovers, it's just semantics."
Gladys waved one bejeweled hand.
"Keep the cards and take as much time as you like to answer the questions."
Something about the glint in the woman's eyes had Gianna shaking her head. "But I don't want them. I have no use for them."
"The deck is yours until 3 questions have been answered."
Gladys's tone, while pleasant, brooked no argument. Once again she reached into her purse, this time pulling out several bills for a generous tip and laying the money on the counter.
"Thank you for the excellent cut. You're a very talented stylist."
"I'm glad you're happy, but—"
"I'd love to stay and chat, but I have places to go and people to see."
With a sweep of one hand, she turned her back on Gianna and strode down the hall. Gianna supposed she could have run after her and made her take back the cards. But at what price? Her short time in Good Hope had taught her that Gladys was a strong-willed woman. She was also a good customer. With a sigh, Gianna dropped the cards into her bag. Later, she'd decide what to do with them. For now, she would clean up her area, then do what she'd been wanting to do since she arrived. She would explore the shops on Wrigley. 30 minutes later, Gianna stepped into Echoes of Yesterday antique store. An older man with white hair and wire-rimmed glasses looked up from the magazine he was reading, where he sat behind the counter.
May I help you?
Flashing a smile, Gianna waved an airy hand. This is my first time in here. I thought I'd just look around and see what you have.
Knock yourself out.
Thanks. Gianna strolled down the aisles. There was stuff everywhere. She could think of no better way to describe it. Old lunchboxes, vintage toys, record albums, and dolls. One toy had her stopping, but she didn't reach out. Couldn't reach out. Just seeing the Barbie Magic of Pegasus styling head had her heart racing. When she was 9, she'd found one in a dumpster behind the apartment complex where they'd been living. It had been in the car with her other treasures the day she and her parents had stopped at a mini-mart on the highway. The day her father had driven off and never come back. She turned away from the horse head, her heart pounding so hard she felt dizzy. Placing her hand against one of the sturdy shelves, she took several deep breaths and found herself steadying. Though there was really nothing she wanted, she purchased a pet rock just because it made her smile. Waving away a sack, Gianna dropped the rock into her bag, then pulled her scarf more tightly around her neck. She braced herself as she pushed open the door and stepped out to ice pellets falling from the sky. Perhaps going straight home from the salon would have been a better idea. She ducked into the next building, which housed a bookstore. Warmth wrapped around her the second the door closed behind her. "Welcome to Book and Cup." The young woman smiled, then a flash of recognition crossed her face. "I know you. You're Gianna Ricci. We met at Marigold's party." "Bee, I didn't realize this was your store." Gianna remembered meeting Bee Chapin, another relative of Marigold's by marriage. If she recalled correctly, Bee's husband was the high school principal with a friendly smile. "It is. I'm so glad you decided to stop in." A murmur of voices came from the back. Gianna cocked her head. "Am I interrupting something?" "Book club." Bee made a careless gesture with one hand. "They meet every Wednesday, no matter what the weather is." She frowned. "From the ice particles on your coat, it's not getting any better out there." "Spitting ice. What can I help you find?" "Actually, I don't have anything particular in mind." Gianna shrugged. "I thought it was time I explored this part of Good Hope." "Well, feel free to look around. Or, if you're not in any hurry, I was about to make myself a cup of hot cocoa." Bee smiled. "Would you join me?" "That sounds wonderful." Gianna moved to one of the stools at the counter, while Bee slipped behind it to the industrial-looking machine. Gianna had just finished unwrapping her scarf from its death grip around her neck and unbuttoning her coat when the bells over the door jingled and 3 men stepped inside. She recognized Anders and Isaac, but it was the last man who had her heart giving a little kick. Ethan. "Hey, guys," Bee called out. "I thought you might be stopping by for something hot. What can I get you?" Even as she spoke, she set a mug of steaming cocoa in front of Gianna. The drink was a masterpiece, cocoa topped with whipped cream, chocolate shavings, and a candy cane for stirring.
I'll have what she's having.
Ethan flashed Gianna a smile. Anders glanced at Isaac and received the thumbs up.
Make that 3.
Chairs clattered in the back of the shop, and the voices grew louder. On their way out, the women paused to speak with the men. Ethan knew them all and introduced Gianna and Isaac to those who didn't know them. Anders glanced at the 2 empty stools next to Gianna.
We're going to grab a table in the back,
Anders told Bee.
Just holler when the drinks are ready, and I'll come get them.
"Will do." Bee returned her focus to the machine. Anders and Isaac headed for the back of the bookstore. Gianna wondered if they'd take over the table the ladies had just vacated.
I can bring the drinks back when they're ready,
Ethan told his friends before dropping down on the stool beside Gianna. He flashed a smile.
This is a nice surprise. I thought you'd be working.
Both Charlotte and Marigold are working today, so my schedule wasn't as busy. Once my last appointment was over, I decided to explore this part of town. I started with the antique store, and now I'm here.
Well, since you've already been to the Dingaling, you've now seen everything this stretch of roadway has to offer.
She frowned. I thought there was a clothing store.
Swoon closed after Christmas.
Ethan glanced toward the back of the bookstore.
Anders is in the middle of remodeling the space for his new Good Hope Outfitters operation.
Are you involved with that?
A little bit.
He waved aside the question.
Have you had a chance to check out Bayside Pizza?
The place just off the beach?
That's the one.
I haven't, though I've heard it's good.
If you don't have plans for dinner, I'd love to introduce you to it.
When she hesitated, he smiled.
That's what friends do. When someone is new in town, they show them around.
You're right. Gianna laughed. That whole matchmaking talk spooked me. He chuckled.
You're not the only one.
Matchmaking? Bea turned back toward them. Gladys Berthoff, you know her, right? Gianna asked.
Everyone knows Gladys,
Bea said.
Everyone,
Ethan echoed. Well, apparently Gladys and two of her friends,
Ruby and Catherine,
Ethan filled in. Yes, well, apparently the three of them have decided to match me with Ethan, even though neither of us has any interest in getting involved romantically. She shot a glance at Ethan. I've told her myself that we're simply friends.
Just friends,
Ethan agreed. Gianna gave a little laugh. Isn't that the craziest thing you've ever heard? Actually, Bea let out a breath. Gladys once was determined to match Clay with my sister, Brittany. Really? Gianna leaned forward, the delicious cocoa momentarily forgotten. Long story. I'll tell you about it sometime. Bea smiled at Ethan. I believe I heard you say you were going to carry these back to Anders and Isaac?
Yes,
Ethan agreed. He stood, but didn't move away, his gaze returning to Gianna.
Our meeting shouldn't take long. Do you want to wait here, or can I pick you up at...
I'll just meet you there at 5:30, unless that's too early for you.
That works.
His gaze lingered on her for half a heartbeat more.
See you then.
She watched him pick up the tray with the 3 cups and head to the back of the bookstore. Once he was out of earshot, Bea took a seat on the other side of the counter. As she sipped her own drink, her eyes held a decidedly curious gleam. You two are having dinner together? I've never been to Bayside Pizza. It's not much fun eating out alone. You realize Gladys will hear about this date. It isn't a date, but that's how she'll view it. Gianna pulled her brows together. Are you telling me you don't think I should go? Absolutely not. Bea grinned. Just know that hearing about the pizza date will make her feel that her plan is succeeding. Gianna thought of everything she'd been through, all the things that had been said about her and Alan when they'd become a couple. The family pushback, then his death. I've learned most people believe what they want to believe. Her tone remained matter-of-fact as she met Bea's curious gaze. I have no interest in Ethan beyond friendship, and he feels the same way. We don't need to answer to anyone. Chapter 6. Gianna was conscious of Ethan watching her as she finished off her 3rd slice of pizza. This barbecue pulled pork with pineapple pizza is amazing. She looked up at him, dabbing the sides of her full lips with a napkin. You said they do takeout too, right?
They do a huge takeout business, Ethan advised. But I love to come here. So, if you get a hankering for pizza, just text me.
Not easy to do when I don't have your number.
Give me your phone.
After a second's hesitation, she slipped the phone out of her tiny bag and unlocked it before handing it to him. His thumbs flew across the keyboard as he added his number to her contacts.
Now you have no excuse.
She held out her hand. Give me yours. When she'd added her number to his phone, she leaned back in the chair and gazed at the remaining pizza. I don't think I could eat another bite. Ethan? A slender woman with jet black hair and cool gray eyes stopped by the table. I thought that was you. Gianna watched Ethan rise and give the woman a hug. What are you doing here? Eating? The woman's sharp-eyed gaze dropped to the pizza. What did you order? That looks disgusting. Ethan laughed. It's really good, Gianna told the woman. I had my doubts, too, but I'll definitely order it again. The woman's gaze shifted to Gianna. She held out her hand. I don't believe we've met. I'm Eliza Kendrick, Ethan's sister. Gianna gave her hand a firm shake. I've heard a lot about you. When Eliza raised a brow and glanced at Ethan, Gianna hastened to explain, From Marigold. Now that could be good or bad. Gianna chuckled. All good. I hear you've been keeping my brother occupied. Not really. Eliza. Ethan gestured to the empty chair. Join us. We've got more than enough food. Unless you have something else. I'm actually here to pick up a pizza. One, I might add, that doesn't have pineapple or pork on it. But they're running behind. Eliza held up a round disc. They're supposed to buzz me when it's ready. I don't want to intrude. You won't be, not at all. Gianna had heard about the formidable Eliza Kendrick and was glad to have the opportunity to finally meet her in person. Where's Kyle and Ava? Ethan asked, pulling out a chair for his sister. At home. Ava is your daughter, right? Gianna asked. She's a toddler and into everything. Eliza chuckled, and her face softened. We adore her. Kids are wonderful, Gianna agreed. When Eliza narrowed her gaze, Gianna felt the punch of those steel gray eyes. Eliza arched a brow. Do you have children? For the second time that day, Gianna thought of her father driving off and leaving her and her mom behind without even a backward glance. I've never been married. Last I knew, that wasn't a requirement. Ethan frowned. Eliza? Oh, lighten up, Eliza told her brother before sitting down. On second thought, I will wait here until my pizza's ready to go. Thanks for the invitation. Gianna had made plans with Oakley and Evie to go out on Thursday night. The fact that Oakley worked weekends at the Ding-a-ling while Gianna and Evie worked days severely curtailed their options for getting together. Thursdays were Evie's day off at the salon, so Gianna texted Oakley to get the specifics on where and when they planned to meet that evening. The reply came quickly. Change in plans. Gianna waited for more, but nothing came. Not sure what was going on, she keyed in, everything okay? Told my brother I'd help him at the church. Evie is helping too. Was there something special that went on at churches in January? Gianna couldn't think of anything. Then again, she wasn't a regular attendee. Do you need more help? Thanks for asking, but he has all the volunteers he needs. Gianna responded, Have fun. She put her phone down where she sat at her own station. Something was going on with Oakley. She'd hoped that tonight she could find out what was troubling her new friend and see if there was anything that she could do to make it better. The last-minute change wasn't really a big deal. It wasn't as if she'd turned down a date or anything because they'd had plans. She wasn't sure why her mind turned to Ethan. Last night hadn't been a date, just two friends laughing and talking over pizza. Now she had to decide how to spend her evening. She could go home, put her feet up, and enjoy a glass of wine, maybe even watch a movie. Gianna spent the next 10 minutes straightening her station, which was already immaculate. What are you still doing here? Charlotte paused near Gianna's station. I could ask you the same question. Gianna studied Charlotte. You know, you make a beautiful pregnant woman. Charlotte laughed. I knew I liked you. It's the truth. You and Marigold both have this glow. When Marigold had approached Gianna about helping out at the salon, Charlotte had been the wild card in the equation. Most of the stylists Gianna had worked with were pleasant, but there had been a few that were difficult to deal with. She'd been happy to discover Charlotte was as nice as Marigold.
I thought you had plans tonight with Oakley and Evie.
Gianna waved a careless hand. They're doing some volunteer work at the church tonight.
Which leaves you without plans.
It's not a problem.
That means you're free to come to the farm for potluck tonight.
Potluck? Like where everyone brings something? Gianna hesitated.
No contribution necessary. There'll be plenty of food.
Charlotte smiled.
All you need to do is bring yourself.
Is this potluck some sort of celebration?
You've never heard of Potluck Thursdays?
Gianna shook her head. Charlotte laughed.
I haven't either. I just made it up.
Gianna smiled, not sure where this was headed.
The weekends can get hectic, and trying to find a time to get together with friends can be difficult.
Charlotte gestured to the snow-covered landscape out the window.
January can be a long month. Adam and I decided it'd be fun to get some friends together for food, conversation, maybe even a few games.
Games?
Participation optional.
Charlotte chuckled.
When I came back to Good Hope, I remember wondering what I'd gotten myself into, but it ended up being the best decision I ever made. Will you come? I'd really love for you to see my home, get to know my husband and father-in-law.
Even as tempted as she was, Gianna hesitated. Will it be all couples?
Possibly. Probably.
Charlotte shrugged.
But I bet you'll still have fun. This should just take a minute.
Ethan glanced at Anders. Their meeting had concluded, otherwise Ethan would have let the call go to voicemail.
No worries.
Anders picked up his phone.
I've got a couple emails I need to get out.
Still, Ethan got up as he answered, crossing to the window at the far end of the room.
Hi, Dad. Ethan, good. I don't have much time, so I'll make this quick.
Ethan's father, Donald, wasn't one to waste time with social niceties, even such simple ones as asking how he or Eliza was doing, or what was new in their lives. Ethan merely listened as his father rattled off a list of tasks that needed handling.
No problem. Now, about paintbrush. Have you decided on a price for the property? Those cabins aren't worth renovating. The land is practically worthless. Just give me a price. I don't know what you're planning, but I can tell you you'll be wasting your time and your money.
Donald's dismissive tone set Ethan's teeth on edge.
You let me worry about that.
Ethan's cool tone stopped just short of rudeness.
I want the land. You're interested in selling. Let's talk price. I'll get you a figure.
Donald paused to talk to someone in the background.
I'll be right there.
Dad, Ethan began.
I'd like those issues I mentioned handled as soon as possible. Understood?
Yes. Holding on to his temper with both hands, Ethan ended the call, telling himself that at least his dad had finally agreed to give him a price. The property on Paintbrush Lane would soon be his.
Everything okay?
Ethan turned. He'd forgotten Anders was in the room. Thankfully, they were the only two in the space that had once housed Swoon, a local boutique and wedding salon that had been owned by Anders's fiancée, Piper Ambrose. When Piper decided to get out of the boutique business, Anders had stepped in to take over the lease. The location had been perfect for his new venture. Anders cocked his head.
Anything I can do?
Ethan waved a dismissive hand.
Nothing new, just my dad barking orders. The man should have been in the military. He says jump, and the only acceptable reply is, how high? If that's the case, I bet you're glad he doesn't live here.
Though Anders's tone held a light edge, there was a watchful gleam in his amber eyes.
Extremely glad.
Ethan raked a hand through his hair.
I guess we're done here? Do you have dinner plans?
Ethan paused. His plan had been to grab some takeout from somewhere, though he had to admit nothing sounded good, then head home.
No plans? What do you have in mind? Several of us are getting together at the Vogel's farm for a potluck. I told Adam that you and I were meeting this afternoon. He said to bring you along.
Ethan had a passable acquaintance with the organic farmer and his father, Stan. He enjoyed both men, but hadn't had much chance to get better acquainted. The only reason he hesitated was, well, potluck. To him, that sounded like a couple's kind of thing.
Who all is going to be there?
Though in some circles that question might be considered rude, Ethan knew Anders wouldn't take it that way. Anders rubbed his chin.
Adam, Stan, and Charlotte, of course. Piper and me. Probably Bee and Clay. I'm not sure who else.
Ethan knew everyone. The fact that Stan would be there ensured he wouldn't be the odd man out.
What should I bring? Just yourself.
Anders slapped him on the back.
They're eating early, so be there by 6.
Gianna drove to the farm by herself. She probably could have caught a ride with Bee and Clay, but having her own vehicle guaranteed a way out if she wanted to leave early. She had to admit she was eager to see the place Charlotte called home. If there was one person Gianna couldn't picture living on a farm, it was Charlotte. But Charlotte had told her on more than one occasion that she loved everything about her life there. Charlotte said to dress casually, so Gianna had settled for leggings under a dress of muted gold plaid. Her boots, while heeled, had rubber soles to help ensure she didn't fall during her walk up to the house. The directions Charlotte had given her were easy to follow. She took the highway most of the way, then turned off onto a freshly plowed road. As snow had fallen, heck, was still falling, both sides of the road looked like a scene on a Christmas card. Thick blankets of white covered everything in sight, including the branches of tall pines in the distance. Tiny flakes of white danced on a breeze, melting as soon as they came in contact with the warmth of her windshield. When she'd lived in Chicago, Alan had encouraged her to get a four-wheel drive vehicle. The red Subaru Forester not only stood out in any blizzard, the traction on snowy roads couldn't be beat. And the heated seats? Well, those were a luxury she appreciated fully during the winter months. It was times like these, when she was alone in the silence, that she missed him most. She knew he'd be proud of her for stepping outside of her comfort zone and coming to Good Hope. A farmhouse came into view, a 2-story rambling white structure with a wraparound porch. The red front door with an evergreen wreath added a nice pop of color. Lights gleamed their welcome through the lace-curtained windows. Though it was nearly the middle of January, a Christmas tree awash in brightly colored lights stood tall and majestic in front of the big window. Gianna pulled up behind a truck and smiled. As she'd been still unpacking over the holidays, she hadn't taken time to put up a tree this year. Tonight, she would enjoy the magic. Chapter 7. Ethan glanced down the table where Gianna and Bee were laughing about something, the brisket and plethora of sides that had once graced their plates only a memory. The first thing Ethan had noticed when he'd driven up was Gianna's red Subaru. The sight of it had had him hurrying up the front steps. Anders had been correct about the group eating early. Though there had been a chair for him, it had been at the other end of the table from Gianna. He hadn't minded, not much, because Stan sat to his right. They'd spent most of the dinner talking.
"You're back to stay."
Though said as a comment, Ethan heard the question. Tearing his gaze from Gianna, he refocused on Stan.
"Yes."
Ethan smiled.
"No place but Good Hope has ever felt like home to me. That's the way I feel, and I didn't grow up here."
Stan took a sip of coffee, peered at Ethan over the rim of the mug.
"Now you just have to find yourself a good woman."
Why was it, Ethan wondered, that he had to stop his gaze from straying to the other end of the table?
"She's a pretty one."
"Who?" Stan's lips twitched.
"I may be old, but I'd have to be blind not to catch the looks you two have been sending each other tonight."
Ethan saw no point in denying it. The older man had sharp eyes.
"There's more to Gianna than looks."
Ethan realized the second the words left his mouth that he'd given away just how deep his interest went. It was only too bad, he thought, that she didn't feel the same. Though Stan was right about one thing, Gianna had glanced his way often enough he'd caught some of the looks. "Let's move to the parlor for dessert." When Charlotte awkwardly tried to push back her chair, Adam jumped up to assist. The loving gaze Charlotte shot her husband was one Ethan had rarely seen between his parents. Despite his parents being married close to 40 years, their marriage reminded him more of a mutually agreeable partnership than a love match. His dad liked being in charge, his mother liked socializing and spending money. Theirs had never been the kind of arrangement Ethan wanted for himself. His sister had found a good man in Kyle Kendrick. Eliza might be prickly and opinionated, but Kyle seemed to get her, and they appeared truly happy together. Ethan could only hope he would one day find that kind of happiness for himself. Though Anders had been right when he'd insisted that there would be more than enough food, and Ethan didn't need to bring anything, coming with empty hands hadn't felt right. The least he could do was help out in whatever way he could. He rounded the table and moved to where Adam and Charlotte stood.
"Is there anything I can take into the parlor for you?"
"Thank you, Ethan." Charlotte squeezed his arm. "I'm so happy you came tonight."
"I'm enjoying the food and conversation," he told her. "You have a lovely home. It has such a warm and welcoming feel."
Charlotte glanced up at Adam. "That's how I felt the first time I stepped across the threshold." Molly, an ancient golden lab, who'd patiently waited in her dog bed while they'd eaten, stood and patted over.
"She's hoping for some scraps."
Stan now stood beside his son, his gaze fixed first on Charlotte, then on Adam.
"I'll clear the table. You two go into the parlor and entertain your guests."
"But the desserts," Charlotte protested.
"I'll help Stan," Ethan offered. "We'll get the desserts together, and I'll bring them into the parlor."
When he saw Charlotte open her mouth to protest further, Ethan lifted a hand.
"I arrived empty-handed. Call this my contribution to the evening."
"I'll help too." Gianna appeared next to Ethan. "I didn't bring anything. Helping out will be my contribution too." When Charlotte still hesitated, Adam looped an arm around her shoulders and brushed a kiss across her temple.
"Let your friends help."
"Okay." Charlotte turned back to the three of them. "Thank you." "Thank you for the amazing food," Gianna said promptly. Though everyone else clamored to help, Stan shooed them all to the parlor, insisting he, Gianna, and Ethan had it covered. Knowing that Stan suffered from post-polio syndrome, Ethan was determined that he would carry the heaviest load during the cleanup process. To his surprise, both Gianna and Stan appeared to harbor the same resolve. In no time at all, the table was cleared, the refrigerator filled with leftovers, and coffee, now decaf, brewed cheerfully in the percolator.
Bea and Clay brought these little dessert bites she picked up at Bloom's Bake Shop. They're small, so we should be okay with just offering napkins,"
Stan announced, then shifted focus when Molly whined.
"I'm going to let her out. I like to watch over her to make sure there are no coyotes nearby."
Gianna sucked in a breath. "Are there coyotes around here?"
"Sure."
Stan waved a hand.
"They usually stay away, and Molly is big enough to be intimidating. Still."
When he glanced at Ethan, he knew what the older man was asking.
"We've got dessert covered."
Once Stan had left, Ethan turned to Gianna. For the first time since he'd arrived, they were alone, if you didn't count the others in the parlor and Stan only a few steps outside.
"It's good to see you."
Ethan moved closer.
"You look amazing."
"Thank you." She smiled. "I was surprised when you arrived. Then again, I was surprised to find myself here." He arched a brow.
"Last-minute invitation?"
She chuckled. "More like last second."
"Me too."
He smiled.
"I was planning on picking up takeout."
"I was going to nuke a frozen dinner," she admitted.
"I'd say we both made the right choice."
"How was your day?" She moved to the counter, opened the bakery box, and began taking out the bite-sized desserts to place them on a large crystal platter that Stan had set out.
"Busy."
He studied her and found her to be just as beautiful in profile.
"You?"
"Crazy busy." Her fingers stilled on a brownie bite. "I was supposed to get together tonight with Oakley and Evie, but—" She lifted her shoulders in a shrug. "They ended up doing some volunteer stuff at the church. Having the last-minute change in plans was, I think, part of why I accepted the invitation tonight." Sometimes I love being home alone, but I do that way too often.
Me too,
Ethan admitted.
I want something different, but I can't seem to get out of the same old pattern.
Finding something different is made even more difficult because it's winter.
Do you like cold weather sports?
Ethan didn't want to presume. Lots of people he knew preferred to hibernate during the winter. I do, though with it getting dark so early, I don't get much of a chance to enjoy being outside.
Rake's Farm has lights up now for ice skating on their pond on Friday and Saturday nights.
He let the comment hang for several long seconds. Gianna had made it clear she just wanted to be friends, but to his way of thinking, there was certainly nothing that said friends couldn't skate together. That sounds like fun. Gianna's dark brows pulled together. I'm going to put that on my to-do list. After I find out where their pond is and scrounge up some skates.
You can rent skates there, he told her. If you go with me, I can drive. It can be difficult to find, at least the first time.
She hesitated a moment longer. Saturday night would work for me. I've got a color scheduled for late afternoon tomorrow. Ethan mentally reviewed his calendar.
Saturday works better for me, too. I can pick you up at 6, or later, if that works better for you.
6. She smiled up at him. I'm looking forward to it.
I am, too.
He had to force himself to turn back to the desserts. It was either that or do something stupid, like tell her he hoped they could be more than friends. Gianna had been surprised, but pleased, when Oakley had texted her and Evie Saturday morning and offered to bring lunch to the salon, especially when lunch ended up being pizza. I hear you went to Charlotte's house Thursday night for dinner. Evie cast a pointed glance in Gianna's direction. Where'd you hear that? Gianna asked. Evie's lips curved in a sly grin. There are no secrets under this roof. Oakley laughed, then cast a speculative look at Gianna. Who else was there? Evie asked, picking up another slice of pepperoni. Charlotte, of course, and her husband and father-in-law, Bea and Clay Chapin, and Piper and Anders. Gianna paused. And Ethan. Evie wrinkled her nose. Couldn't have been much fun. Everyone is so old. Gianna thought about mentioning that Bea was only a couple years older than them, but stayed silent. She didn't know if Evie was saying that only because she wished she'd been invited. Did they invite Ethan so he could be your date? Oakley's question might be casual, but there was that odd glint in her eyes, the one Gianna had seen before when she'd mentioned Ethan and dating. No. Gianna lifted her hand in a dismissive wave. Charlotte knows I'm not interested in a relationship. It just happened that Charlotte asked me and Anders asked Ethan. Oakley reached for another piece of pizza. You're really not interested in dating? Are you? Gianna asked, tired of having to try to explain herself. Sure, Oakley admitted, if I found the right guy. Isaac looks at you like he'd like to gobble you up. Evie's eyes danced with merriment. And Thanksgiving is long past. Oakley's lips quirked. He's okay, but not my type. You seem to think differently on New Year's Eve. Evie leaned across the table and lowered her voice. I heard the two of you were really going at it. Gianna watched red creep up Oakley's neck. It was New Year's Eve. Oakley rolled her eyes. You and I both know that a whole lot of kissing goes on at midnight. I didn't kiss anyone. Evie turned to Gianna. Did you kiss anyone? Gianna shook her head. Nope. Oakley scowled. It was just a kiss, Evie. He's cute. For whatever reason, Evie seemed unwilling to let the subject drop. And the reports I received said his tongue was down your throat. He's not my type, Oakley insisted. Who is your type? Gianna asked. I like men who are more, well, clean-cut. The statement took Gianna by surprise. She'd thought Isaac would have been Oakley's type. Clean-cut? Like Ethan Shaw? Evie asked, except younger, of course. Ethan isn't all that old, Gianna protested before Oakley could respond. I mean, if Oakley liked him, 10 years isn't much of an age difference. Alan was 30 years older than me. Age was never an issue. Gianna waited for Oakley to say something, maybe to say she wasn't interested in Ethan, or Gianna was right that 10 years wasn't much of a difference. Oakley's phone dinged. She pulled it out and read the text. She huffed out a breath. They want me to come in early. Why? Evie asked. Help set up for some party upstairs? Oakley pushed back her chair and gestured to the pizza. You guys keep the extra. Thanks for the pizza, Oakley. Gianna had to call out the words, because by the time she stood, Oakley was already striding out the door. Gianna glanced at her phone and saw she still had 10 minutes before she needed to get back to work. She settled back in her chair. What's up with Oakley? She asked Evie. She's angry at me because of Trent. Whatever Gianna had expected Evie to say, that wasn't it. What about you and Trent? Is there a you and Trent? The blonde shook her head. I've told you both I like to flirt with him. He's still engaged, right? Evie shifted uncomfortably in her seat. That's why Oakley is pissed. I don't follow. She doesn't think I should be flirting with him. Evie's brows pulled together. Despite how Oakley comes off, in some things she's really conservative. Gianna sipped her soda, raised a brow. I know, crazy, right? Evie shook her head. Trent is engaged. Oakley thinks I should respect that. What do you think? I wouldn't kiss him, if that's what you're asking, and I sure as anything wouldn't sleep with him. Evie paused, and her mouth curved. But he is fun to flirt with. When Gianna said nothing, Evie gave an exaggerated sigh. Let me guess, you feel the same way. I think if I was Lila, I'd be keeping an eye on my fiancé. Gianna pressed her lips together, recalling some of the men in Alan's social circle. When I was with Alan, several guys, married guys, men he considered friends, approached me about getting together. I lost all respect for them. If I'd taken any of them up on their offer, I'd have lost all respect for myself. Evie nodded. Gianna met her gaze. You don't want a man who cheats. Evie expelled a breath. I don't. If Trent would cheat on Lila, he'd likely cheat on you. You think I should back off? What do you think? I think I should probably find someone who is available. Gianna smiled. I always knew you were a smart woman. The thing is, I really do like flirting with him. Sighing, Evie stood. Gianna understood mixed feelings. That's how she felt about spending time with Ethan. Not to mention, after spending a busy day on her feet, did she really want to go out into the cold and skate around an ice-covered pond? Smiling, Gianna closed the top of the box over the pizza. The truth was, she couldn't wait. Chapter 8. Ethan tightened his grip on Gianna's gloved hand as they circled the pond in the crisp evening air. Thanks to the cold weather they'd experienced since late November, the ice went deep. Lights strung around the perimeter of the ice brightened the entire area, and colorful flags in between the lights added a festive touch. As it was a Saturday night, the ice was filled with couples, most of them younger than he and Gianna. Ethan didn't mind. There was something enjoyable about being among people who didn't want to talk about babies every single second. Gianna turned to him and smiled. This is fun. Her lips, as rosy as the cherry-red hat and coat she wore, tempted him to lean forward for a taste. He resisted by reminding himself they were simply friends. For now, he told himself. Though he had a feeling that would soon change, he would not make the first move and risk scaring her off. You're a good skater. I'm guessing this isn't your first time on the ice? Alan and I used to go several times a year to Millennium Park in Chicago. A sad look filled her eyes for a second, but vanished nearly as quickly as it had appeared. We'd talked about going not long before. Her voice trailed off. Ethan waged an internal battle. Should he encourage her to speak about Alan, a man she'd lived with for 3 years? Or was it better to not respond and let her take the conversation where she wanted? In previous relationships, Ethan had made an effort to keep things superficial, never really letting the women get to know him, and never trying too hard to get to know them. Ethan found himself wanting to know everything there was to know about Gianna Ricci. If that meant discussing her former boyfriend, so be it.
That had to be difficult.
What?
Him dying so suddenly.
Ethan didn't have to feign sympathy. His grandmother, a woman he and Eliza had been closer to than their own parents, had died without warning. The heart attack, well, it wasn't something anyone saw coming. Sadness returned to Gianna's eyes. While I'm very grateful he didn't suffer, there's so many things I wish I'd have said to him. I never got the chance.
While I know it's not the same thing, I was out of town when my grandmother died unexpectedly. She was a wonderful, amazing woman. Eliza and I adored her.
Ethan swallowed against the sudden lump in his throat.
Like you, there were things I wished I'd said, but I comfort myself that she knew how much she meant to me.
As they rounded a corner of the pond, he glanced in her direction.
I'm betting Alan knew how much he meant to you.
She tightened her hold on his hand. I believe he did. They made several more rounds before the wind kicked up, and the chill in the air became more pronounced.
Ready to seek shelter in a warm truck?
Was it my red nose or my chattering teeth that gave me away? He laughed.
I thought that chattering sound was coming from me.
They returned her skates and quickly made their way to his truck. Once inside, Ethan started the vehicle and set the temperature to blast furnace levels. Gianna settled back into the heated leather seats with a sigh. Ah, simple pleasures.
I love how you find joy in basic things.
Ethan studied her, making no move to leave the parking lot. Gianna shifted to face him, and the air crackled with electricity. Ethan wanted in the worst way to kiss her, but forced himself to put the truck in gear. As he left the lot and turned in the direction of town, Ethan accepted he wasn't ready for the evening to end.
Would you like to see my house?
He kept his tone offhand.
We could make popcorn, watch a movie in front of the fire.
He didn't push, but hoped she'd view a movie and popcorn as something two friends might do together on a Saturday night. Gianna hesitated for several long seconds while he pulled onto the road that led back to the highway. It was dark along this stretch, especially with only a sliver of moon tonight. Sure. Her tone was as casual as his had been. Sounds like fun. Though she called a small apartment home now, Ethan knew Gianna had lived in luxury the past 3 years. Recently, he'd run across an online article touting Alan's business acumen and detailing how the man's untimely demise had impacted the companies he owned. The article had dived into his personal life as well, including pictures of him with his children, as well as one of Alan with Gianna at home in the mansion they'd shared in Lincoln Park. Ethan wondered what she'd think of the craftsman-style bungalow he'd purchased last year.
You've probably seen my sister's house,
he said, referring to the massive Victorian once owned by their grandmother.
Mine isn't so grand. I don't need all that space since it's just me.
Though you might hear otherwise, I'm not impressed by fancy houses and fast cars. Gianna's gaze turned thoughtful. That's what I've enjoyed about Good Hope. From what I've observed here, who you are as a person matters more than your wealth or position.
I'd say that's an accurate assessment.
I'm beginning to realize that I hit the jackpot coming to Good Hope. She smiled. And as long as I stay, I'm determined to enjoy every minute. When Ethan had invited her to his home for movies and popcorn, for one second Gianna had considered saying no, not because she didn't trust him, but because she didn't trust herself around him. Each time his warm gray eyes settled on her, she had to fight the urge to kiss him. The intensity, as well as the frequency, of that desire had come as a complete surprise. Gianna had been convinced that whatever passion she possessed had died with Alan. Then Ethan had come into her life. When they reached Good Hope, Ethan turned down a street into a residential neighborhood of modest homes. After a couple of blocks and a few more turns, he pulled into the driveway of a single-story home with a wide front porch and a light in the window. Instead of parking the truck in the two-stall detached garage in the back, he cut the engine near a walkway leading to the front steps.
"Here we are. Home sweet home."
He glanced at her as if to gauge her reaction. "This style of house," Gianna tapped 2 fingers against her lips, "has a certain name."
"Craftsman,"
he informed her.
"The homes are characterized by low-pitched roofs, overhanging eaves, and covered front porches. They also have well-designed interiors."
"I've read about them," she admitted, "but I've never been inside one."
"You're in for a treat."
She reached for her door handle, but Ethan's hand on her coat sleeve stopped her. Despite the fabric, Gianna felt the heat from his touch all the way to her skin.
"The driveway can be icy."
He pushed open his own door.
"Wait for me."
Rounding the front of the truck, he opened her door, then took her arm. When they reached the porch, Ethan gestured.
"Marigold's sister Prim and her husband Max live at the end of this block."
"You know your neighbors." Gianna couldn't hide her surprise. She'd never lived in a neighborhood that was, well, neighborly. "Growing up, my mom and I lived in low-rent apartments. In those parts of town, everyone minded their own business. Alan's neighbors, while cordial, weren't into backyard barbecues."
"Just wait until summer. There's plenty of those around here."
"You living in this kind of neighborhood surprises me." He cast her a curious glance as he unlocked the front door, then pushed it open. "I pegged you as the fashionable condominium type," she teased.
"For a while, I was."
He laughed.
"When I was young."
"You're not old." She rolled her eyes. "Now let's get inside, old man. I'm freezing." Ethan motioned her inside. Gianna eagerly stepped into the warmth. She let her gaze sweep the area, taking it all in. Her breath caught at the simple beauty of overstuffed sofas and chairs positioned for conversation, at the gorgeous stone fireplace flanked by bookshelves along a far wall. The flat screen of the television might have added a modern touch, but the huntsman plaid accent rug definitely had an old-fashioned feel. Under her boots, hardwood floors gleamed. "This is lovely, Ethan." When she glanced at him, their eyes locked. "Incredibly cozy and inviting."
"Let me give you the 5-minute tour of the rest of the house."
He flashed a smile.
"That's about all it will take."
There were 3 bedrooms, the largest, a masculine-looking one in grays and navy, a smaller one with workout equipment, and another that served as a home office. The bathroom had been updated with modern conveniences, including a rain shower head. The dining area off the kitchen was neither, at least to Gianna's estimation, too small or too large. Out the French doors, which she guessed to be a more recent addition, was a large deck and a spacious yard covered with snow. Next to the welcoming feel, she noticed everything was spotless. "Do you do the cleaning yourself?" Ethan's tone turned teasing.
"Would you be impressed if I said yes?"
"I would." She glanced down. "I swear I could eat off this floor."
"I have a lady who comes in to clean and do laundry every week. She's amazing."
He smiled.
"I do my best to keep the place picked up during the rest of the week. I'm very adept at loading the dishwasher."
"You've got a lovely place." She resisted the urge to sigh. "This isn't just a house. It's a home."
"Tell me what brings that look to your face."
He stepped closer, his low voice encouraging confidences. "I was thinking about when I was growing up." She moved to the sink and glanced out the window at the snow-covered yard. "This is the kind of home I dreamed of as I fell asleep listening to neighbors scream at each other through paper-thin walls."
"You had a beautiful home with Alan."
She cocked her head.
"I've seen pictures."
The house was gorgeous, but it never... Pressing her lips together, Gianna stopped herself, feeling oddly disloyal by what she'd been about to say. Alan had loved and been so proud of his home. He'd been excited to share it with her. Ethan crossed to stand at the window beside her.
It never felt like home?
Not like my home, anyway. Gianna turned just as he did. Alan, he... She clamped her mouth shut.
Gianna.
Ethan touched her arm.
If you want to talk about Alan, please do. Like you said, we're friends, and friends listen to each other. But if you'd rather not, I understand that, too.
Gianna searched his eyes, and what she saw there reassured her. He wasn't simply being nice. He was being a friend. It's not just a sad story. It's a sordid one when his kids get involved. And it's long. Ethan took her arm and led her into the living room.
If you've got time, I've got time.
Don't say I didn't warn you. When she settled herself on the sofa, he dropped down beside her. Gianna had to admit she didn't know what to think when he took her hand, but she found his warm touch soothing and didn't pull away. Taking a deep breath, Gianna began the story. Because Alan was so much older, people assumed I was drawn to him by his wealth. It wasn't simply his friends who made the assumption that I was there for the money. His kids were convinced that was the only reason I was with him, which is why they were determined to have nothing to do with me. Shifting her gaze to the flickering fire, Gianna recalled the numerous invitations Alan had extended to his children, invitations they'd refused if she was involved. Alan hadn't given up, believing once they took the time to get to know her, they'd see the truth and would love her as much as he did.
You loved him.
I did. Gianna returned her focus to Ethan. It saddens me that his children have sensationalized in the media what should be a personal matter because of their own greed.
I hate that you've had to go through this.
I seriously considered turning down the money, she admitted. Ethan remained silent for a long moment. His thumb continued to stroke the top of her hand.
Alan obviously wanted you to have the money, wanted to provide for you. It seems to me that if his kids cared about honoring him, they'd respect his wishes.
That was the conclusion I eventually reached. She expelled a breath. I knew Alan would want me to move on with my life. Unfortunately, in order to do that, I had to leave Chicago. With all the publicity, moving on while living and working there wasn't possible.
I'm glad you came here.
So am I. Gianna smiled. She and Ethan were face to face, so close it wouldn't take much effort at all to press her lips against his mouth, or to wrap her arms around him and pull him close. But those, Gianna reminded herself, wouldn't be the actions of a friend. Shoving aside temptation, she cocked her head. You said something about popcorn and a movie? The movie ended up being a happy, sappy one, the kind women loved nearly as much as guys hated. If Ethan hated it, it didn't show. Gianna slanted a glance sideways and saw him smile as the female protagonist punched the bad guy. From everything she'd learned tonight, this guy next to her was the real deal, a genuinely nice man. Though his relationship with his parents appeared strained, he clearly adored his sister and her family, had a wealth of friends, and was comfortable in his own skin. She wondered what he thought of her, of the way she'd evaded questions about her parents, yet spoken so freely about her life with Alan. As she reached for another handful of popcorn in the bowl that sat between them on the sofa, her fingers brushed his. The sizzle that traveled up her arm had her breath quickening. Sorry, she said immediately. I should have warned you that I love popcorn.
Another something we share.
Dear Lord, he was handsome, and so incredibly nice. He was someone she could easily fall for. The thought pulled her up short. She wasn't falling for anyone, especially in a town that was only a temporary stop in her life's journey. Friends, she reminded herself. He was her friend. A person couldn't have too many friends. They munched in companionable silence as the movie rolled toward its happy ending conclusion. The logs crackled in the fireplace, emitting a scent that reminded Gianna of spiced apples. Gianna smiled in satisfaction as the credits began to roll, barely conscious of Ethan removing the empty popcorn bowl. If she'd been thinking more clearly, she might have realized that the last physical barrier between them was now gone. "You want to hear something funny?" she asked. "Absolutely." "Wait, I'm going to show you." Pulling to her feet, she crossed to where her bag sat. In seconds, she was back with a deck of cards clutched between her fingers. Ethan inclined his head. "You want to show me a card trick?" "Not a trick." Puzzlement remained in his beautiful gray eyes that never left her face. "You want to play cards?" Gianna held out the deck. "Don't tell me you haven't heard of them. From what Charlotte told me, these cards are infamous." Ethan took the deck from her, then began flipping through, pausing occasionally to read one. She saw recognition dawn. "These are Gladys's relationship cards." He looked up at her. "Why do you have them?" "Gladys pushed them on me when she was in for her last appointment. She insisted you and I needed to answer 3 questions before I can give them back." Gianna blew out a breath. "I tried to refuse, but no luck." "I've heard about these from numerous friends." Ethan shifted his gaze from the cards in his hands to her. "It appears Oakley was right. We are in Gladys's crosshairs." Gianna studied him for a long moment. "You don't appear upset at the thought?" The look he shot her held amusement. "You can't argue with Gladys. Oh, you can, but it's pointless. We might as well play along." "But we're not in a relationship. I don't want to be in a relationship." Then, seeing the shudder drop over his eyes and realizing the thoughtlessness of the comment, Gianna backpedaled. "Nothing against you." "I think we should take a step back and look at this logically." "I'm all for logic." "Gladys told you we need to answer 3 questions before you can foist the cards onto someone else." He inclined his head. "Is that the gist of the conversation?" "Correct." "That says to me we have 2 choices." He shifted on the sofa so that he faced her. She did the same, slipping one leg beneath her. Ethan held up one finger. "You can attempt to give her back the cards." "She won't take them. I tried." "Knowing Gladys, that course of action is doomed to failure." "What's the second choice?" "We answer 3 questions, and then you get rid of the cards." Gianna thought for a moment, then felt heat rise up her neck. Why had she made such a big deal over something when such a simple solution was available? Of course, going with that course of action meant that Ethan would need to be a willing participant. It sounded like he'd be willing, which meant she needed to be too. Gianna pressed her lips together. "I just don't like the idea of being pushed into something." He reached over and took her hand, lacing his fingers with hers. "Then tell her no. I'll back you up." Something about the warmth of his hand, the touch of those fingers entangled with hers, had the unexplained irritation ebbing. "I guess answering a few questions wouldn't be so bad." "I'm willing if you are." He spoke cautiously, his eyes never leaving hers. "It might be a good way for us to get better acquainted and deepen our friendship while you're in town." Gianna smiled. "Okay, let's give them a try." Chapter 9. Ethan had heard about the cards from numerous friends. Any talk of them usually precipitated an eye roll and a groan. Still, he remembered Wyatt saying that he'd felt the questions had been helpful, and most recently, Anders had mentioned the ones he and Piper discussed had been worth their time. According to those in the know, some questions dealt with sex, but he figured since he and Gianna hadn't even kissed, much less slept together, if they drew one of those particular cards, they'd simply pick another. "I believe we're each supposed to answer the same question. Do you want to go first, or should I?" Ethan didn't have any difficulty making a decision, but as the cards had been given to Gianna, she should be the one running the show. Gianna tapped a finger against the lips she'd just refreshed with red. "I'll draw an answer first. I'm sure the questions aren't all that difficult. Maybe we can get through all 3 tonight." Ethan only smiled, hoping the questions they drew were easier to answer than the ones his friends had gotten when they'd been up to bat. "Sounds good." Shuffling the deck that she'd shoved into his hands, Ethan fanned out the cards. "Pick a card, any card." As intended, his ghoulish tone made Gianna smile. She slipped one out from the far right of the deck and flipped it over. The light in her eyes faded as she silently read the question. Ethan studied her for a long moment. "Hey, if you want to try a different question, that's okay with me." "No." She shook her head so vigorously her hair flew around before it returned to rest against her cheeks. "We can do this." Taking a deep breath, she read aloud, "What was your parents' relationship like?" This time it was his turn to frown. "What does that have to do with anything?" Gianna's gaze grew thoughtful. Then she shrugged. "I suppose what we see growing up sometimes affects the kind of adults we become and how we function in relationships." "Bullshit." Her eyes widened at his vehemence. "We can move on to another one if you prefer." She was giving him an out, the same one he'd given her only moments before. "No, it's just that I don't agree that we're doomed to make the same mistakes as our parents." "I hope you're right." Shifting her gaze to the crackling fire, Gianna reached for her wine glass and took a long drink before setting the glass back down. "My childhood involved a lot of moving, and so many new schools I lost count." Her eyes took on a faraway glow, and Ethan could see she was looking back. "I was an only child," she said. "I don't know if my parents couldn't have more children or didn't want any more. I know there were periods when they fought a lot, and other times things were good." Gianna paused to take another sip of wine before continuing. "We never went on vacation, so I was surprised when my father announced we were driving to Colorado to see the mountains." Ethan thought about asking how a vacation factored into the question, but only offered an encouraging smile. "My father was in a good mood the week before we left. I was excited. I'd never seen mountains." Taking in a deep breath, she expelled it slowly. "We were outside of Denver when we stopped at a mini-mart for gas. Mom and I went inside to use the restroom and to get some sodas. When we stepped outside, we saw Dad pulling back onto the highway. We yelled, but he didn't look back." "He left the 2 of you there?" Ethan couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Gianna leaned her head against the back of the sofa. "What did you do?" he prompted when she didn't continue. "My dad had a cell phone, but my mom didn't." Gianna's expression looked as if it had been carved from stone. "The attendant inside the gas and go let us use his." "What did he say when she called him?" "I had to speak with him because my mom was crying and nearly hysterical." Gianna's lips tightened for only a second. "He told me the rent was overdue where we lived, so we would probably be evicted if we went back home. He said he wasn't cut out to be a family man, and that Mom's clingy behavior was driving him crazy. When I asked what about me, he wished me a good life." "Bastard." "Pretty much my thoughts on the matter." Gianna sighed heavily. "What did you do?" Ethan hated to ask, but he wanted to know. "Survived?" Gianna shook her head. "My mom was a wreck for what felt like forever. She's been better the last few years. She's remarried now and lives in Kentucky." Ethan could read between the lines. His heart twisted at the thought of what Gianna had had to endure growing up. "All of which means," Gianna waved an airy hand, "that I haven't had the best example of what marriage looks like." "Yet you and Alan," Ethan couldn't believe he was bringing up the man yet again, "had a good relationship." Her lips curved ever so slightly, and Ethan could almost see the tension leave her body. "We did. I don't know if it was because he was older, but he was so steady and unflappable." She appeared to deliberately stop herself before she could wax poetically about her former love. Relief flooded him. Though Ethan wanted to tell Gianna she could talk to him about anything, any time, he had to admit hearing her speak with such warmth and love about Alan was difficult. Ethan didn't want to be jealous of a dead man, but he was. "What about your parents?" Ethan blinked. "What about them?" Lifting the card, she waved it in the air. "You haven't answered the question." "I forgot what it was." He deadpanned. "Good try." Once again, she read aloud. "What was your parents' relationship like?" "I think if you ask my mom and dad, they'll tell you they have a successful marriage." His lips twisted in a sardonic smile. "Successful in the sense they're still together. They have a circle of friends they enjoy, and they can tolerate each other's company." Gianna arched a brow. "Tolerate?" "My dad likes being in control. My mother is happy as long as she can have a robust social life." He shrugged. "Not what I would want for myself, but it works for them." "How was it growing up in such a family?" "Other than my father always pushing me to be the best and ignoring my sister, I had an okay childhood." His gaze met hers. "It isn't the type of marriage or family I want for myself. Perhaps that's why I'm 32 and still single. I want more than the life my parents have together." "You're smart to wait." When she placed her hand against his arm, he realized just how much he'd missed her touch. As she'd told her story, she'd pulled her fingers from his. Now he covered her hand with his. "I'm waiting for the one woman I can't live without." She leaned close and touched her lips to his. "I hope you find her." As Ethan closed his arms around her, he wondered what she'd say if he told her he already had. Gianna's heart beat erratically as Ethan's arms gently closed around her. She'd known she was playing with fire when she kissed him, but she'd been wanting to do that all evening, and the need inside her could no longer be denied. She melted against him as his mouth returned to hers again and again. Long, dreamy kisses, fiery kisses that scorched her veins, and tender kisses that had her heart swelling. She wasn't sure how long they kissed, only knew that when his hand slipped under her shirt, alarm bells rang in her head. As much as her body yearned for more, they were friends. Just friends. That's how she wanted to keep it. Clamping her fingers around his wrist, she pushed his hand down even as she scooted back on the sofa, putting more space between them. Her breath came in ragged puffs, and she forced herself to steady it. "We should stop." His gray eyes smoldered like clouds before a storm, but when he spoke, his voice was calm. "Why?" "We're friends." He cocked his head, obviously expecting more of an explanation. "Friends don't sleep together," she said. "Is that where you think we were headed?" "Oh, yeah." Her words made him laugh. "If we're just friends, why did you kiss me?" She stared up at him through lowered lashes. "You've never heard of a friendly kiss?" "Is Dad going to sell you the property on Paintbrush or not?" Eliza frowned as she studied Ethan from the chair in her parlor that he'd dubbed her throne. "You know, dear old Dad." Ethan paused to sip his coffee. "Evasive to the end. He's done nothing with the cabins or the surrounding land for decades." Eliza blew out a breath. "If not for you ensuring the minimum maintenance was done, by now they'd need to be bulldozed." "He wouldn't care." Ethan gazed down into his cup. "He doesn't feel the same way about them as we do. Those cabins hold a lot of good memories." He looked up to see his sister nod her agreement. The short stretch of road known as Paintbrush Lane held a variety of whimsical cabins, all constructed in the same style. The only difference was the bright trim colors. In the 1920s, the area had served as a camp to provide art therapy to shell-shocked soldiers from World War I. Starting in the 1990s, the Shaw family had rented out the cabins to summer visitors. Their cabin, the largest one boasting 7 gables and a bright blue door, had been a place of refuge for both him and his sister. Their mother had rarely made an appearance. Their father had usually been working or golfing. The housekeeper the family had employed for the cabin had served as a chaperone of sorts for Eliza and Ethan. "I've spoken with Izzy Deschler about the possibility of renovating the cabins to be used by visiting artists as well as several artists in residence." "I bet she was all for that." Eliza leaned back in her chair. Her Alley Arts project brought a lot of positive attention to Good Hope. Ethan smiled, recalling the local artists' enthusiasm. "Izzy is super excited. We didn't get into any more specifics. There isn't any point until the deed is in my name." "He's toying with you." Eliza spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "In the end, he'll sell them to you." "I hope so." Ethan raked a hand through his hair. "He thinks I'm overextending myself, that I haven't taken into account the extent of the renovations that will be needed. He acts as if I'm some kid who needs his direction." "Did you expect different?" Eliza inclined her head. "This is the man who sold this house out from under me because he was convinced moving away from Good Hope was best for me." Ethan chuckled. "You showed him. You married the guy who bought the house and stayed anyway." "That wasn't the reason I married Kyle. But yes, marriage did thwart Dad's plans quite nicely." Eliza studied him over the rim of her cup. "By the way, what's up with you and Gianna?" Ethan hesitated, but only for a second. He trusted his sister implicitly. "I like her, and she likes me, but she's hesitant about getting involved in a relationship." "Sometimes those feelings develop, whether we're ready for them or not." Eliza's lips curved in a slow smile. "That's what happened with me and Kyle. I had no intention of falling in love with him. Do you think Gianna is hesitant because of the drama with her ex's kids?" Ethan raised a questioning brow. "How do you know about that?" "I read about it online. Alan Paulson was a prominent businessman in Chicago, Ethan. His sudden death and the controversy over his estate is big news in the society pages. To hear his kids tell it..." "His kids are just after money, despite the fact that they are getting plenty. Gianna really loved Alan, and not for his wealth." "Then it does make sense she'd be wary of getting involved. To lose someone you love so much and to have the people who are supposed to be your family attack you rather than comfort you? Well, that would make me want to avoid relationships too." "Gladys gave Gianna their relationship cards." Eliza arched a brow. "Really?" "Gianna wasn't sure what to do with them." Ethan found himself relaxing. "We'd been watching a movie when Gianna brought them up. I said she could either try to force Gladys to take them back." "Not going to happen." Eliza spoke with supreme confidence. "Others have tried. All have failed." "I mentioned that, too. We decided it'd be simpler to just go ahead and answer the questions." Ethan's gaze drifted to a digital picture frame on a side table. He watched as wedding pictures of Eliza and Kyle and ones of Ava drifted across the screen. "You have a good marriage, right?" He shifted his gaze back to Eliza, wondering why he'd asked. Ethan had seen the way Kyle and Eliza looked at each other, had watched them interact at various functions. He'd seen the mutual liking, respect, and genuine caring. "I love Kyle, and he loves me." Eliza's eyes softened the way they always did when she spoke of her husband. "He's my best friend." "That's what I thought." Ethan shoved his hands into his pockets. "So, we're not doomed." Eliza arched a brow. "Doomed?" "To find ourselves in the same type of relationship we observed growing up." "I shudder at the thought." Eliza pretended to shudder as Ava, playing on the floor with her toys, giggled. "It's what we knew, what we saw as normal. It's..." "Stop right there." Eliza spoke sharply, then gentled her tone when her daughter's head turned toward her. You and I have always known that what Mom and Dad have isn't what we wanted for ourselves. They've always been an example of what not to do, rather than what to do.
True,
Ethan admitted. You better not say anything about worrying you're like Dad, because you're nothing like him. Eliza rose and moved to him. His usually undemonstrative sister surprised him by putting her hands on his shoulders and staring into his eyes. You're a good man, Ethan. Any woman would be lucky to have you.
Gianna only wants to be my friend.
You want more. Even if he wanted to, how could he deny it with those gray eyes boring into his?
I want more.
I wasn't sure I wanted more from Kyle. Then we became friends, and what was between us grew from there. She patted his cheeks, then stepped back. Show her what a great guy you are. Let her get to know you. If it's meant to be, then more will grow out of your friendship. The front door opened, and Eliza turned.
It's just me,
Kyle called out. Only when he'd stepped into the room did he add,
and Oakley.
Ethan pulled to his feet. Oakley's hair was always the first thing he noticed. Today the sides were shaved with a thatch of hair flopping over to one side. The cut suited her face, and the blonde with magenta streaks was definitely eye-catching. Ethan thought of Gianna's dark hair, so thick, the kind of hair a man could lose himself in. He smiled. Oakley smiled back. Welcome. Eliza's eyes held a curious gleam. Can I get you something warm to drink? The last I checked, it was positively frigid out there. I'm fine. Oakley's gaze darted from Eliza to Ethan as Kyle scooped his daughter into his arms, lifting her high in the air and making her giggle. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Just catching up with my brother. Eliza gestured to the sofa. Please, have a seat. When Eliza returned to her throne chair, Oakley took a seat on one end of the sofa while Ethan resumed his seat. He knew that Oakley and his sister weren't particularly close, which made him wonder about the purpose of the visit. Kyle bent over to kiss Eliza, then, still holding Ava, he headed for the stairs.
I'm going to take her upstairs. She needs changing.
When he left, Eliza offered Oakley a smile. It's good to see you. Oakley took a breath, then let it out slowly. He'd never seen Oakley nervous before, and wasn't sure what to make of it. Like I said, I hope I'm not interrupting. I saw Ethan struck out front, and needed to ask him something. Then I ran into Kyle on my way up the walk, and... She paused, as if realizing she was rambling. Here I am. Ethan inclined his head, his senses on high alert. What could she possibly need to ask him? Finn put me in charge of the young singles event tomorrow night, and Trent and Lila had to back out at the last minute. It's going to be at the Daily Grind. One of those have a cup of coffee and get acquainted type of things. Oakley paused, as if expecting him to jump in with some comment, but he wasn't sure what to say.
Those events are good for the community.
What else could he say, since he'd rarely attended one? He knew the purpose was to provide an avenue for young singles in Good Hope to get together during the winter months, when outdoor activities were limited. They are. Oakley wiped her palms against her skirt. The thing is, normally there are 2 people in charge. 2 are needed to make sure everyone mingles, and no one feels left out. It's a good strategy. Eliza slanted a glance at Ethan, and he saw she, like him, had finally picked up on where this train was headed. The thing is, Oakley met Ethan's gaze. I'd like you to be that other person. Chapter 10. Gianna hadn't planned on attending the young singles event at the Daily Grind Monday night. After hearing several customers telling her she should go, Marigold added her voice to the urgings. You could just make an appearance, Marigold suggested. It sounds like one of those dating things. Gianna did her best to keep her eyes off Marigold's massive belly. She wasn't sure how the pretty blonde managed to stay upright, much less work. Tonight, Marigold appeared especially fatigued. "I'm not interested in anything like that." "The events can be a way to meet someone you'd like to date," Marigold admitted, one hand pressed against the small of her back. "But it's really more of a way to get acquainted with other singles, to feel connected and a part of the community, which, as we both know, makes good business sense. Unless you have something else to do this evening." "Not really." Since Saturday night, Gianna had found herself longing to see Ethan again. He'd sent her a couple of sweet texts, but she'd kept her replies short. She didn't want to encourage him, or let him know just how much she missed seeing him. "I suppose I could go for a few minutes, grab a latte, and then head home." Gianna glanced down at the black leggings and red sweater she'd worn under her smock today, then back up at Marigold. "Do you think I need to change?" "You look perfect." Marigold winced and closed her eyes, breathing out slowly. Gianna stepped forward. "Are you okay?" "Just back pain." Marigold's breath caught, then she expelled a ragged breath. "I've been feeling funky all day. I probably need to cut down to half days. What you need to do is call Cade." Gianna spoke in a no-nonsense tone. "He should be here any second to drive me home." Marigold offered a rueful smile. "I don't fit behind the wheel anymore." "There's my beautiful wife." Cade, tall and lean with dark hair cut military short, rounded the corner. When he saw his wife with one hand against the counter, the other against her back, he came to an abrupt stop. His smile disappeared. "What's wrong, Goldilocks?" Even as he spoke, he moved swiftly to his wife's side. Marigold looked up at him, her eyes large and very blue. "I think I'm in labor." Recalling the gentle look that had filled Cade's eyes when he'd taken Marigold's hand, the soothing way he'd spoken to her, warmed Gianna on her drive to the daily grind. Once in the parking lot, she remained in her car for several minutes. She'd never been one for singles events. When she was old enough to attend such functions, she'd been in cosmetology school and had needed to stay focused. Not long after she started working for Stefan, she'd met Alan. Then she'd come to Good Hope and met Ethan. Ethan, her good friend, she reminded herself. Still, no matter what she told herself, and him, the kisses they'd shared on his sofa had gone beyond the quick kisses of hello or goodbye that people normally gave a friend. She wouldn't let that happen again. Or maybe if she did, they'd stop after one or two kisses. As she sat in her Subaru, sleet began to coat her windshield with ice. Gianna hoped Cade and Marigold made it safely to the hospital in Sturgeon Bay. The medical facility wasn't far, a little over 30 minutes away, but even a short drive would undoubtedly feel like an eternity to a woman in labor. The wind hit Gianna's car with such force it rocked. She didn't want to get out, but there was no point in sitting here. Heaving a resigned sigh, Gianna flung open her door, ducked her head, and made quick work of the short distance from the parking lot to the coffee shop. Though many would refuse to go out in this weather, the people of northern Wisconsin were a hardy lot. As Gianna opened the door and stepped inside, the sight of wall-to-wall people confirmed that impression. Unwinding her scarf, Gianna slipped off her coat and scoured the rack that had been set up near the door for an empty hanger. Silently cheering when she finally located one, Gianna stuffed her scarf into one sleeve before adding her coat to the rack. Noise, laughter, and conversation filled the small coffee shop, creating an aura of intimacy. Having this many people show up on a dark and wintry Monday night seemed to indicate the activity had hit a responsive chord. After getting a latte, Gianna let her gaze slide over the attendees. When she spotted Ethan at the far end of the dining area, her heart skipped a beat. He stood talking with a blonde woman she recognized as one of the instructors at the Y. Oakley, wearing a hot pink sweater that matched the color of her hair, stood at his side. Was it her imagination, or was Oakley standing just a smidge too close to Ethan? the flash of what almost felt like jealousy took Gianna by surprise. Despite the kisses they'd shared, Ethan was her friend, not her boyfriend. She had no claim on him. Forcing her gaze away, Gianna was sipping her latte when her eyes settled on another familiar figure. She told herself she should focus on people she didn't know rather than search for those she did. Instead, Gianna sauntered over to where Isaac stood with several men she hadn't seen before. "Isaac, hi. Remember me?" He turned, and his face brightened.
Gianna, I didn't think I'd see you here tonight. I should have known when I saw Ethan that—
"I don't believe I know your friends," Gianna interrupted. She smiled at the men who were now staring curiously at her. Turning back to Isaac, she tilted her head. "Introduce me?" Ethan knew the second Gianna walked into the coffee shop. Everything in him went on high alert. He saw her glance in his direction, then turned to order her drink. Instead of coming over to say hello, it appeared, at least to him, she deliberately sought out Isaac. Ethan wondered if part of the reason Gianna avoided him was because Oakley was glued to his side. That was something he couldn't figure out. Oakley was a confident, accomplished woman who knew everyone in the room. If her job, their job, was to mingle and make sure everyone had a good time, that wouldn't be accomplished by them sticking together. He tried to make his exit numerous times, but Oakley always caught up with him. Her attention had remained laser-focused on him, except for now as she watched Gianna speak with Isaac and several other guys who worked for Anders. Oakley had waved and smiled at Isaac when he'd arrived. Though the guy had smiled back, he and his friends had appeared more focused on making the rounds and talking to every pretty woman in the room. Now Isaac stood beside Gianna, by far the prettiest woman in the room. When Evie approached Oakley and started talking, Ethan made his escape.
"Catch you later,"
he murmured to Oakley. He found his path across the dining area marred by detours as he was stopped by people he knew. Thankfully, by the time he reached Isaac and Gianna, she hadn't moved.
"Having a good time?"
Ethan forced a cheerful tone. Gianna gestured to Isaac. "He was just asking if I've ever snowshoed. I haven't." Ethan glanced at Isaac. If that had been a pickup line, it needed work. Still, it appeared to have kept Gianna at his side.
"Never?"
Ethan asked. "Never, but I'd like to try." She shot Isaac a smile, and a knife twisted in Ethan's gut.
"I know how to snowshoe,"
Isaac added,
"and I'm good at it, but I've never taught the basics. Anders wants to make sure that I not only know how to lead a group, but how to instruct first-timers."
"Likely because that's the kind of people you'll get when you start leading tours," Ethan commented.
"Exactly."
Isaac nodded before returning his attention to Gianna.
"The thing is, it's difficult to find people in this area who aren't experienced."
"I'd be happy to lend my inexperience for the greater good and help you out." Gianna placed a hand on Isaac's arm and flashed the guy a brilliant smile. Ethan forced himself to breathe. "Help who out?" Just like that, Oakley was back. Ethan stifled a groan. This time she stood closer to Isaac than she did to him. Gianna turned to her and smiled. "Hi, Oakley. I wanted to say hello, but every time I looked you were busy speaking with someone." Something in Gianna's tone seemed to have Oakley relaxing. "I didn't think I'd see you here. Marigold told me these events are fun and a great opportunity to meet people in the community. Yet here you stand with 3 people you already know." Oakley's tone turned teasing as she studied the foursome. "Let me introduce you around." Ethan was ready to rise to Gianna's defense and tell Oakley that Gianna had barely arrived when Gianna laughed. "You're right, of course." Gianna waved an airy hand. "I have to admit, I felt a bit intimidated when I walked in and realized how few people I knew."
"I'm glad you came over."
The warmth of the smile Isaac directed toward Gianna put Ethan on alert.
"I'm planning to take a group out on Sunday at noon. Would you be available?"
Gianna didn't hesitate. "Absolutely."
"Anders will be there to observe my performance. I still need to find one more experienced. I can fill that slot, Ethan announced. Isaac grinned. That'd be great. That leaves me with only one more novice.
What kind of novice are you looking for?
Oakley asked. Someone with very limited snowshoeing experience, Isaac supplied.
That would be me.
Oakley lifted a hand as if they were in a schoolroom. Isaac studied her for a long moment. I thought you weren't a fan of cold weather.
Oakley didn't even bat an eyelash. I'm not, but I'm always available to help a friend. Gianna liked that Ethan had come over to say hello, liked it even more that he would be there with her on Sunday's snowshoe adventure. Once the plans had been finalized, Gianna realized that Oakley was right. If the purpose was to get acquainted and start to build relationships, she was failing miserably. She needed to be talking to new people, not to ones she already knew. That's what she did for the next hour. Her business cards were in the tiny purse slung over her shoulder, and everyone she met got a card. Once she hit her stride, she found it easy to get acquainted. By the time the event ended, Gianna felt certain she'd met everyone in the room. Her growling stomach reminded her she'd come here straight from work. She ignored the pangs and pulled out her phone, searching for a text from Cade. He'd promised to let her know if the hospital decided to keep Marigold overnight. At hospital, twins on the way. Bad news? She looked up to find Ethan standing beside her. She smiled. Good news. Marigold is at the hospital, ready to have the babies. I thought they weren't due until Valentine's Day. That's nearly a month away. A hint of worry filled the gray depths. From what she said, twins usually come early. Gianna filled her voice with confidence. The doctor told her at her last visit that they're big enough and should do well. He nodded, then rocked back on his heels. Do you have any plans for the rest of the night? Other than to grab something to eat? Not a one. He looked at her curiously. You haven't eaten dinner? She shook her head. I worked late. Marigold convinced me to come to this, so I came directly from the salon. I didn't eat either. He offered an enticing smile that she found nearly impossible to resist. We could go to Muddy Boots, grab something there. Out of the corner of her eye, Gianna saw Oakley headed their way. What are you two looking so serious about? Oakley asked when she reached them. I was telling Ethan that Marigold is at the hospital in Sturgeon Bay with babies on the way. That's so cool! Oakley grinned. I'm so happy for them! Oakley's smile faded when the bells over the door jingled and Gladys strolled into the coffee shop. Gianna lifted a hand in greeting when the older woman's gaze zeroed in on their small group. Instead of moving to the counter to order, Gladys crossed the room. Don't tell me the event is over already. Just ended, Ethan advised. I was hoping to meet a handsome young man or two tonight. Gladys shot Ethan a wink. I thought you and Albert August were... Ethan began. Those children of his will be the death of our relationship. Gladys's gaze shifted to Gianna. You understand. You're going through something similar. Gianna sighed. She'd come to Good Hope to escape the salacious stories, but they'd followed her. She thought of the latest she'd read on her tablet this morning. Why Alan's children continued to degrade her in the press made no sense. Didn't they realize they were also slandering their father? I do understand. Gianna fought a surge of anger as she remembered the pain Alan's children had brought into their father's life. Alan kept his children under control when he was alive. He made them aware that if they went after me, they'd deal with him. Now that he's gone, the gloves are off. Gianna told herself to leave it at that, to not say anything more. Gladys hadn't asked for her input. Goodness knew the woman appeared more than capable of handling anything life tossed her way. But Gianna also knew how much it hurt not to be accepted by the family of someone you loved, how it placed the other person in the middle. Albert is the one who needs to put a stop to whatever they're doing, Gianna said. You can't do it yourself. Gladys's gaze grew thoughtful as silence filled the air. Forget I said anything. Gianna waved a hand. You didn't ask for my opinion, and it's really none of my... The rest of what she'd been about to say died in her throat when Gladys's bony, bejeweled hand closed around hers.
I appreciate the support.
Gladys met Gianna's gaze with a steady one of her own.
It is especially helpful to get advice from someone who's been in the trenches, someone who truly understands what I'm going through. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Gianna expelled a breath. Now, I'm going to find something to eat that's a little more substantial than pastries, though I have to admit the cherry Danish was excellent. Gianna didn't know what to think when Gladys swept a hand through the air in a regal gesture.
Muddy boots it is.
The older woman widened her gaze to include Ethan and Oakley.
We'll all get something more substantial. My treat.
Chapter 11. Ethan had hoped to enjoy a meal alone with Gianna, but when Oakley had stepped up, and then Gladys, he'd known that wasn't in the cards. As they settled themselves around one of the large round tables at Muddy Boots, Ethan consoled himself with looking straight across the table at Gianna. Evie and Isaac, who'd strolled up as they were leaving the coffee shop, had accepted Gladys's invitation to join them. When they reached Muddy Boots and were informed the grill was about to shut down, they ordered quickly, then spent time analyzing the singles event while waiting for their food. Ethan didn't say much, other than to agree the event had been a success. Once the food was delivered, he concentrated on eating. Like him, Gianna did more listening and eating than talking. Oakley had lots of funny stories to share. Though Ethan had felt as if every time he turned around she'd been right beside him, he realized now that Oakley had done an excellent job of working the room. The topic then switched to the ding-a-ling. Once again, Oakley held center stage.
Last Saturday night, this old man got on stage.
Oakley's lips curved.
When he told me he wanted to sing Cry Me a River, I thought, oh no.
At Gianna's questioning look, Oakley clarified.
You have to have a pretty good range to tackle the Michael Bublé version of that song. You have the best stories,
Evie gushed, leaning forward to rest her arms on the table.
What happened?
Ethan had noticed Evie mingling more tonight, talking to a lot of different men. Perhaps she felt more comfortable, or maybe it was because Trent hadn't been there.
Well,
Oakley splayed her hands.
He gets up there and nails the song. I mean, the man was friggin' fantastic. For a second, I wondered if he was Michael Bublé himself in disguise. Does this amazing singer live in Good Hope?
Gladys asked. Oakley paused, considered, then finally shook her head.
I think he said Sturgeon. He hasn't been back.
Since Ethan hadn't said much to Oakley, and he certainly didn't want her to feel he was ignoring her, he shifted slightly in his seat. But before he could comment, Isaac spoke.
You seem to enjoy your job there. I've noticed you're really good at it.
I do enjoy it, Oakley agreed. Seeing people having fun and playing some small part in that makes me happy. Gianna nodded. It's important to do what you love.
I agree.
Isaac's eyes took on a faraway look.
Life should be lived to the fullest and with gusto.
A thoughtful expression crossed Gladys's face before she lifted her glass of water.
To living life with gusto.
As everyone raised their glasses, Ethan's gaze met and locked with Gianna's. Did she feel the same as he, that life had become brighter since they'd met? When they lowered their glasses, Oakley's gaze settled on Gladys, and the look that passed between the two women brimmed with emotion.
Thank you for the food,
Oakley said.
It was nice of you to pay for all of us.
Evie gave Gladys a shy smile before leaving with Oakley. Gianna lingered. After thanking Gladys, she offered a smile to Isaac. I'm glad we had a chance to become better acquainted.
You're not done with me yet.
Isaac smiled.
Don't forget about Sunday.
I won't forget, Gianna assured him.
I'll be there too,
Ethan promised. Gianna's gaze shifted to Gladys. I hope things with you and Albert's family get resolved soon. You deserve better.
As do you, my dear.
Gianna might not realize it now, Ethan thought, but she'd soon discover what everyone in Good Hope already knew. Gladys Bertolf was a good person to have on your side. The next morning, shortly before noon, Gianna received a text from Cade. "Babies are here. 2 girls, both over 5 pounds. Mom and babies doing well." Gianna smiled at the exclamation points and sent back a congratulatory text. Charlotte strolled in just as she was sending it. She smiled at Gianna. "I guess you heard the news." "I did. Mom and babies are doing well." "I'm so happy for Marigold and Cade." Instead of heading back to her own station, Charlotte dropped down into Gianna's chair. "They tried to get pregnant for so long. Now they have 3 little ones." "When it rains, it pours," Gianna quipped, making Charlotte laugh. "We're going to have to split up her clients." Even as Charlotte's gaze remained focused on Gianna, her hand made slow circles on her own belly. Though nowhere near the size that Marigold's had been, it was still massive. As Gianna watched, ripples appeared on the surface of Charlotte's top. "Is your baby moving?" "He's very active." Charlotte smiled. "Want to feel?" In answer, Gianna moved to her side, then gently placed a hand on the mound. In seconds, she could feel the baby shifting beneath the pads of her fingers. "Push gently on him," Charlotte urged. "He'll move away." Gianna did as she was instructed and was rewarded by more ripples as the child rolled. She looked up at Charlotte and smiled. "That is so cool." "He's a miracle." Charlotte's eyes turned misty before she blinked the moisture away. "Now, back to business." Charlotte pulled up the salon schedule on her phone, and Gianna did the same. "Marigold cut back her hours recently, but she's still got quite a few clients scheduled." "Let me see how many I can take. I'll try to accommodate as many as I can." Gianna spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. "If you feel up to it, you can take the others. If not, we'll have them reschedule." "I don't want to put all this on you," Charlotte began. "That's what I'm here for, remember?" Gianna flashed a smile. "Though once Marigold is settled in with the babies, we may need to revisit adding another stylist when you're both out on maternity leave. I'm good. I'm just not Superwoman." By the time Sunday rolled around, the only day Gianna had off, she wanted nothing more than to chill in her apartment. But she'd promised Isaac he could teach her to snowshoe, and she wouldn't cancel on him at the last minute. She dressed for the cold in snow pants, a parka, and boots. The plan was to meet at Anders's store on Wrigley and head out from there. Despite arriving 15 minutes early, she was surprised to see the rest of the group already assembled outside the building that would soon house Good Hope Outfitters. Gianna parked her car, then hurried around the building to join the others. Everyone offered a warm greeting, except Oakley, who merely lifted a hand. "I'm sorry if I'm late."
You're not late.
Isaac offered her a smile, then jerked his head in the direction of the group.
These guys were early.
Isaac gazed approvingly at her outfit.
I got to thinking that I should have mentioned the type of clothes and shoes to wear. That's a good point, Isaac,
Anders said.
We'll get something together about proper outdoor wear that we can text to anyone who signs up for the activity.
Anders, his wiry hair pulled up in a messy top knot, pulled out his phone and made a note. When he caught Gianna watching, he smiled.
Too much to remember, and all of it is important.
She smiled back. I hear you.
Well, now...
Isaac shifted from one foot to the other as Anders's thumbs returned to his phone.
It's probably also good to have a canned spiel to give each time an instructor meets with a new group,
Ethan suggested, and Anders nodded, his gaze still on his phone screen.
That way nothing gets missed. Good point.
Isaac gestured to a couple of wooden benches on the side of the building.
Let's everyone have a seat.
When she sat, Ethan dropped down beside her. By the time Isaac finished his impromptu explanation of how the lesson would proceed, Gianna was very conscious of Ethan's closeness. Like her, he'd dressed for the cold. She liked how his dark gray coat matched his eyes. When his leg pressed up against hers, Gianna felt warmth wrap around her. He gave her arm a little bump with his elbow.
Good morning.
She smiled. Good afternoon.
May I have your attention?
Gianna realized with a start that Isaac's comment was directed toward her and Ethan. You've got it, she told Isaac, feeling her face heat. Apologies. This time she gave Isaac her total attention as he explained the proper way to put on the snowshoes. Still resisting the urge to glance at Ethan, Gianna took the shoes from Isaac. Ethan leaned close.
Can I help?
Gianna looked up and found his lips right there. Her own began to tingle. When she moistened them with the tip of her tongue, his gaze went dark. She wanted in the worst way to kiss him. Instead, she did a desperate search and finally found her voice. I probably should try it first myself. She offered him a smile. But stay close. I might need help.
I'm not going anywhere.
The promise in his voice might have worried her at another time, but it had been a long week, and the wall she was trying to keep up wasn't quite as high today.
Your foot should go right up into the pivot point, Isaac instructed. This will help your foot flex while walking.
He watched Ethan and Gianna, then nodded approval.
Now that your foot is in position, go ahead and tighten the bindings.
Gianna tightened the toe strap, instep strap, and heel strap, but frowned at the expanse of strap remaining.
You don't want the excess flopping.
Ethan took the binding on one shoe and tucked it away.
Now you do the other.
She smiled once it was done. Lifting her gloved hand, she shared a fist bump with him.
Make sure your straps are tightened. They should feel snug, not too tight or too loose.
Isaac's gaze settled on Oakley.
If you need me to check yours, let me know.
I've got it, Oakley insisted as she stood. Because she saw the crestfallen look in Isaac's eyes, Gianna pointed to hers. Could you check mine, Isaac? After explaining where they'd be headed, Isaac asked Ethan to take the lead, indicating he'd bring up the rear. While Gianna understood the principles behind snowshoeing, she was very much a novice and had planned to stay toward the back. You go on, she told Ethan. I don't want to slow up the group.
Isaac, you know the route you want to take,
Ethan called out.
You take the lead. I'll bring up the rear. That works?
Isaac made a motion more suited to the leader of a wagon train.
Follow me, folks.
Oakley took to the activity as if she'd been born on snowshoes. It was no surprise. Her friend was one determined female. When she set her mind on something, nothing would get her down. Once Gianna found her rhythm, though nowhere near as comfortable as Oakley appeared, she found herself enjoying the experience. It's beautiful here. Gianna glanced at the trees on both sides of the trail. She inhaled deeply. It smells so clean and fresh. This break is just what I needed today.
Job stress?
Ethan's voice, casual and offhand, told her that if she chose not to say anything, he wouldn't push. Not unless you count worrying how I'm going to keep up now that Marigold is out on maternity leave, Gianna quipped.
Isn't that why you're here in the first place?
It is, but I don't think Marigold or Charlotte expected business at the salon to explode. We planned for a post-holiday letdown, but bookings have soared. Gianna gave a little laugh, which is great for business, but none of us wants to disappoint the customers by not getting them the appointment they want in a timely manner. Instead of dismissing her concern or offering some platitude designed to change the subject, Ethan grew thoughtful.
You're right. This is the time to solidify those customers with outstanding service. I'm certain you'll come up with a plan.
His faith touched her. Charlotte and I decided that once Marigold gets settled in with the babies, we're going to discuss bringing in another stylist.
Will you be able to get the right person on short notice?
Gianna found herself enjoying this give and take. It was something she hadn't had with Alan. Alan had been so engrossed in his own business affairs, she hadn't felt comfortable talking about her own career concerns. "There's a woman I know who worked at Stefan's salon. Great skills and personality. She left about a year ago." Gianna didn't say more about her. If her friend did come to Good Hope, her history would be hers to tell. "I believe she might be interested, but I don't want to say anything to her until I get the go-ahead from Marigold and Charlotte."
"If there's anything I can do to help, let me know."
Sensing the sincerity behind the offer, Gianna felt her heart warm. "Thanks, Ethan. You're a good guy." He flashed a smile.
"I try."
Gianna's steps faltered when his eyes met hers. She could easily fall for him. Gianna nearly laughed aloud. Easily fall? The way her heart picked up speed whenever he was near told her she might have already taken that leap.
"We're really close to Paintbrush Lane."
Ethan's voice interrupted her thoughts. "I love that name." Gianna slanted a glance in the direction Ethan was pointing. "Does it have any significance?"
"It does. In the early 20th century, the road was called Gladstone Lane. Not a bad name, but when the Soldiers' Rehabilitation Act of 1918 was passed, the name was changed to Paintbrush."
"I don't get the connection."
The act provided funding for soldier rehabilitation. My maybe toss another great in there, grandmother was an artist. She started a camp where shell-shocked soldiers received art therapy. Paintbrush Lane is where the camp was located.
"That is such a cool story." Gianna looked at him in amazement. "Is the land still in your family?" Ethan nodded.
"I'm in the process of purchasing the property from my father."
"Is it still a camp for soldiers?"
"Not for years. I do plan to turn the cabins into an art colony."
"I love that." Gianna reached out and placed a gloved hand on his arm. "If I was from somewhere else, knowing a place like that was nearby, well, it would just add to my experience."
"I can see how that might."
Ethan's gaze grew thoughtful.
"I'll mention including some of that local lore to Isaac and Anders."
Gianna glanced at Isaac, who was chatting easily over his shoulder with Oakley and Evie. "I think Isaac will make a good guide."
"I agree."
Ethan slowed his stride to suit hers. Because they were at the back of the group, Gianna didn't feel pressured to keep up. She glanced toward Paintbrush Lane. "I wish I could see the cabins."
"I could show them to you now."
Ethan slanted a sideways glance at her.
"Isaac has already shown he can lead and instruct. They don't need us along."
"I don't know." Gianna hesitated, not sure why, but when Isaac halted the group to check one of Oakley's snowshoes, it seemed the perfect opportunity. "Okay, tell Anders, but if he isn't okay with—" Gianna didn't have a chance to say more, as Ethan had already moved to speak with Anders. When Ethan returned, he smiled.
"He's cool that, because of the increasing snowfall, the group is heading back now."
Over the past 10 minutes, Gianna had noticed the snow, which had been falling lightly when they left, now resembled the inside of a snow globe. They turned and started across the pristine blanket of white. Ethan pointed.
"We're close. See that stand of trees? Paintbrush Lane is right there."
"Will we be able to see the inside of any of the cabins? Maybe warm up a few minutes before heading back?" Gianna didn't want to complain, but even with glove liners inside her mittens, her fingers were freezing.
Anders asked the same question. I told him my parents' cabin has provisions and firewood, so if we end up stuck, we'll be okay.
"Stuck?" Gianna choked out the word.
"With the snow falling at the rate it is, if we linger too long, we might be stuck there."
He waved a gloved hand.
"But don't worry, if this weather continues, we'll simply drive back to town."
Gianna chuckled. "What do you plan to use for a vehicle?"
"I have a Jeep in the garage at the cabin."
"As much as I've enjoyed today's adventure in the white stuff, I vote for a trip back to town in the Jeep with the heat blasting." The quick flash of Ethan's smile was its own potent blast of heat. As they continued, a cabin with 7 gables came into view. Ethan told her to focus on the blue door. By the time they reached the cabin, the wind had picked up and visibility had dropped to only a few feet. Gianna's teeth began to chatter. She wrapped her arms around herself when they reached the porch. I hope you have a key." "I don't, but I know where to find one." After taking off a glove, Ethan probed the ridge above the door frame. As soon as he unlocked the door and pushed it open, Gianna hurried inside. Although no welcome heat greeted her, simply being out of the wind and snow was a relief. His phone buzzed, and he pulled it from his pocket and frowned. "What is it?" she asked, stepping close.
Text from Anders."
Ethan blew out a breath.
He got an emergency weather alert on his phone. The storm that was supposed to miss this area changed course.
"I hope they're okay."
They're on their way back now.
His fingers flew, and seconds later he hit send.
I let him know we made it to the cabin.
"That's good." Still, Gianna couldn't stop the worry. Ethan gave her shoulder a squeeze.
I better get a fire started.
"Maybe we should head back now." Gianna glanced at the windows splattered with snow. "The storm seems to be getting worse by the minute."
Yeah, about that.
Ethan turned.
The way the snow is drifting, we're going to need to shelter in place for a while.
Gianna narrowed her gaze. Define a while. Lifting his hands up, palms out, Ethan offered her a sheepish smile.
We're going to need to spend the night.
Chapter 12. Gianna sucked in a breath. "I can't spend the night. I have clients scheduled for tomorrow." Ethan shook his head.
The county maintenance crews are good, but the way this storm is ramping up, they won't begin to clear roads until sometime tomorrow morning.
Moving to the window, Gianna tried to look out. The ice coating the glass made getting a clear view impossible.
I think you're probably right. I am right.
Though his tone remained light, when she turned, his gaze searched hers.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken you away from the group.
"You didn't take me anywhere. I wanted to come." She shot him an impish smile. "Besides, this is an adventure. I like adventures." She whipped off her hat, but when she started to unzip her coat, Ethan held up a staying hand.
I'd keep that on for now.
He gestured with his head toward the fireplace hearth.
Let me get a fire going first.
"What about the furnace?"
We've had the thermostat set at 45, just enough heat to keep the pipes from freezing.
He blew out a breath.
I'll move that up, but the cabin isn't well insulated, so it will take time to warm up in here.
Not possessing any knowledge of how such things worked, Gianna only nodded. "Just being out of the wind makes a tremendous difference."
A fire will help as well.
He moved to the hearth.
Once it's going, I'll get more logs.
At her questioning glance, he added,
We have a woodshed not far from the house.
"I can help you get those."
Thanks, but I've got that covered.
He hesitated.
You could check out what staples we have in the kitchen, see what we can scrounge up for dinner.
Relief coursed through Gianna. She'd much rather search through cupboards than go back into the storm for wood. "I can do that. But really, if you need any help, I'm here." His eyes met hers.
There isn't anyone I'd rather be stranded with than you.
Gianna's heart gave a solid thump against her ribs. She turned before he saw something in her eyes that she wasn't ready to reveal. "Fingers crossed I find some amazing food." Ethan laughed.
I'd settle for edible.
Once the fire began to flicker in the hearth, Ethan headed outside. He assured her the woodshed was only steps from the house. Still, Gianna worried until she heard him kick the door. Pushing it open, she stepped aside to let him pass, his arms filled with snow-covered wood. "Will it burn?" He paused for a second, then smiled.
Oh, you mean because of the dusting of snow?
She gave a nod. Ethan set the wood on the floor.
The shed's dry. The bit of snow you see is from the short trek to the house. All that to say, it'll burn just fine.
He made 2 more trips outside until he was satisfied there was enough wood to get them through the night. Gianna helped him stack it, thankful the fire in the hearth was already making a difference in the room temperature. She wasn't sure how much, but at least she could no longer see her breath. There isn't any food in the refrigerator or cupboards.
Did you check the pantry?
He asked, heading into the kitchen that managed to look both modern and rustic at the same time. Although the appliances appeared new, the cabinets had a rough-hewn look with hardware in the shape of mushrooms. Pantry? He pointed to a door. Gianna felt heat creep up her neck. I thought that was a broom closet.
Probably because that's what it looks like.
Ethan opened the door, exposing rows of cans. The best of the lot were cans of meat ravioli and SpaghettiOs. Gianna picked up a can. These were staples from my childhood. 5 cans for $1. Ethan smiled.
We had a cousin who stayed here for a couple of weeks last summer. He was addicted to SpaghettiOs.
Gianna studied the expiration date. Lucky for us, these have a long shelf life. Now holding a can in each hand, she held them out. Which sounds good to you?
I'm partial to the SpaghettiOs, but either works for me.
SpaghettiOs it is. Gianna glanced in the pantry. And for dessert, canned pears.
A gourmet meal.
I think it'll be fun.
I think you're a good sport.
Like I said, this is an adventure. She inclined her head. Now that we have the meal settled, how about the tour you promised? As much as Ethan found himself enjoying this alone time with Gianna, he kicked himself for putting her in this position. When he'd told Anders that there were provisions at the cabin, he'd expected more than what they'd found. Still, the meager fare didn't appear to bother Gianna. Ethan? Gianna prompted. Can I get a tour?
Absolutely.
The downstairs didn't take long.
It's been a long time since my parents have spent any time here, hence the dated furniture.
He gestured to the overstuffed sofa and chair covered in pine cone and moose pattern.
Not that I think that was ever in style.
I love it. Gianna trailed a hand along the top of the sofa, a dreamy look on her face. His mouth went dry as he imagined how that hand would feel trailing along his skin. Ethan cleared his throat.
In case you haven't noticed, no television.
She waved that aside. I'm sure we can find other ways to keep ourselves entertained. He couldn't help it. For a second when their eyes met, Ethan swore their thoughts were traveling down the same path. Then she glanced away, and when she looked back, he was sure he'd been mistaken. I love the 7 Gables.
It makes for a bit of a choppy second floor. Let me show you.
He pointed out the bathroom and the bedroom on the main floor before motioning her up the steps. On the second floor, Gianna paused in the doorway of the bedroom that his sister had always claimed. I don't mind all the cuts in the ceiling. I think it gives the room character.
That's what Eliza says.
She stepped into the room and did a 360. Did you spend a lot of time here?
More when we were younger. Not so much later.
He shrugged.
You know how it is. You get busy with life and you don't make the time.
If I owned a place like this, Gianna said, fingering the lace curtains, I'd find the time.
With the money you're getting from Alan's estate, you could afford a cabin in the woods.
Ethan didn't know exactly how much she was getting, but from what he'd read, it would be substantial. Gianna surprised him by dropping down onto the cushions of a rocking chair, her expression turning pensive. I could, she admitted, then offered up a little laugh. I've never had much money at my disposal. I think that's why Alan left it to me. He wanted me to have the freedom that comes with having those kinds of funds.
If you played it right, you'd probably never have to work again.
Surprise flickered across her face. Why would I do that? I love what I do. Ethan nodded.
It's a good feeling to know you're at the salon because you love the work, and not because you have to be there.
Her gaze grew thoughtful. You've always had that freedom?
I have, he admitted. Unlike you, it's only been in the past couple of years that I've figured out what I want to do with my life. It sounds to me as if you've always known.
If he'd hoped that she'd latch onto that opening and run with it, he saw he'd been mistaken. She leaned forward, resting her forearms on her thighs as she met his gaze. I'm not exactly sure what it is you do. Because it made him uncomfortable to be standing when she was seated, he pulled out a desk chair and sat.
The Triad Group is a real estate development company. Our purpose is to further development that enhances life in Good Hope.
I can see how that would be rewarding. She cocked her head. Now your sights are set on developing this area.
That won't be part of Triad, he clarified, although I plan to hire Kendrick Inc. to handle the construction details.
She nodded, and her thoughtful gaze told him she was processing the information. You said you're looking at establishing an art colony. Tell me more about that.
You're going to regret asking.
A rueful smile tipped his lips.
Eliza says that once I start talking about my plans, I won't shut up.
Gianna rose. In that case, let's go downstairs and sit in front of the fire. That way you won't be tempted to cut your explanation short because we've turned into blocks of ice. The packets of instant apple cider they found in a drawer and heated in the microwave provided the perfect drink for their discussion in front of the fire. Though Gianna still wore her coat, she'd warmed up enough to unzip it and remove her scarf. Ethan had done the same and now sat on the other end of the sofa, facing her.
Have you met Izzy Deschler?
Gianna pulled her brows together. I don't know her, but I have heard the name.
She's an artist, and the one behind the Alley Arts Project.
Ethan took a sip of his cider.
That project brought Good Hope a lot of good press, including giving both local and national artists a chance to put their talent on display.
I've seen their work. Gianna smiled. The alley walls are eye-catching. Very impressive.
I approached Izzy to see if she'd be interested in coming up with a plan for a blueprint of sorts for an artist's colony.
I bet she jumped at the chance. He smiled.
She did. She's working on the details even as we speak.
Gianna gestured with one hand. Will this cabin go to an artist?
This will remain in the family.
I'm glad. Ethan cocked his head, and she saw the question in his eyes. She smiled. You've got something special here. This cabin holds decades of family history. No matter what I do with Alan's money, I'll never have anything like that. Understanding flickered in Ethan's eyes.
What are your plans once the estate is settled?
I'm not sure. She traced the rim of her cup with a finger, a frown furrowing her forehead. These past weeks in Good Hope have shown me what being part of a community feels like. Finally, she lifted the cup toward her lips, but still didn't drink. Wherever I end up, that's what I want.
Would you consider staying in Good Hope?
She couldn't stop her lips from curving. Maybe. Gianna could have said more, but she hadn't made any firm decisions. She still didn't understand how, in a matter of weeks, Good Hope could feel so much like her home. When she walked down Main Street or stopped at the Daily Grind or Muddy Boots, she constantly ran into people she knew. Men and women greeted her with a smile. This feeling of community was something she'd longed for her entire life, but hadn't found. Until now.
I recall that when Marigold initially moved back, she was waiting on a position in New York City to come through.
Ethan inclined his head.
Is returning to a big city salon something that interests you?
Marigold left the salon in Chicago not long after I started there. Gianna chose her words carefully. I didn't know her well, but she's always been ambitious. The woman is amazing, a true artist. Instead of pushing for more of an answer, Ethan took another sip of his drink. Then his quiet, encouraging smile had her forging ahead. I love the artistry of hair. I enjoy meeting and interacting with clients. Gianna hesitated. If I didn't have the inheritance, I'd definitely have to closely consider my career path. But you're right. Having that nest egg gives me options. One of those options is to find a position that allows me to live the life I want, not necessarily the one that pays the most. Does having a husband and family fit into your future life? Because he'd kept the question general, Gianna answered honestly. I hope so. I'm not yet ready to take that step, but eventually I'd like to find someone I love and trust enough to promise forever. Gianna shifted her gaze to the fire. After witnessing how my parents' marriage was, I need to be positive that any man I get involved with is someone I could spend the rest of my life with. If I'm not positive, I'd rather be alone. Ethan chuckled. Gianna arched a brow. You find that amusing? No. He lifted his hands and spread his fingers. It's just that you sound so much like me. Except, of course, substitute woman for man. Expelling a breath, Gianna nodded in understanding. Hooking up with the wrong person can be disastrous. She didn't know what to think when Ethan reached over and took her hand, linking his fingers with hers. Lifting their joined fingers, he brought them to his lips and pressed a kiss on the top of her hand, his eyes never leaving hers. And hooking up with the right one could make a lonely life amazing. Chapter 13. While Ethan and Gianna ate SpaghettiOs in front of the fire, the wind howled outside. Ethan glanced at the window as a particularly strong gust battered the glass. I don't think you need to worry about customers showing up tomorrow. Gianna dabbed at the red sauce on her lips with a paper napkin. I still wish we'd been able to reach Anders to let him know we're okay. Cell reception isn't always great, and when storms hit, it can be lost altogether. Ethan set his empty cup down and reached for the bowl holding his portion of the canned pears. Anders knows we'll be safe here. I don't know if it's the fireplace or if the furnace has kicked in, but I'm no longer chilled to the bone. Ethan smiled. I guessed as much. Gianna arched a brow. You finally took off your coat. Brilliant deductive skills, Sherlock. She laughed, a musical sound that filled the room with light. Then she pointed. You must be warming up too. It's why my coat joined yours. He scooped some pear juice into his spoon. Once we finish eating, I've got a suggestion on how we can spend the rest of the evening. Wary hazel eyes met his. What do you have in mind? I challenge you to a game of checkers. After the dishes were cleared, Ethan found an old wooden TV tray and set it up in front of the fireplace. Gianna confiscated 2 straight-back chairs from the kitchen. Once the checkerboard sat on the tray, Ethan held up a box of chips. Red or black? Red. Gianna didn't hesitate. It's my favorite color. It's my favorite color on you. He handed her the red chips, then set up his side of the board with the black. Eliza always acted like playing checkers was beneath her, but whenever I asked her to play, she always, usually, agreed. Gianna smiled. She wanted to make her little brother happy. Nah. Ethan chuckled. She's competitive, and knew she'd wipe the floor with me. Did she? Gianna asked. When? Usually. Ethan's gaze grew distant, as if he was looking back. She never pushed my face in it, but she loved pointing out any flaws in my strategy. Did you have a strategy? Ethan chuckled and shook his head. Not back then. Having a sibling must have been fun. Try as she might, Gianna couldn't keep the wistful note from her voice. Eliza and I have always had each other's backs. We're a united front. I wish I had someone like that. Gianna expelled a breath. I never knew if I was pushing my mother too hard or if I should push her more. You were in a tough spot. It was frustrating. She's an intelligent woman. It took me a long time to figure out why she was so scared to make the simplest decisions. Ethan cocked his head. She was fearful, terrified, really, of making the wrong decision. Gianna paused. For years, she walked on eggshells around my dad, worried that she'd do something to displease him and he'd blow up. The fear remained, even after he split. Though the comment was more statement than question, Gianna nodded. We were living in Santa Fe, and there was this free counseling center not far from our apartment. I finally convinced her to go. That's when I started to see changes.
How old were you at the time?
14? Gianna's teeth caught her lower lip. It was a bad habit she thought she'd broken. She immediately released her lip. We were on welfare and barely surviving. I couldn't get a job, so I cut hair for extra money.
At 14?
No formal training, but I seemed to have a knack. I didn't charge much, but the extra cash helped. Gianna blew out a breath. Life was hard. She was supposed to be the caregiver, not me.
I'm surprised you were able to convince her to get help.
I told her I'd leave if she didn't see a counselor. Gianna hadn't wanted to give the ultimatum, but nothing else had worked.
Would you have left?
I don't know. Lifting one shoulder, Gianna let it drop. Thankfully, she agreed, with one caveat. Instead of pressing for more, Ethan waited. She said she'd only go if I went with her. Gianna's dark eyes met his. I agreed. Seeing a counselor ended up being a good thing for me, too.
The therapy helped both of you.
Gianna glanced down at her hands for a long moment, recalling not only the family sessions where she and her mom hammered out their issues, but the individual ones. I learned so much about myself. I had such anger toward my father. I told the counselor I hated him, not only for leaving me, but for leaving me with her.
I can see how you'd feel that way,
Ethan mused. I came to realize that hate is such a destructive emotion. With the help of the therapist, I was able to view what happened through a different lens. Ethan's brows pulled together. My father, and I use that term loosely, is someone more to be pitied than hated. He's unable to truly care about anyone other than himself. He lost a daughter when he walked away from me. Gianna brushed back a strand of hair that fell forward, and she saw with sudden horror that her hand trembled. Then Ethan reached over. When his hand wrapped around hers, the shakiness stilled. Gianna took a long breath, then let it out slowly. Because of everything I'd had to endure in the years after he left, I discovered I possessed this inner strength, an ability to keep moving forward despite obstacles tossed in my path. She met his gaze. An invincible summer in the midst of winter.
I love that Camus quote.
Ethan nodded.
I see that strength in you.
The wealth of emotion that flowed through Gianna at the simple acknowledgement surprised her. Alan had always told her she was the strongest woman he knew, but seeing the look of admiration in Ethan's eyes touched her now. A bond was growing between them, a bond quickly forged and growing stronger each day. As much as Gianna wanted to embrace these burgeoning feelings, to let herself fall the rest of the way in love with him, a wariness had her holding her heart close for a little while longer. Pulling her hand from his, Gianna glanced down at the checkerboard. It's been a while since I've played. How do we decide who makes the first move?
Ethan knew the move he'd like to make, and it had nothing to do with a checkerboard. The strong feelings he had for Gianna made it difficult to hold back. But, like her, he'd had lots of experience with self-control. Ethan and Gianna were about halfway through the game when he became aware of her intense scrutiny. He looked up from the move he'd been contemplating and met hazel eyes that danced with amusement. I'm almost ready.
You're very deliberate. She cocked her head, her gaze never leaving his face. You give each move a great deal of thought. Though it wasn't the first time he'd been told something similar, Ethan chuckled, feeling oddly embarrassed.
It may just be a game, but when you grow up being taught to give everything you tackle 110%, it's difficult to ease off.
Your father expected 110%. Ethan frowned, not liking the speculative gleam in her eyes. He stiffened.
It's what I expect of myself.
As he had only 15 minutes ago, she reached over and took his hand, giving it a squeeze. Sometimes it's okay to slow down a little.
Stop and smell the flowers?
Ethan nearly winced at the sarcasm that laced his comment. Yes, stop and smell the flowers. Without warning, she pushed back her chair and rounded the table holding the checkerboard. Before Ethan realized just what she intended, she'd leaned over and brushed his lips with hers. Life isn't, or doesn't have to be, all about winning and losing. We don't even have to finish the game if you don't want to. Though he found himself unexpectedly touched by the sweet gesture and generous offer, he waved a dismissive hand.
You're only making the offer because you're losing.
Her full-throated laugh filled the cabin. I really like you, Ethan. Her expression went suddenly serious. The hint of trepidation in her eyes told him she hadn't thought through the declaration.
I like you too.
Speaking in a matter-of-fact tone, he motioned toward her chair.
Have a seat. I'm ready to make my move.
Gianna didn't bring up the subject of sleeping arrangements until after the checkerboard had been put away and her eyes had begun to droop. She could easily spend the night on this sofa, warm and cozy in front of the fire. But where would that leave Ethan? Although he'd upped the thermostat, the furnace appeared to be having difficulty warming the interior. I'm tired. Gianna kept her gaze over his left shoulder. It was ridiculous, really, but she was having trouble meeting those eyes that seemed to see so much. I was wondering where we were going to sleep tonight.
We?
I was wondering where I was going to sleep, she clarified.
The sofa is super comfortable and will be warm all night, so you can sleep here. I'll retire to the bedroom on this floor. That way, I'll be close if you need anything.
Gianna finally let her gaze meet his. It touched her that he thought of her comfort before his own. She frowned. Won't the bedroom be cold?
I'll put on my coat.
Seriously? He smiled.
Wouldn't be the first time. Someday I'll tell you about a scouting trip I took when I was a kid. We got unexpected snow in May. I wore my coat inside my sleeping bag.
Sounds like fun. Not. She chuckled. I have a suggestion.
Don't suggest the floor.
Ethan's gaze dropped to the space between the sofa and the hearth.
It may be warmer, but these floors are hard.
I was thinking that we could both sleep in the bed. She kept her voice light. You know, share body heat and all that.
You want us to sleep together.
The heat in his eyes might have had an answering warmth flooding her body, but she held up a hand. Just to sleep.
Why?
Gianna hesitated. She wasn't exactly sure what he was asking, which left her at a loss on how to appropriately respond. Clearing her throat, she gave it her best shot. Protection. For one thing, I'm not on the pill. It screws with my system, and I seriously doubt you keep condoms in the pocket of your ski coat.
Got me there.
A tiny smile played at the corners of his lips.
Is that the only reason?
Whatever is happening between us, I want to take it slow. He grinned.
So, you admit there is something between us?
She waved an impatient hand. One more question.
Ask me anything.
Do you snore? Gianna moved restlessly in sleep. As drifting off had eluded Ethan, at least so far, he remained conscious of every sound and movement from the woman with whom he shared the bed. Since Gianna wore leggings beneath her insulated pants, she'd shed the pants before crawling under the covers. But when she learned he wore only boxer briefs underneath his, she'd told him to keep on his pants. Her intense expression when she'd made the pronouncement nearly made him smile. He sensed she'd expected him to argue, to say that harnessing body heat would be better served with less clothing. He hadn't said a word. Ethan understood that letting him get this close was a big deal to her. He remembered well the initial conversation where she'd stated quite clearly that she wasn't looking for a relationship, merely friendship. As far as he was concerned, trusting him in this way was a solid step in the right direction. He wouldn't betray that trust. But when the quilt slipped off her shoulders and she murmured something that sounded like cold, he pulled the covers over her shoulders and tugged her to him. Ethan had never seen anyone fall asleep so quickly. He wasn't surprised. With the long hours she'd been putting in, coupled with the snowshoeing today, she had to be exhausted. He couldn't remember a time he'd stayed with a woman overnight, either in her bed or in his. Then again, none of those women had been Gianna. There was something about her that called to him, a connection that bound him to her in ways he couldn't begin to understand. He had known other women much longer and had never felt this way about any of them. Did he want more from Gianna simply because she was unavailable? Wasn't that what his father was constantly telling him? That he was never content, always looking for the next great, best something? Ethan suspected that was part of the reason his dad was holding off on selling him the paintbrush property. Did that need for the next challenge permeate his personal life as well? Many of the women he'd dated had made it clear they wanted more than he'd ever been willing or able to give. Had his disinterest been because he hadn't cared deeply enough for them, or had they each been a challenge that he'd lost interest in once they'd been conquered? Ethan glanced down at Gianna's face, the dark brows, the full mouth curved upward even in sleep, and the tousled black hair. The welling up of emotion inside him told him that her reluctance to get involved with him didn't play a part in what he was feeling. He only wished she wanted to be with him as much as he wanted to be with her. She murmured something in her sleep, her body curled as if trying to preserve warmth. Ethan slid even closer until there was nothing separating them other than their layers of clothing. Everything in him relaxed when her body spooned his. It was as if she'd been made for him, and he for her. As his heart swelled, Ethan held tight to the woman he'd been waiting for his entire life. "You were meant to come here and be mine," he murmured against the back of her neck. "I was meant to be yours." The rightness of it all washed over him. There and then, he vowed he would wait however long it took for her to recognize what he already knew as true. Chapter 14. For a second, Ethan thought he was dreaming. Only as the pounding continued did he realize someone was at the door. He glanced at the window, gauged it wasn't much past dawn. Beside him, Gianna continued to sleep, her brows furrowed. If that fist on the door continued much longer, it was bound to wake her. "I'm coming," he muttered, sliding out of bed. "Wait one darn minute." Who could it be? With the way this snow had been covering the road, someone would have had to have skied in. Unlocking the door, he pulled it open. "What the—" Ethan blinked at the sight of Anders and Kyle. Anders thrust out a carrier with 4 cups in it. "You may have to nuke this. It took us longer than we thought to plow a path to this place." Ethan stepped back and spotted one of Kyle's company trucks with a snowblade parked next to the house. Behind it, the lane had been plowed. "Were you still sleeping?" Anders didn't bother to hide his surprise. Yes." Ethan opened the door wide and motioned them inside. "Considering it's like 6 in the morning, what did you think I'd be doing?" "It's 7. I've been up since 5:30. Kyle took the carrier from Anders' hands, set it on the side table, and snatched up one of the cups. "I drank out of this one." "I know you said the place was stocked." Anders lifted a cup and handed it to Ethan. "I wasn't sure that included coffee." "It didn't, so thanks for this." Ethan offered a grateful smile. Anders glanced around.
Nice place. Needs some updating, but it's definitely better than being outside.
Ethan led the other two men into the kitchen, where they took seats around the table.
What are you guys doing here? Oakley was worried about you and Gianna being stranded out here,
Anders told him, then glanced at Kyle.
When Anders called to tell me the situation, I knew there was no point in coming for you last night. The wind would blow the road closed as quickly as we cleared it. Eliza assured me you and Gianna would be perfectly safe here.
Kyle chuckled.
In fact, she encouraged me to leave the two of you here. Why didn't you?
Ethan asked, taking the lid off the cup and drinking deeply. Kyle and Anders exchanged a look.
Oakley.
Anders blew out a breath.
And Isaac. They were both very concerned. Where's Gianna?
Anders asked, as if noticing for the first time that she had yet to make an appearance.
Sleeping.
I was. Gianna spoke from the doorway, offering their visitors a smile. Until my nose caught the enticing scent of coffee. She pointed to the lone cup remaining on the counter. Please tell me that's mine.
It's yours.
Anders grinned as she scooped it up.
Like I told Ethan, it may need to be warmed up.
Gianna didn't bother, simply wrapped her fingers about the cup and drank. So good. Ethan noted that while she hadn't pulled on her boots or combed her hair, she had donned her insulated pants. Gianna rested her back against the counter. What brings you guys by so early?
We plowed paintbrush for you.
Kyle smiled.
Eliza wanted to make sure her brother wasn't stranded. Not entirely accurate, Anders interrupted. I felt badly about letting you two venture off alone, even though I could see the storm was moving in. Oakley and Isaac were very concerned. We wanted to make sure you were safe.
I'm sorry you worried. Gianna slanted a glance at Ethan and smiled. Ethan and I muddled through last night just fine. Anders lifted a questioning brow.
We enjoyed a delicious home-cooked meal of SpaghettiOs and canned pears, then had a rousing game of checkers before calling it a night.
Ethan shot Gianna a wink.
A good time was had by all.
Gianna chuckled. It was fun. Out of the corner of his eye, Ethan saw a speculative gleam in Anders's eyes.
I appreciate you clearing the road.
Seeing the amount of snow on either side of the lane told Ethan even the Jeep would have found it difficult getting through.
I'm guessing it would have been a while before county maintenance made it out here. A long while.
Kyle took another drink of coffee, then stood.
Wrigley won't be high priority either.
Nodding agreement, Anders rose.
Since it is to us, we're heading there next.
Well, thanks, Ethan began.
Before we go, why don't you start up the Jeep?
Kyle kept his tone offhand.
We'd hate to have plowed the road only to find out you're stuck here because your battery is dead. I'm sure it's fine, but it won't hurt to check. I'll get my coat.
Ethan turned to Gianna.
The fob is in a sugar jar in the cabinet over the sink. Would you mind grabbing it while I put on my boots?
Gianna flashed a smile. One fob, coming right up.
Stellar hiding place, Shaw.
Anders grinned.
Might as well leave the keys lying on the counter.
Gianna upended the sugar bowl, and the fob fell into her palm. Stepping to where Ethan sat, pulling on his boots, Gianna set the fob on the table beside him. What else can I do to help?
All covered.
Reaching out, Ethan caught her hand and gave it a squeeze.
Once I get the Jeep started, we'll let it warm up a few minutes before heading out.
Kyle nodded approval. Gianna switched her attention to Anders and Kyle. I told Ethan last night that I had some appointments scheduled at the salon, but he assured me that no one will be out this morning.
He's right.
Kyle offered her a reassuring smile.
Some may get out in the afternoon, but there's a lot of roads and walkways to clear this morning. No one is going anywhere until that happens. Speaking of which,
Anders glanced at Kyle.
We should help Ethan shovel the drift in front of the garage.
I can help too. Gianna set down her coffee. "We've got it," Kyle assured her. 2 lines formed between her brows. "Surely there's something I can do." "What would be really helpful is if you could get our gear together," Ethan told her. "That way, once the Jeep is warmed up, we'll be ready to leave." She nodded. "I'll make up the bed so everything is just like it was when we got here." "Good idea." Ethan kept his voice offhand and avoided looking at Kyle and Anders. He knew the questions would come as soon as they stepped outside. The door had barely shut behind the 3 men when Kyle arched a brow. "Make the bed?" "Did you notice she said bed singular?" Anders said to Kyle. "Not beds?" "I did notice." Kyle deadpanned. "It appears being stuck overnight with the gorgeous Gianna Ricci wasn't much of a hardship." Anders grinned. "Nothing beats a woman for keeping you warm on a cold night." Ethan shook his head. "You guys think you're funny. You're not." "Just calling a spade," Anders told him. "Well, I'm saying nothing happened, other than Gianna and I slept in the same bed to keep warm." Because he knew these 2, Ethan added, "with our clothes on." "She's not into you?" Anders appeared puzzled. "I could have sworn we're taking things slow." Ethan shifted his attention from Anders to Kyle, then back again. "It's important to me, to us, to do this right." Kyle inclined his head. "You really like her?" Ethan nodded. "Your sister and I took it slow. We needed to be friends before we became more." Understanding filled his brother-in-law's eyes. "I don't regret the time." "Piper and I did the same." Anders's eyes softened the way they always did when he spoke of his fiancée. "No regrets." These men understood, Ethan realized, and the tension gripping his shoulders eased. Taking it slow had worked for them. He only hoped the steady approach would be as successful for him and Gianna, because the one thing last night had taught him was there wasn't any other woman he wanted in his life but her. As Gianna swept the strands of red hair from her previous customer into a dustpan, she found herself thinking of Ethan. She wished she could have accepted his offer and spent the rest of the day with him. For the best, she told herself. The desire that surged whenever he was near unnerved her. She wondered what would have happened this morning if Kyle and Anders hadn't shown up when they had. If she and Ethan had awakened in bed together, as shaky as her resolve had become to keep her distance, they might have ended up making love. Would that really have been so bad? "Gianna!" She blinked and looked up to find Evie staring at her with a bemused expression. "I'm sorry." Gianna shook her head in an attempt to clear the lascivious thoughts from her brain. "Do I have a customer waiting?" "No late additions to the schedule. You've still got a break until 4, Evie told her. "The front is really dead, so I thought if you were free, we could take a break together. If anyone unexpectedly comes in, they can ring the bell on the counter." "A break sounds lovely." Gianna dumped the dustpan full of hair and offered Evie a warm smile. She hadn't seen nearly enough of her friends in recent weeks. She'd texted Oakley that she was back in good hope and safe and received a heart emoji in response. After casting a quick glance around her station, making sure everything was ready for her 4 o'clock color, Gianna followed Evie into the break room. One of the massage therapists walked out as she and Evie strolled in. Evie pulled open the refrigerator and scanned the interior. "Nothing interesting, although there is a pitcher of kiwi-infused water." She slanted Gianna a questioning glance over her shoulder. "Interested?" "Sounds good to me." Gianna grabbed 2 glasses from the cupboard. "Ice?" "Yes, please." Evie watched as Gianna dropped cubes in the glasses, then filled them and sat across from Gianna at one of the tables. Gianna noticed that today, instead of leaving her thick blonde hair loose, Evie had pulled it back in a messy twist that showed the pink undersides to full advantage. "I like what you did with your hair." Gianna took a sip of the water, liking the taste. "You're really good with hair. Have you ever considered becoming a hairstylist?" "I have." Evie lifted one shoulder, let it drop. But my parents don't have a lot of money, and beauty school is expensive. There are loans. I know there are, but I didn't want to start off my life in debt. Evie traced the rim of her glass with the tip of one finger. She looked up. Besides, I like my job here, especially since you started. It's nice having someone my own age who's single. I mean, I adore Charlotte and Marigold, but they're all about husbands and babies. You and I are all about having fun. Gianna thought about Ethan and the time they'd spent together over the past 24 hours. The single life no longer held much appeal. Speaking of fun, Evie set down her water. What did you think of snowshoeing? I liked it. Gianna gave a little laugh. I can't believe I'd never tried it before. The route Isaac showed us ended up being so beautiful. Pristine, you know? It was like being one with nature. I understand you and Ethan took an overnight detour. Though Evie's tone remained casual, Gianna didn't miss the speculative gleam in her friend's brown eyes. We did. Gianna kept her tone matter-of-fact. We were super close to these cabins on Paintbrush Lane. Gianna paused, realizing that since Evie had grown up around here, she likely knew all about the area that she found so fascinating. Have you seen them? Evie shook her head. That's kind of a cool name, though. The area was developed as a refuge for shell-shocked soldiers from World War I. Gianna found herself sharing the history of the area, but cut the story short when she noticed Evie's eyes glazing over. Anyway, Ethan is going to work with Izzy Deschler on rejuvenating the area. I know Izzy. Evie straightened in her seat. She has this mass of curly brown hair. Since Marigold is the curly hair expert, she doesn't like to see anyone else. So, fair warning, don't expect to see her in the salon until Marigold is back. Gianna got the message. Nix the talk about paintbrush. You and Ethan spent the night in a cabin. Evie quickly returned to the topic. Until Kyle and Anders rescued you this morning. They didn't really rescue us, Gianna began, then realized Evie might take that as minimizing their efforts. Though plowing the road this morning allowed me to be here this afternoon. If not for them showing up, you could have ended up spending another night there. I suppose that's possible. Gianna shrugged. The important thing was we had shelter, so we were safe. What did you do? Evie leaned forward. Watch a movie or... There was no signal. Gianna spoke quickly, not liking the sparkle that appeared in her friend's eyes. Actually, we played checkers. Evie's eyes widened until they were as big as saucers. Then she broke into raucous laughter. For a second, you had me going. Checkers. Seriously, how did you pass the time? Seriously, we played checkers. Gianna met her gaze. And talked. The whole night? Evie's voice rose. The entire evening, Gianna acknowledged. It was fun. Girl? Evie lifted her hands. If you think that checkers is a fun way to spend an evening with a hot guy, you and I need to have a talk. Something about Evie's intensity had Gianna chuckling. The supply of fun activities was severely limited by the surroundings. Gianna wasn't sure why, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt as if she was being disloyal to Ethan and what had happened at the cabin. It hadn't been a horrible situation to be endured. It had been magical. I enjoyed playing checkers, Gianna insisted. Evie waved that comment away. Tell me the evening wasn't a complete waste. You did at least kiss him. No, I didn't. We didn't. Gianna told herself she was being honest. The quick brush of her mouth against his hadn't been a kiss, not in the way Evie was thinking. Her friend tapped her nails against the tabletop. Oakley and I thought... When Evie didn't continue, Gianna found herself prompting, against her better judgment. Thought what? That there was something going on between the two of you. You know, that Ethan liked you. Evie shrugged. Sounds like we got it wrong. Chapter 15. Ethan climbed the steps of his sister's house. Though he appreciated being invited to dinner, tonight's invitation, for some reason, felt more like a command performance. Still, Eliza's cook was second to none, and after last night's SpaghettiOs, he was in the mood for good food. After checking with Eliza, he'd texted Gianna and invited her. Her response that she was going to chill at home and go to bed early had him nearly asking if he could join her. He didn't, of course. Nothing good would come from pushing. Eliza opened the door, Ava on her hip, even before he had a chance to knock. "I'm glad you could make it." "I appreciate the invitation." As Ethan passed Ava, he gave one of her dark pigtails a tug, an action that had her flailing her arms and squealing with delight. "Please don't get her going before we eat," Eliza said, although there was no force behind her words. He shot his sister a grin. "Would I do that?" "You would most definitely do that." Eliza gestured toward the parlor. "Kyle should be home in a few minutes. Susan is just finishing up the meal." A fire burned cheerily in the hearth, the applewood logs filling the room with a pleasant scent. Toys scattered the floor. When Eliza set Ava down, Ethan expected his niece to start playing. Ignoring her toys, the child ran to him with her arms outstretched. Scooping her up, he swung her around, which resulted in full-throated baby laughs. Fearing if he twirled her more he'd make her dizzy, he set her down. Ava opened her mouth, ready to wail, until he picked up a stuffed duck. "Quack, quack! I want Ava to play with me." The little girl's eyes went wide. She snatched the yellow ball of fluff from his hand. "My duck." Ethan glanced at Eliza in amazement. "Duck? She's not even 2." His sister's expression held pride. "She knows quite a few words, and is learning new ones every day. She can even count to 10. "Your baby is growing up. You know what that means," Ethan teased. "Time for another." "Well, actually," Eliza began, her eyes sparkling. "You're pregnant?" Eliza nodded. Ethan gaped. "Does Kyle know?" His sister laughed. "Yes, he knows. Do you really think I'd tell you before him?" "No, of course not." Ethan studied his sister. "You look happy." "I'm very happy." Eliza's gaze softened. "We're very happy." "I've noticed you don't wear all black anymore." Ethan gestured to the royal blue tunic she wore over black leggings. "I mean, you still wear black, but you're adding more color." Puzzlement filled Eliza's pretty face. "What does my wardrobe have to do with anything?" "Maybe nothing. It just seems that since you've been with Kyle, you've loosened up a lot." Eliza rolled her eyes, reminding him of the prickly older sister he loved. "Well, congratulations, and thanks for sending the troops this morning," he told her. "Though I'd have been even more grateful if they hadn't shown up on my doorstep at dark 30. Eliza's lips quirked upward. "I tried to tell Kyle that you and Gianna were fine and there was no rush in digging you out." "That's what he said." Ethan chuckled. "We were still sleeping when he and Anders showed up." "Sleeping in the same bed," Kyle said. Ethan's eyes flashed. "I hope he's not spreading—" "Kyle would never," Eliza snapped. "He told me, no one else." "Nothing happened." Ethan set his jaw in a hard line. "I don't want anyone implying otherwise." Eliza's gaze turned sharp and assessing. "Nothing happened?" "That's right." "Why?" "She's not ready for more right now." "You're sure you're really okay with that?" Concern filled Eliza's eyes. "It's not my preference." Ethan spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully. "But since that's what Gianna wants, I'll wait. She's worth waiting for." "You love her." Ethan wasn't about to go there with his sister. Just like Eliza felt Kyle needed to be the first to know about the baby, Gianna deserved to be the first to know how he felt about her. "It's worth it to me to wait." Ethan met his sister's gaze.
She makes me happy. I've never met someone who is so easy to talk to. It's like she understands me, even when I don't know exactly what I want to say, even when I'm not sure I understand myself. And I feel like I understand her, too. I don't want to blow it by pushing for more too fast.
That's smart. Eliza cast a glance at Ava as her daughter climbed up onto Ethan's lap, then rested her head against his chest. I'd like to get to know her better. You'll have to bring her around so we can become better acquainted. I thought you were bringing her tonight. Ethan shook his head as he stroked his niece's silky hair. It struck him that if he and Gianna had a child, he or she would likely have hair this dark.
We'll be at Finn and Jeremy's party on Friday. You can grill her then.
Eliza arched a brow. You're not worried about me grilling her?
Should I be?
I've been told by more than one person that I can be rather formidable.
Ethan smiled. One thing you'll discover about Gianna is that she can hold her own. Even against you, dear sister.
Gianna dressed with care for her date with Ethan Thursday night. When he'd texted and asked her to have dinner with him tonight, she couldn't say no, not even knowing that they'd be together tomorrow night at Finn and Jeremy's party. Tonight was a special celebratory event. Ethan and his dad had settled on a price for the Paintbrush Lane property. The purchase papers were being drawn up. The knock on her door had her heart skipping a beat. When she saw he wore dress pants and a shirt and tie under his coat, Gianna was glad she'd dressed up.
You look lovely.
He leaned forward and brushed her cheek with his lips. Only then did she notice the bouquet of sunflowers in his hand. Are those for me?
Who else?
He grinned and thrust out the bouquet.
It's been gloomy outside lately. I hoped these would make you smile.
Thank you. She leaned up and kissed him lightly on the mouth. For the thought and the flowers. She pulled out a vase she'd spotted in a cupboard and filled it with water, then took a minute to arrange the flowers. There. She nodded in satisfaction, then turned back to him. Every time I look at them, I'll think of you. He flashed a smile and rocked back on his heels.
That's the plan.
She laughed.
Did I tell you how incredible you look tonight?
You did, but I don't mind hearing it again. Gianna glanced down at the cherry-red wrap dress. A necklace of semi-precious gemstones added a bit of sparkle. I figure this occasion required something a little fancier than insulated pants and a sweater. He laughed.
You rock whatever you're wearing.
Gianna liked that he helped her on with her coat. She looked up at him, inhaling the intoxicating pineapple scent of his cologne. Thank you.
Thank you for celebrating with me.
She gave his hand a squeeze. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what you do with that area. It's going to be epic.
I can't wait to get started.
Once they were in his truck, he slanted a sideways glance.
I made reservations at Sombreros for 7. You said you liked Mexican.
I do, but like I said, anywhere works for me. She smiled. As long as SpaghettiOs aren't the only thing on the menu. The drive went quickly. Though the parking lot and sidewalks had been scooped and ice melt applied, Ethan took her arm. When you mentioned Mexican, I didn't realize this place was in another town.
That's part of its appeal.
She cast a questioning glance at him as he opened the door for her.
In Good Hope, you and I can't go anywhere without running into someone we know.
He smiled.
While that can still happen here, it's less likely. Shaw,
Ethan told the hostess.
We have a reservation?
I see it right here. The college-age blonde woman offered them a bright smile. It's good you made reservations. We're swamped tonight. She led them to a circular booth in the corner, and once they'd slid in, she laid the menus in front of them. Your server should be over in a minute. Enjoy. Gianna glanced around. It's a Thursday. In January. I can't believe all the people.
This is one of the best places for Mexican food on the entire peninsula.
Ethan picked up his menu.
They're always busy.
Once the server had gotten their order and dropped off their drinks and complimentary chips, Gianna shifted in her seat to more fully face Ethan. "Tell me about the deal with your dad." She waved an airy hand. "Oh, not the terms, that's your business. But how did it happen?" She leaned forward. "Did he just call and say, 'I've decided to sell you the property'?" Ethan smiled, finding her enthusiasm infectious. He was glad she was the first person he'd told when the deal had gone through.
He texted me, accepting the terms I'd proposed, and told me his attorney would be in touch.
Gianna frowned. "Kind of matter of fact."
Wait until you meet him. Ethan chuckled. He's that kind of guy.
"Well," she picked up a chip and bit into it. "At least he agreed."
I'm pretty jazzed. I couldn't wait to tell you.
Reaching over, she covered his hand with hers. "I'm so happy for you." Sitting back, she lifted her margarita glass, then motioned for him to pick up his bottle of Mexican beer. "To the development of Paintbrush Lane." She clinked her glass against the bottle, and Ethan found himself falling even more in love with her. "Tell me the next step."
First, I get the papers. I have Beck review them. Then, assuming all is in order, I sign them.
Ethan smiled.
One step at a time.
"I bet Izzy was excited."
She doesn't know. Not yet.
Gianna's brows pulled together. "She doesn't?"
You're the first one I've told.
He brought the bottle to his lips.
Even Eliza doesn't know.
"You told me because you knew I'd be excited."
That's partially the reason.
Ethan cleared his throat.
You're important to me. I want you to know what's going on in my life.
Her hazel eyes softened until they looked like pools of milk chocolate. She reached over and covered his hand with hers. "Thank you for that." Entwining his fingers with hers, Ethan was about to bring their joined hands to his mouth for a kiss when he heard someone call his name. He turned to see Oakley and Evie weaving their way through the tables toward them. He was relieved that it appeared they were headed for the exit, rather than just arriving. As much as Ethan liked both women, tonight was his night with Gianna. "Hey, guys!" Gianna's smile was open and friendly. "Funny running into you here."
Yeah.
Oakley's gaze dropped to their joined hands.
Funny.
Evie frowned. "I thought you said you weren't in the mood to go out this week. We would have invited you to come with us tonight." Oakley's tone held hurt. "I had no intention of going out, but—"
I convinced her she needed to help me celebrate.
Ethan smoothly intervened, not wanting to come between Gianna and her friends.
My offer on a piece of property I've been wanting for some time was accepted.
"Congrats!" Oakley forced a hearty tone, and Evie echoed the congratulations, but neither woman was interested enough to ask for any details. "Well," Oakley glanced at Evie, "we need to get going." "I'm free all next week." Gianna spoke quickly. "If you decide to—" "I was just telling Oakley that I thought it'd be fun to hang out with her at the Dinglings Saturday night." Evie met her gaze. "Oakley has to work, but she'll have breaks. Want to join us for a girls' night?" "Fair warning." Oakley's tone might have turned teasing, but the look in her eyes said she was serious. "If you come, I'm getting you guys up on stage." "You can join us, Oakley," Evie said, unable to curb her enthusiasm. "There has to be songs for 3 friends." Oakley nodded. "What do you say, Gianna? Can you make it?" "I can carry a tune, but that's about the extent of my vocal ability," Gianna told her friends. "But getting on stage with you guys sounds like fun." Gianna shifted her gaze to Evie. "We can talk at the salon tomorrow and figure out the details." Evie gave a little squeal. "The 3 amigas are back in business." Still, when the two left, Gianna's shoulders slumped.
Hey.
Ethan tipped her chin up with one finger.
What's wrong?
"Sometimes I don't think I'm a very good friend." Gianna's brows furrowed. "I'm always putting work and my needs before my friends."
I don't think that's true.
Before the two of them, I didn't really have close friends. I mean, I realize we're not yet super close, but we're getting there. Their friendship means a lot to me. I should do a better job of making an effort to go out, even if I don't feel like it. Ethan said nothing, knowing she needed reassurance, but not sure he had the right words. Like tonight, Gianna absently broke a chip in two. I told them I didn't want to go out this week, yet you call, and here I am.
I can be very persuasive.
He kept his tone light.
They were surprised, that's all, but they understood this was a special celebration.
Ethan put more confidence in the words than he felt. Something he'd seen in Oakley's eyes when her gaze had landed on Gianna had him wondering if she'd been more upset than she let on.
I'm glad you came with me tonight.
She smiled, and when her gaze met his, Ethan let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. I'm glad, too. If Gianna still worried about her friends by the time the meal finished, it didn't show. This has been a nice evening, she said as they walked to the truck. Thank you.
Much better than SpaghettiOs and checkers?
He asked in a teasing tone as they got in, and he fired up the truck. Gianna's eyes turned dark. Spending that time with you in the cabin? Well, it was nice.
Being with you is always nice.
Gianna placed a hand on his arm. I'm glad we're going to the party together tomorrow. It gives me something to look forward to.
You're going to get sick of me,
Ethan joked. She shook her head, then leaned it against his shoulder. Never. Chapter 16. It's gorgeous. Pausing at the steps leading up to the main lawn, Gianna tipped her head back. She'd seen the house in the distance when Ethan had taken her ice skating at the pond, but nothing prepared her for how majestic it was up close. The massive Victorian-era structure stood 3 stories tall, with a porch that wrapped halfway around the front. Leaded glass gleamed above each window, and a turret made out of copper complemented the home's exterior colors of salmon, green, and yellow.
Jeremy, Eliza, and I used to love looking out that 3rd-story window when we were kids.
Ethan slanted a sideways glance in Gianna's direction.
It's been in his family since it was built.
The structure reminded Gianna of Alan's home in size, but this home exuded a warmth that spoke of family and traditions. Swaths of evergreen were still looped around the porch rail, secured every few feet with red ribbon. The huge wreath on the front door sparkled with golden apples and glitter.
Let's get inside.
Ethan took her arm.
The wind is really picking up.
Gianna shot him a teasing glance. And neither of us are wearing insulated pants. Ethan grinned.
Exactly.
A teenager dressed in black pants and a crisp white shirt greeted them at the door and took their coats. Another appeared to hand them each a glass of hot apple cider. Gianna stood for several seconds at the entry to the front parlor to take in the scene. February was only days away, but like the exterior of the house, this large room still boasted Christmas decorations. A gorgeous fir tree stood tall in the corner, topped with a star that brushed the ceiling. The tree, decorated in traditional colors of red and green, had small nets hanging from the branches. Narrowing her gaze, Gianna thought she could make out candied fruit, nuts, and sticks of candy in the nets. Tiny dolls, as well as unlit candles in red and green, were anchored to the limbs. She thought the vintage stockings hanging from the mantel added to the holiday feel, as did the scents of cinnamon and vanilla wafting in the air. I feel as if I've stepped into a Christmas wonderland. Gianna sighed the words. Ethan leaned close.
This is our chance to enjoy the holiday all over again.
I didn't get a chance to enjoy it the first time around. Gianna gave a little laugh, then shrugged. Not with moving and starting my job at the salon. Ethan studied her for a long moment.
Not even a tree?
Not even a tree. Hating the wistful tone that had crept into her voice, Gianna flashed a bright smile. That's okay. There's always next Christmas. She wished she hadn't added the last. Hadn't Alan's passing right before Christmas a year ago taught her that tomorrow was never guaranteed? As if sensing the direction her thoughts had taken, Ethan gave her hand a squeeze.
"Tonight, we'll enjoy a taste of it together."
Gianna offered him an impish smile. Like eating leftovers? Ethan laughed.
"Exactly. They're often better than the original."
Smiling, Gianna took a sip of cider. Did I mention I heard from Marigold this afternoon?
"How are she and the babies doing?"
They're doing well. Gianna smiled, recalling how Marigold's joy had come through in the text. She and Cade finally settled on names. Ethan's brow lifted.
"I assumed they had names already picked out."
They had lists, and more lists. Gianna chuckled and took another sip of cider. Since they'd decided not to know the sex ahead of time, they had lists for both boys and girls.
"What did they end up going with?"
Gianna smiled. Faith and Hope.
Faith Rallis. Hope Rallis.
Ethan rolled the names around on his tongue, then gave an approving nod.
"Appropriate choices."
Gianna inclined her head and shot him a questioning glance.
"They waited a long time for Caleb. Now, in less than a year, they have 3 babies."
Ethan shook his head.
"You have to give them props. It took a lot of faith to get through those tough times, but they never lost hope."
Gianna cocked her head. Tough times?
"They had an adoption that fell through at the last minute."
Ethan waved a hand.
"They also tried some fertility stuff that didn't pan out."
They're good parents."
"They are."
Ethan studied her for a long moment.
"You'll make a good mother."
Gianna shook her head. I'm not so sure about that. At his questioning look, she added, I didn't have the best example. Then again, I did spend most of my life mothering my mother.
"If you don't mind me asking, did you and Alan ever discuss having children together?"
It was never an issue. He'd had a vasectomy years earlier after his last child was born. Gianna let out a small chuckle. Plus, he wasn't exactly keen on the idea of becoming a dad again at an age when most people would presume he was the granddad instead.
"That was okay with you? You didn't want your own children?"
Yes, at the time it was okay with me. I was very happy with our relationship as it was. Gianna tapped 2 fingers against her lips. But also, yes, I can imagine having my own children, with the right man. Ethan slipped an arm around her shoulders. When he spoke, his voice was offhand.
"What kind of man would that be?"
One who loves me as much as I love him. One who would love our children and never, ever leave. An ache filled Gianna at the thought of how easily her father had driven off that day.
"Fairly basic requirements."
Lots of people fail those basics, she said pointedly.
"You and I wouldn't."
The intensity in his voice had her breath catching in her throat.
"We know what it's like not to have the basics."
His eyes grew dark.
"My father may not have left, and I believe he loves Eliza and me, and even our mother, in his own way. But when I have a wife and children, I want what my sister has with Kyle, what Marigold has with Cade."
He chuckled, as if embarrassed by the yearning in his voice. The display of vulnerability only made Gianna feel closer to him. She turned into him, lifting a hand to cup his cheek. You deserve those things. You're a good man.
"What does it say that I wish you'd said I was a sexy man?"
His lips curved up in a teasing smile, but his gaze had turned watchful. She rolled her eyes. You already know that most women find you incredibly sexy.
"I don't care what other women think,"
he told her, his eyes never leaving hers.
"Only you."
Gianna dropped her hand from his cheek, but couldn't pull her gaze from his. She cleared her throat. Well, add me to the list. I find you incredibly sexy.
Oh, please.
Gianna whirled. Eliza! Hi! I didn't see you standing there. Kyle stepped forward, their daughter in his arms. He tightened his hold on the squirming toddler.
I see you've both recovered from your cabin ordeal.
Eliza arched a brow. Ordeal? That isn't what I heard from Ethan. Ethan shot his sister a warning glance just as Ava lunged. Only her father's firm hold kept the child from leaping into Gianna's arms. Perplexed, Gianna looked to Cade and Eliza for guidance. What does she want? You! Eliza's smile was indulgent as Ava struggled against Kyle's firm hold. You can hold her. Fair warning, I don't have much experience with children. Even as she said the words, Gianna handed her cup to a passing waiter, then reached out to lift Ava from her father's arms.
Make sure you get a good grip.
Kyle didn't release her until he was certain Gianna held her securely. Ethan's expression softened at the sight of the child in Gianna's arms.
She could be your daughter. Your hair is the same color.
The child tipped back her head and studied Gianna with inscrutable gray eyes. Then, as if Gianna had passed muster, Ava patted her cheeks with chubby hands. She's adorable. Gianna glanced at Eliza. Eliza exchanged a proud smile with her husband. We think she's pretty special.
What are you drinking?
Kyle glanced at the cup in Ethan's hand, effectively changing the subject.
Apple cider.
Ethan downed the rest of the contents.
It's good. What's really good is Jeremy's pale ale.
Kyle gestured with his head.
Let me show you the way to a real drink.
When Ethan offered Gianna a questioning glance, she smiled. I'm fine for now. Ethan shifted his focus to his sister and pointed.
Be nice.
I don't know what you're talking about. Eliza offered him a sugary sweet smile that didn't fool anyone. I'm always nice. Once the men strolled off, Eliza turned to Gianna. Did Ethan tell you the good news? Gianna pulled her attention from Ava. He did. I'm super stoked that he's getting the property on Paintbrush. Eliza laughed. Yes, that is fabulous news. But I was speaking about the fact that he's going to be an uncle again. Surprise had Gianna's eyes widening. You're pregnant? We are, and we're thrilled. Congratulations! The smile remained on Eliza's lips, but her gaze turned assessing. You and Ethan seem to have grown very close in a short amount of time. The conversation was starting to remind Gianna of a ping-pong game where you never knew where the ball might land. Ethan is a good guy. And a real stud muffin. Gianna wasn't sure what surprised her more, Eliza going down this road or hearing her use such an archaic expression. She chuckled. Stud muffin? Do you agree? Sure, but... Now that we've established you think my brother is a good guy, and you find him physically appealing, I'm wondering why you seem determined to keep him at arm's length. Eliza's tone held no condemnation, only curiosity. Everything in Gianna froze. Is that what he told you? Eliza's cool, steady gaze never wavered. The only thing I know is how much he likes you. That's hardly news. Anyone looking at the two of you together can see the connection. Gianna rested her cheek against the top of the toddler's head, swaying slightly as the girl relaxed in her arms. Did Ethan ever tell you how Kyle and I got together? Marigold mentioned your father sold Kyle the house you were living in? It's a long story. Eliza's lips pressed together for a second before she smiled. The short version is Kyle and I agreed to share the house until I could get things sorted out with my father. Did you? Gianna prompted when Eliza's eyes grew distant with memories. Eliza shook her head. While I looked for loopholes, Kyle and I got acquainted. What I saw, I liked. You fell in love and got married? Not quite that easily, but yes, eventually we fell in love. Eliza met Gianna's gaze. I'd been hurt, and I guess you could say I'd built a wall around my heart. Thankfully, Kyle was tenacious. I finally realized he was the one I was meant to be with. Something in the way Eliza looked at her had Gianna shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other. What does this story have to do with me? It was scary to let down that wall, and I don't scare easily. Maybe, and I'm just guessing here, a part of you is holding back, like I did, fearful of risking your heart again. Eliza lifted one shoulder, then let it drop. I just wanted you to know that, for me, taking that leap of faith was the best move I ever made. Ethan had barely returned to Gianna's side when Eliza lifted Ava from Gianna's arms, then excused herself to speak with her friend Lindsay, who'd just arrived. I hope my sister didn't. Your sister is absolutely lovely, Gianna assured him. We had a nice talk. A nice talk. Ethan adored his sister, but that didn't mean he was blind to her quirks. I realize she can be intimidating and a bit terrifying. Before he finished speaking, Gianna was already shaking her head. Not at all. She's direct, but that's a quality I admire. All his life, Eliza had been there for him. They'd been there for each other. No one had been happier than he when she married a man he genuinely liked and now considered a good friend. Ethan had always hoped when he married that his wife, whoever that woman might be, and Eliza would also become good friends. I'd like that, he murmured. Confusion furrowed her brow. What do you like? You, for one thing. Impulsively, he kissed her nose, making her laugh. And the fact that you're not intimidated by Eliza. Gianna chuckled. Not in the least. He gazed at her for a long moment. The shiny dark hair, the warm hazel eyes, the killer curves. But as their eyes locked, Ethan realized those were just the outward features. The best part was her heart, her kindness toward others, and that irrepressible spirit. What do you say we make the rounds? He thought she'd met everyone who was at the party, but there might be a few she'd missed. I'd like... she began. A large man stepped forward, and a hand clamped on Ethan's arm. I was hoping I'd run into you tonight. Recognizing the voice, Ethan turned and grinned. Dexter, I didn't realize you were in town. Just got in today. Dexter Woodard, a high school classmate and major brainiac, shot a curious glance in Gianna's direction. Dexter, this is... Ethan paused for a second, wishing he felt comfortable putting a label on his relationship with Gianna. Gianna Ricci. Gianna Dexter Woodard. Pleased to meet you. Gianna offered Dexter a bright smile. Likewise. Dexter is from Good Hope, Ethan explained. He lived back east for a while, and now lives in Chicago. I'm still hoping that he'll one day return to Good Hope. Still considering? Dexter motioned to a server and took a glass of wine from a silver tray. Gianna is filling in for Marigold at the salon. Dexter inclined his head. Filling in? Marigold is taking some much-deserved time off now that she's had the twins, Gianna explained. I'm taking over her clients. Dexter, tall with a thatch of dark hair and black-rimmed glasses, frowned. When I ran into Jeremy earlier, and he invited me to this shindig, he mentioned something about being on his way to see Marigold and her babies. Twins. 2 girls, Ethan confirmed. She and Cade already have a little boy at home. 3, Dexter grimaced. Glad it's them and not me. They'll do great, Gianna said, as if taking his comment as a slight against Marigold and Cade. They see the children as blessings. For the first time, Dexter fully focused on Gianna, his gaze lingering for several seconds. Ethan understood. Gianna looked especially beautiful this evening, with her dark hair pulled up in several clips that were both artful and stylish. Her cashmere sweater, the color of burnished gold, was the perfect foil for her ebony hair.
Gianna Ricci.
Dexter rolled the name around on his tongue as he continued to study her.
That name rings a bell.
Gianna smiled. There's a lot of Riccis out there.
Alan Paulson.
Dexter snapped his fingers.
You were his
partner, Gianna supplied, the smile on her lips firmly in place.
I worked with Alan on several projects.
Dexter continued studying her as if she were a bug under a microscope.
Brilliant businessman. Nice guy.
He was, Gianna agreed. Her tone remained easy, but because he knew her so well, Ethan noticed the slight tightening of her lips. Ethan was determined to get the conversation off Gianna's deceased lover and on to happier topics.
What brings...
Ethan started to ask, but Dexter spoke first.
I was sorry to hear of his death,
Dexter told Gianna.
Heart attack?
Yes. Gianna didn't elaborate, but she did shoot a quick glance at Ethan before returning her focus to Dexter.
Right before Christmas last year, too.
Dexter shook his head.
I'd finally nabbed an invitation to his holiday party. Your party, I mean, since it was at the house, and you were living with him. If he hadn't died, I'd have probably met you there. Shut up, Dexter.
Ethan's comment appeared to startle Gianna as much as Dexter. Dexter held up his hands.
Whoa, just making conversation.
Gianna lost someone she loved, and all you can talk about is a party invitation? Ethan's take-no-prisoners look held a clear warning.
Show some consideration.
Dexter turned to Gianna.
Apologies.
It's fine. Her tone made it clear she wanted the subject dropped.
What brings you to Good Hope now?
Ethan asked Dexter, in an obvious attempt to steer the conversation in a different direction.
My mom.
Dexter's expression turned serious.
She just got out of the hospital. I took a few days off to help her and my dad around the house.
That's kind of you. Gianna spoke in a soft tone. I'm sure your parents appreciate having you here.
I'd be over at the old home place now, except I called on my way into town and Dad said Mom was sleeping.
Dexter sipped his wine.
I'll go over first thing tomorrow.
You're not staying with them? Gianna asked.
The house is small.
Dexter waved a dismissive hand.
My dad and I get along better if we don't spend too much time in the same room.
Ethan lifted his Pilsner glass to his lips.
Where are you staying? Sweet Dreams.
Is that the motel on the highway? Gianna asked.
That's the one.
Dexter's lips curved upward.
It's nothing fancy, but the price is right.
Ethan considered inviting Dexter to stay with him, but he knew Dexter made enough money as a consultant that he could upgrade to the Bayshore Hotel. Besides, he was still pissed at him for trampling over Gianna's feelings.
So, if we can't talk about Alan, let's talk about the two of you.
Dexter gestured with his glass.
How long have you been dating?
Chapter 17. When Ethan hesitated, Gianna knew the ball was in her court. Ethan and I met soon after I arrived in Good Hope. Gianna kept her tone casual.
Are you exclusive?
Dexter asked. Out of the corner of her eye, Gianna saw Ethan tense. She reached over and took his hand. We are.
If you were thinking about asking her out, don't.
Ethan's voice vibrated a warning.
Hey!
Dexter lifted his hands.
Just getting the lay of the land.
As the conversation continued, it became apparent to Gianna that Dexter didn't mean to make inappropriate comments. Being blunt appeared to be his nature. Gianna could see that Ethan, too, was ready to move on after 10 more minutes of listening to Dexter. But once the man got talking, he wouldn't shut up. Meeting you was lovely, but we shouldn't monopolize your time. Gianna interjected when there was a break in the conversation. You must have a lot of other old friends you want to speak with, and Ethan has a few people he wants to introduce me to.
Actually, I'm going to grab some food.
Dexter slapped Ethan on the back, then offered Gianna a smile.
Good to meet you. Again, didn't mean to disrespect Alan. I liked the guy.
Gianna spoke in a low tone when Dexter was out of earshot. I'm not sure what to make of him.
Dexter is scary smart.
Ethan watched Dexter head for the appetizer table.
He's at his best when dealing with spreadsheets and computer programs, rather than people.
I admire him for coming to help his parents.
Enough about Dexter.
Ethan glanced around the room.
Who would you like to meet?
Over the next hour, she and Ethan spent time talking with a variety of people, including his neighbors, Max and Prim. Gianna liked both of them very much. Something in Max's quiet but confident demeanor reminded her of Alan. Prim, with her strawberry blonde hair and freckles, had a sweetness that shone through. Gianna could hardly believe the two were the parents of twins who were already in middle school, along with a preschool-age toddler. When David and Hadley Chapin wandered over to join them, Gianna learned they had a daughter the same age as the twins. Gianna was glad to have the opportunity to get better acquainted with Hadley. She'd seen Hadley numerous times at Bloom's Bake Shop, but the shop was always busy. With Hadley either baking or working the counter, there'd never been time to chat. Until tonight, she hadn't realized that Hadley's mother-in-law, Lynn, was married to Marigold's father, Steve. Forget 6 degrees of separation. In this town, it's down to 3. Gianna blew out a breath and lifted her hands as she glanced at Ethan. How am I ever going to keep it straight? He slung an arm around her shoulders.
That will come in time. And, if needed, I can make you a chart.
Gianna laughed, but knew she just might take him up on the offer. Hadley pushed a strand of blonde hair back from her face. Did Ethan tell you that his sister's husband is Jeremy's brother? Gianna turned to Ethan. Jeremy Rakes, our host, is Kyle's brother? Ethan nodded, smiled.
He is.
Confusion had Gianna furrowing her brows. They don't have the same last name.
It's a long story,
Ethan told her, and something in the way he said it told her he didn't want to explain now. What's a long story? Finn, Jeremy's wife, and their hostess, strolled up. Marigold had mentioned to Gianna that her sister Finn had given birth to her second boy right after Thanksgiving. Looking at her in the red cashmere sweater dress that hugged her lithe figure, Gianna found that difficult to believe. We were discussing all the connections in the community. Gianna was curious about the relationship between Kyle and Jeremy, but she didn't need to learn their story tonight. I have so much to learn. It takes time. Finn offered a reassuring smile. But trust me, before long, you'll know it all. You'll quickly discover that the open door is one of your best resources. Prim's gaze sought out Ethan. Next to your chart, of course. Gianna cocked her head. Open Door is the online newsletter. Prim nodded. I subscribed, and I see it every day in my inbox, but so far I haven't taken the time to read it, Gianna admitted. Put it on your required reading list, Finn told her. I'm being serious when I say it will help you get acquainted with the community. I will. Gianna smiled. Thanks for the heads up. By the time another hour passed, Gianna was ready to head home. She and Ethan must have been on the same wavelength, because he broached the subject of leaving at the same time she was ready to bring it up to him. Though it wasn't snowing outside, the moisture in the air made for slippery conditions. Even if the steps weren't slippery, Gianna liked the comfort of Ethan's hand on her arm. Liked knowing he'd be there to catch her if she fell. I hope you don't mind I told Dexter we were exclusive. She turned into him as a sharp gust of wind stole her breath. He wrapped his arms around her, then tipped her face up with a finger curled beneath her chin.
Why would I mind? It's the truth. There isn't anyone I want to date but you. No one I want to be with but you.
It was as close to a declaration as he'd ever made. While part of her was thrilled, another part was terrified. It seemed too soon to have such intense feelings for anyone. Then she recalled Eliza's words. She wasn't sure how to respond, but she didn't have a chance. His warm lips were suddenly on hers, and she was drowning in his kiss, in the closeness, in the emotion.
Come home with me?
He asked, his gaze never leaving hers. Though she understood the logic behind Eliza's words, telling Dexter she and Ethan were exclusive was one thing. That had been a little leap. Going home with him would be a big leap, one she wasn't quite ready to take. She brushed her mouth against his in a sweet, light kiss filled with regret. Not tonight. Gianna stepped into the ding-a-ling the following night and blinked, struck by the sheer volume of noise. Singing, if you could call it that, came from the karaoke stage. Laughter and conversation at extra-high decibels assaulted her senses from every direction. This was new, unfamiliar, and, Gianna realized, exciting. She'd been honest when she told Ethan she'd spent her early 20s focused on school. Going clubbing with friends, not that this bar qualified as a club, had never been part of her life. "Yay! You're here!" Evie squealed, slipping through the crowd near the bar to give Gianna a hug. Dressed in a flouncy dress with cowboy boots, with her blonde hair falling in curls to her shoulders and wearing bright red lipstick, Evie was clearly ready to party. "You look adorable!" Gianna glanced down at her plaid skirt that wasn't long but wasn't short. The red form-fitting sweater was a bit more on target. "I should have worn something more fun." It was the only word she could think of. "Don't give me that. You, girl, are red hot." Evie looped her arm through hers. "Just wait until the guys here get a load of you. You'll have to beat them off with a stick." Gianna opened her mouth to tell Evie she wasn't here to hook up with anyone. She'd come to have fun with friends, have a drink or two, and sing karaoke. But Evie was already dragging her toward the karaoke area, so it seemed a moot point. Evie came to an abrupt stop and frowned. "They stole my table!" Gianna wasn't sure what table her friend referred to, as all of those in the vicinity were full. "I'm taking it back." With a determined expression, Evie strode to a table near the stage. Gianna recognized the two men as being part of the crew working for Good Hope Outfitters. If she wasn't mistaken, the guys were friends of Isaac's. Putting her hands on her slim hips, Evie shot a pointed glance from one man to the other. "You're sitting at my table."
Your table?
The dark-haired one flashed a smile.
I don't think so, Blondie. When we got here, the table was empty. No one sitting here, and no drinks."
Evie frowned. "Then someone took my beer."
That sucks.
The big guy with the red hair lifted his beer, as red as his hair, and took a long drink.
It's a big table.
The dark-haired one gestured to several open chairs.
We're happy to share.
He slanted a smile in Gianna's direction. The man was attractive, Gianna conceded, but his admiring gaze didn't elicit even the slightest spark.
I'll buy you both a beer,
the bulky guy with thick red hair and a full beard offered.
Just to show there are no hard feelings. No hard feelings over what?
Isaac appeared at the table. "They took our table." Evie pretended to pout, then gave up the pretense and smiled brightly. "But I'm not one to hold a grudge. I'll take you up on that beer."
You got it, pretty lady,
Big Red replied. When Isaac's gaze slid around the bar, Gianna knew who he was looking for. "It's a girls' night out," Gianna told him before he could ask. I'm here with Evie and Oakley.
Oakley is working.
Isaac gestured with his head toward the stage. I know, but she has breaks. Or I assume she does. Gianna saw Oakley glance in their direction. She gave a little wave, pleased when Oakley smiled and waved back. Isaac pulled out a chair for her, eliciting jeers from his friends.
Someone thinks he's a gentleman.
Big Red offered a mocking grin.
Hey, if it works for you, go for it. Let me introduce these two.
Isaac began.
We've met before.
Evie's gaze shifted from Isaac to Gianna. I'm going to tell Oakley to put in our names for karaoke, okay?
Sure.
Gianna smiled. Sounds like fun. Gianna refocused on Isaac. I'd appreciate an introduction.
This is Hunter Dean.
Isaac gestured to the dark-haired man.
He and I will be leading the fishing excursions once the weather warms.
Without giving either of them a chance to speak, Isaac gestured to the man with the red hair and beard.
That one is Sean Fraser. Sailboats and kayaks are his specialty. Now she knows our names.
Hunter's gaze never left Gianna.
But we still don't know hers. Gianna Ricci. She's a hairstylist here in town, and a good one. I took her and Ethan Shaw snowshoeing last Sunday. I thought he'd be with her tonight, but she's hanging with her girls instead of her guy this evening. You both know Ethan.
Without needing to say more, Isaac made it clear that not only wasn't Gianna available, she was involved with one of the partners of Good Hope Outfitters. If Gianna hadn't been with Ethan, what Isaac had said might have bothered her. Instead, she was grateful. This way, she could enjoy herself without being hit on by the guys at the table. Evie returned and skidded to a stop. Her gaze slid to Sean. Where's my beer? The man laughed.
Coming right up, pretty lady.
He turned to Gianna.
What can I get you?
Whatever they have on tap. Gianna fixed her gaze on Evie. Did you get our names on the list? I did.
I can't wait to see you on stage.
Hunter's focus had shifted to Evie.
I bet you're good.
I am. Evie tossed her head, sending blonde hair cascading down her back. Then she gave him a wink. At everything. 20 minutes later, Gianna cast a questioning look at Oakley. I thought you were going to sing with us. Oakley lifted her hands. Regret blanketed her face. It's too busy for me to leave my post, which is a bummer. The upside is there are so many more fun songs for duets. Next time, Gianna assured her. It couldn't be easy for Oakley, working the nights most people her age were out. Next time, Oakley echoed, her gaze sliding to the table where Evie sat, reveling in the attention of the three men. When Evie had asked Gianna if she minded standing in line and just waving her over when it was their turn, Gianna had quickly agreed. She'd hoped for some alone time with Oakley, or at least as much as one could get while Oakley worked the karaoke stage. I'm enjoying myself tonight, Gianna told Oakley. Thanks for encouraging me to come. It's good to meet new people. Even as she spoke, Oakley watched the stage, as if making sure her assistance wasn't needed. Sean and Hunter are nice, don't you think? Cute, too. They seem very nice. Gianna didn't want to mislead Oakley. There was only one man she wanted. But... Oops, you're up, Oakley said abruptly, motioning to Evie. I forgot to ask what we're singing. Gianna glanced from the now empty stage to the crowd of onlookers. Her heart gave a solid thump against her rib cage. What had she been thinking when she'd agreed to such madness? Evie and I chose Don't Go Breaking My Heart. Oakley grinned. It's a real crowd pleaser, and easy to sing. Evie raced to Gianna. Grabbing her hand, she pulled her onto the stage. This will be a blast. Add some hip bumps and hand motions, Oakley instructed. The crowd loves it when you get into the song. They started out slowly, but Gianna quickly found the rhythm, and Evie's enthusiasm was contagious. By the time they belted out the last of the chorus, Gianna was grinning and laughing. She and Evie fell into each other's arms to the cheers of the crowd. Oakley greeted them with high fives as they exited the stage. "You guys were fantastic! I loved it," Gianna told her. "Thanks for encouraging me to step outside my comfort zone." Oakley smiled, slung an arm around Gianna's shoulders. "Now it's time to take off the nun's habit and have some fun. Resurrect those flirting skills you've let go dormant." Gianna could only stare. Oakley, of course, had to be joking, but she didn't look as if she was joking. "Oakley, she began, but Oakley gave her a little shove in the direction of the table. "It's been a blast, but I have work to do." Gianna returned to the table, still troubled by Oakley's comment. Isaac noticed immediately something was off. "What's wrong?" Evie was busy accepting the compliments being heaped on her by Hunter and Sean. "Oakley told me to dust off my flirting skills." The comment came out before Gianna had time to consider the wisdom of speaking so bluntly. A startled look crossed Isaac's face. He blinked. "Doesn't she know you and Ethan are together?" Gianna frowned. "I thought she did, but maybe she thinks I'm interested in dating around?" He cocked his head, and she saw the question before he asked. "Are you?" She shook her head. I didn't think so." Isaac chuckled. "Which is good, because the way Ethan looks at you, I don't think that'd go over too well." "What about you and Oakley?" Gianna asked. His expression turned blank. "What about us?" "I see the way you look at her." He shrugged. "She's not interested." "Are you sure? Because—" "I'm sure." He cut her off. "She's made that perfectly clear." "I'm sorry." Gianna reached over and covered his hand with hers, giving it a squeeze. "I think— Excuse me for interrupting." Oakley's gaze dropped to their hands, and a muscle in her jaw jumped. "Gianna, everyone is clamoring for you and Evie to do an encore. I put you back on the schedule. You're up now." "That's great." Gianna lifted her hand and turned to Evie. "Ready to do it again?" Evie downed the rest of her beer. "You bet I am." "Knock 'em dead," Isaac told Gianna and Evie. Pushing back her chair, Gianna rose. "I'll do my best." As they neared the stage, Evie gestured back toward the table, then touched Gianna's arm. "Just a heads up, Isaac is a super nice guy." Oakley filled in before Evie could say more. "If you were looking, he'd make a good boyfriend. I say go for it." Surprise skittered across Evie's face. She frowned. "You said he was the hottest kiss you ever had." "That doesn't mean I'm interested in him." Oakley glanced at Gianna. "He's up for grabs. If you want him, you're welcome to him." "Thanks, but I'm only interested in friendship." Gianna was more confused by Oakley than ever. Why did she want Gianna to flirt with a bar full of random guys? Why would she push her toward Isaac when anyone could see that he was into Oakley? Gianna suspected Oakley was at least a little into him, too, a sentiment Evie clearly shared. Could Oakley really not know Gianna was with Ethan? In a town that supposedly had no secrets, was that possible? Or maybe she simply thought it was fine to juggle multiple men. Though, according to Evie, that wasn't Oakley's style. As Gianna climbed the steps to the stage, she realized she still had much to learn about her new friends. Gianna couldn't help it. Once she got home, she texted Ethan. "Evie and I did 2 karaoke duets. We slayed both songs. The crowd loved us." A second later, her phone dinged. "Congrats. I wish I'd been there." "Me too." She hesitated for only a second before adding a heart emoji and hitting send. Chapter 18. Dreams of Ethan had Gianna wishing they had plans to get together today. Even though she saw nothing wrong with women asking men out, the increasing closeness she felt for Ethan scared her and had her hesitant to push for more. Despite food in the cupboard, she decided to head out into the sunshine. She'd grab breakfast out, then decide what to do from there. Since the cafe was less than a block away, Gianna didn't bother with a coat. Her bulky cable-knit sweater would keep her warm enough on the short walk to Muddy Boots. The moment she pushed open the cafe door, she realized her mistake. As it was Sunday, she'd assumed, obviously incorrectly, that most Good Hope residents would still be at church. All the booths and tables, even the stools at the counter, were filled. At least 10 people stood in the entryway, waiting for tables. She whirled and bumped into a couple coming through the door.
Gianna!
Finn held up a steadying hand, then cocked her head.
Why the rush?
No rush. Gianna gestured to the crowd.
I didn't want to wait in line. You don't have to wait.
Finn took her arm in a firm hold, and together they wove their way through the waiting crowd.
Excuse me, please.
Excuse us, Jeremy added, flashing a smile. Though the former mayor quickly found himself waylaid, did the man know everyone in the community? Finn and Gianna were soon headed toward the back of the cafe.
We have a reserved table every Sunday morning,
Finn explained, her steps never slowing.
Jeremy and I got stuck talking to some people after church. That's why we're late.
I don't want to intrude, Gianna protested.
Ethan will be thrilled.
Finn shot her a wink.
Trust me.
Seconds later, Gianna realized Finn was right. Ethan's chair faced her direction, and when they drew close and he spotted her, his eyes lit up. He immediately stood and rounded the table.
Gianna!
He brushed her cheek with his lips.
This is a nice surprise. I found her heading out the door,
Finn explained.
Have you ordered yet?
Not yet, Kyle answered.
You got here just in time. Where's Jeremy?
Finn waved a hand.
You know my husband. He got waylaid talking. I know what he wants, so I'll order for him.
Gianna turned to Ethan. I don't want to intrude.
You're not.
Ethan put a hand on her arm and guided her around the table. Gianna noticed when they reached where he'd been sitting, everyone had shifted over one to open up a seat beside Ethan.
Thank you all for making room.
Gianna scattered smiles around the table before settling in next to Ethan. She didn't have a chance to say more. Helen appeared, order pad and pencil in hand, and all conversation ceased. It quickly became apparent to Gianna that the waitress knew how to handle groups of this size. Orders were taken with no extraneous chatter. I'll have a number 1, Gianna said when Helen's sharp-eyed gaze settled on her. Eggs over medium, bacon crisp, and whole wheat toast. Oh, and coffee.
I'll make it easy and have the same, Ethan told Helen. You can put ours on the same check.
A speculative look filled Helen's eyes, but she only nodded and turned her attention to the next couple. Ethan flipped over her coffee cup so it sat upright on the saucer, then did the same to his.
Helen has a routine. This makes it easier on her.
Is everyone in a hurry? Gianna asked.
Not everyone, Ethan told her, but the majority have kids in Sunday school, so they only have a brief window of time to eat and get back to pick them up.
That's why Helen is so efficient.
Exactly.
Ethan smiled, then cocked his head.
Thanks for the text. It sounds like you had an enjoyable evening.
It was fun. Gianna told him about Evie confronting Sean and Hunter about the table, and Oakley insisting, because of crowd response, that she and Evie do 2 songs instead of just 1.
What did you think of Hunter and Sean?
Gianna took a sip of the steaming coffee Helen had just poured before answering. They seem nice. When they found out you and I are involved, they heaped all their attention on Evie, which was fine with me. A slow smile spread across Ethan's face.
You told them you and I...
Isaac did, Gianna interrupted. At his questioning look, she added, if he hadn't, I'd have said something. The high-wattage smile Ethan shot her had heat coursing through her veins like an awakened river. She thought of the men in the bar. None of them had made her feel the way Ethan did. One look, and she was a goner.
Was Oakley able to spend much time with you and Evie?
She sat with us on her break, but not for long. There was a continuous line for the stage. She does a stellar job at keeping things moving. Gianna gave a little laugh. But, of course, you know that, since you own the place.
She's very good at what she does. I'm only sorry she couldn't enjoy the evening with you and Evie.
I'm sorry, too. Though the couples on both sides of them were busy talking, Gianna still lowered her voice. "Can I ask you something?" His gaze sharpened, but when he spoke, his tone was easy and conversational.
"You can ask me anything."
"Oakley told me I should take the opportunity to have fun and flirt with the guys at the table. I'm almost positive she was joking, but—"
"But?"
he prompted when she didn't continue. Gianna furrowed her brow. "It made me wonder if that's the kind of vibe I give off. You know, that I can be dating one guy but out trolling for another." She liked it that he appeared to be giving her question proper consideration, but her unease increased when he didn't immediately respond.
"No, that's not the kind of vibe you give off," he said at last. "Quite the opposite. How did you respond?"
"I didn't have a chance, because she had to get back to work." Gianna let Ethan take her hand and lace his fingers with hers. Her comment, and, like I said, she was probably just joking, probably wouldn't have bothered me, except after my father left. My mother went through a period where she would go out every weekend and pick up guys. Ethan's expression didn't change.
"Did she bring them home?"
Gianna shook her head. Usually she didn't come home at all. At first I worried. Then I accepted that I couldn't change her. After a long moment, Gianna expelled a breath. "I don't ever want to give the impression that I'm like her."
"You don't give that impression."
Ethan's low voice was firm and reassuring.
"I don't know what got into Oakley's head. I'm with you that it was likely one of those off-the-cuff comments that meant nothing and was more of a joke than anything else."
What he said made a crazy kind of logic, enough that the tension in Gianna's shoulders eased. The quiet conversation and laughter that ensued as the food was delivered and everyone dug in had Gianna relaxing. Glancing around the table, Gianna realized she knew everyone there. Living in Good Hope was like being part of a family. What if she stayed? Marigold and Charlotte would welcome that decision with open arms. She had enough money to live anywhere, but Good Hope and the people of this community filled the emptiness inside her. Part of the reason for her contentment was due to the man sitting beside her. He caught her staring and smiled.
"Do I have egg on my face?"
"No." She trailed a finger down his cheek and winked, just admiring the view. Capturing her hand, he brought it to his mouth for a kiss. Once they finished eating and the plates were cleared, Ethan rested an arm on the back of her chair, indicating to everyone at the table that they were a couple.
"I have a surprise for you,"
he told her. "You do?" Pleasure spurted through her veins. She loved surprises. "What is it?" His gaze searched hers.
"Do you have plans for today?"
"No plans." She offered him a shy smile. "Other than seeing your surprise."
"It's at my house."
He studied her for a long moment.
"I'll go home, pick it up, and then bring it over."
"What is it?"
"I believe you already asked that question,"
he teased. "I could come to your house, and you could give it to me there," she offered. He shook his head. She expelled an exaggerated breath, but couldn't stop the smile. "Okay, you pick up the surprise, whatever it is, and bring it over. I'll be waiting." The scrape of chairs against the wood floor had her looking up. En masse, everyone around the table was getting up. "Looks like it's Sunday school pickup time," she observed. Ethan nodded and tossed a few bills on the table. The last of the group to leave, he took her arm as they headed toward the door. The exit was in sight when a striking figure in purple and silver intercepted them.
"How nice to see you both here and together." "It's good to see you, Gladys.
Ethan offered the woman a warm smile. Such a good man, Gianna found herself thinking, not to mention a real stud muffin. The thought had her smiling. Gladys's pale blue eyes turned sharp and assessing.
"What's on your agenda for the day?"
Ethan gestured carelessly with one hand.
"We're winging it. Those can be the best kind of days."
Gladys nodded in approval.
"If you find yourself with spare time, don't forget the relationship cards."
"I've got the deck in my purse," Gianna assured her. She didn't tell Gladys she had no intention of taking them out today.
"Good girl."
Gladys patted her arm.
"You both have a wonderful day. Don't do anything I wouldn't do."
Her cackle of laughter was so infectious, Gianna couldn't help joining in.
"I'll try to remember that,"
Gianna shot back,
"but no promises."
Gladys laughed again. Gianna walked out the door, smiling. When Ethan headed to his car to get her surprise, she paused on the sidewalk to inhale the fresh air seasoned with the enticing scent of cinnamon and sugar from Bloom's Bake Shop. This town had everything she wanted. Ethan was everything she wanted. Maybe it was finally time she stopped going small and took a big leap of faith. Ethan was glad the tree was small. He couldn't imagine dragging a 7-foot fir up the stairs to Gianna's apartment. Once he got the tree inside, he'd bring up the stand and ornaments. The tree trunk thumping against the steps must have made enough noise to bring Gianna to the door. Ethan didn't have to knock before she flung the door open. Gianna gaped.
"Can you step aside?" he grunted. "This thing might be small, but it's heavy."
"Sorry." Gianna moved quickly. "I never expected the surprise to be a tree."
"This is only part of your gift,"
he told her, setting the tree so it rested against a corner.
"I'll be back with more."
"Can I help?" He paused, considered, then decided. Why not? With her assistance, it would take only one more trip. Besides, she'd already seen the tree.
"Sure."
When they reached his truck behind the building, he handed her a box containing strings of lights, bulbs, and other Christmas decorations. He picked up the stand and another box containing brightly wrapped gifts. "Are we really going to decorate a tree?" she asked, unable to keep the smile from her voice as they climbed the steps.
"This is a freshly cut tree, so if you're concerned about it drying out, no worries there."
He dropped the box of gifts on the table.
"Remember when we were talking about not being able to celebrate Christmas together?"
Gianna nodded.
"The way I see it, better late than never."
He offered her a smile.
"Let's stream some Christmas music and—"
That was as far as he got before she wrapped her arms around his neck and enveloped him in a fierce hug. "Thank you! This is such a wonderful surprise!" The emotion in her voice had Ethan breathing a sigh of relief. He'd never been one for impulsive gestures, but last night, while missing her, he'd come upon this idea of them sharing a late Christmas. He'd gone to one of the Christmas tree farms and personally chosen this one. Then he'd gone shopping in Sturgeon and wrapped the gifts. Keeping busy had kept his mind off Gianna and her being out on the town with her friends. He realized now he'd been foolish to worry. Because what he'd seen in her eyes this morning had told him she was as crazy about him as he was about her. Tears stung the backs of Gianna's eyes as she stared at the tree in the corner of her apartment. With its bubble lights, ornaments, and star on top, it was, she thought, the most beautiful tree she'd ever seen. Ethan's arm slipped around her from behind, and she leaned back against him and sighed. He kissed the side of her hair.
"What do you think?"
When she turned in his arms and gazed up at him, she saw the happiness in his eyes turn to concern.
"Hey."
He brushed away the tears that slipped down her cheeks with the pads of his thumbs.
"Why the tears?"
"I'm just so happy." She blinked back the moisture in her eyes that threatened to spill over again. "It's not just the tree. It's you planning this surprise because you knew it'd make me happy."
"I enjoyed it too,"
he told her, his gaze never leaving her face.
I can't recall when I enjoyed Christmas so much. I know it's because I'm with you."
The presents he'd brought, brightly wrapped and topped with bows, sat under the tree yet to be opened. But right now, right here, all Gianna wanted for Christmas was him. Chapter 19. There was no doubt, no second guessing, if this was the right step. This had been meant to be from the moment Gianna had first seen Ethan in Marigold's parlor. Inhaling the enticing scent of his cologne, she knew today would mark the next step in their journey. Gianna lifted her arms and wrapped them around Ethan's neck. Then he was kissing her, and she was kissing him back with an intensity that had the air snapping with electricity. They'd kissed before, but that seemed but a prelude to this closeness. Her fingers slid into his hair as she pulled him close, not wanting him to move back even an inch. She wanted him to stay right where he was, close enough that she could feel his breath on her face. They spent long minutes simply kissing, long, dreamy kisses, short, sweet ones. His mouth came to hers again and again, each taste stoking the fire ignited in her belly. Need and want surged, not for just any man, but for this man. This man with the silky dark hair and incredible mouth. This man who accepted her as she was and never pushed for more than she'd been ready to give. Then he stopped kissing her. Untangling her arms from around his neck, he stood, holding out his hand and gazing at her with a question in his eyes. She reached up with one hand and stroked his hair back with fingers that trembled slightly. "This is nice." He lifted his head, and she saw the question in his eyes. "Being here now, with you, like this?" She grinned. "But this is nice too."
"It is,"
he agreed, but there was a look in his eyes she couldn't decipher. While she knew she was in love with him, he had never said the words to her. His lips brushed hers.
"You're thinking too hard."
She gave a little chuckle. For a few minutes there, I didn't think at all. My brain is finally catching up. His gray eyes searched hers as he gently brushed a tendril of hair back from her face with one finger.
"Any regrets?"
She slowly shook her head, her eyes never leaving his. "Not a one." "You?"
"I wanted you, from the moment I first laid eyes on you."
"I wasn't looking for this," Gianna admitted, "but I'm glad we found each other. It's a gift."
"Speaking of gifts,"
he cleared his throat, his eyes now dove-soft,
"I think it's time you open your presents."
30 minutes later, Gianna held up the red wool socks covered in penguins. Expelling a happy breath, she pressed them against her cheek. "I love them!" Ethan smiled.
"I hoped you would."
Impulsively, she leaned over and kissed him. "Thank you. They'll get plenty of use this winter, and each time I wear them, I'll think of you." He kissed her back.
"Can't ask for more than that."
They sat on the sofa next to each other with the lights of the tree twinkling, or rather bubbling. So far, Gianna had opened a decadent bag of chocolate-covered caramel corn, an instant hit, followed by a deck of playing cards, which he'd cheekily said was an alternative to Gladys's deck, and now the socks. Only one gift remained. Wrapped in shiny gold paper with a matching organza loop bow, Gianna saved this one for last. With great care, she untied the ribbon and set it aside. She removed the paper just as carefully and set it aside. A small white box rested on her lap. Her fingers trembled slightly as she opened the top of the box to reveal a pendant on a silver chain. Shaped like a key, it held 3 tiny rubies and what had to be dozens of cubic zirconia.
"Oh, Ethan!"
Gianna's heart gave a solid thump against her ribs as she lifted her gaze to meet his.
"It's absolutely gorgeous!"
He lifted the necklace from her fingers.
"Let me put it on you."
She held up the back of her hair with one hand as he clasped the chain. His mouth pressed against the back of her neck in a warm, moist kiss.
"You," Gianna Ricci, hold the key to my heart. Emotion welled up inside her, and she turned with tears in her eyes to wrap her arms around him and pull him close. My heart belongs to you. Cupping her face, Ethan scattered kisses across her cheeks. Gianna reveled in the closeness. Acutely aware she had no gifts to give him, she improvised. I've got something for you, too. You don't have to give me anything, he protested, twirling a strand of her hair around his finger. This is actually something that could be considered a gift for both of us. He lifted a brow. Do you like Christmas cookies? Ethan dusted off his hands, and pride surged as he gazed at the brightly decorated cookies. The best thing is, they look as good as they taste. You should know. Gianna punched him in the side. You already ate 6. I wanted to see which of the icings I like best. Gianna smiled and glanced at the now clean kitchen. This was fun. I always wondered what it'd be like to make Christmas cookies. Surprise skittered across his face. This is a first for you? I've baked other cookies, but never sugar cookies, and I've never decorated any for Christmas. But you had all the ingredients. When I was at the grocery store earlier this week, they had a big sale on baking products, and... Gianna lifted her hands and let them drop. I went crazy. I'm glad you did. Ethan leaned back against the counter and studied her. I like this Christmas theme we've got going. What other festivities shall we tackle today? He saw her hesitation. As far as I'm concerned, the crazier the better. Her lips tipped upward. You know those cards I've been carrying around in my purse? The ones Gladys gave you? Yes, well, I glanced through them the other night, just to get a feel for all the questions. One of the questions was, what experiences did you miss out on growing up? Ethan cocked his head. What would you say if I told you I've always wanted to build a snowman? She grinned. I'd say, when do we start? Gianna piled into Ethan's truck with a collection of her spare scarves and hats, and now, a short drive later, they stood on his porch, gazing out over the thick blanket of white that covered his front lawn. She turned to him, and he saw the skeptical look in her hazel eyes. I still can't believe you've never built a snowman. My dad didn't like our yard being messed up. Ethan kept his voice light. He'd learned long ago wanting something didn't make it so. His father had strong ideas, and nothing was going to change him. He sounds... Gianna closed her mouth. He sounds, Ethan said in a matter-of-fact tone, exactly as he is, controlling and headstrong. Do you mind us messing up your yard? A cold chill that had nothing to do with the weather traveled up Ethan's spine. You think I'm like my dad? I'm saying you're an orderly person. You've got great style and always look perfectly put together. In your home, there's a place for everything and everything in its place. Gianna waved a gloved hand over the pristine snow. This is a lovely scene. If we build a snowman, we'll mess it up. Ethan had to admit the thought had given him pause, but Gianna was making it sound, well, as if he was like his dad, which he wasn't. Not at all. The thought that he might have some of his father's characteristics stung. Ethan reminded himself that, unlike his dad, he could control the impulse to be rigid. He also didn't always have to have his way. Gianna's observation didn't mean anything. He only hoped he wasn't giving off some weird vibe at odds with how he felt inside. He wanted to be fun and spontaneous. Could be fun and spontaneous, he told himself. Striding into the yard, Ethan made a small ball, then began adding snow to it. He turned and glanced over his shoulder. Are you going to just stand there? This snowman isn't going to build itself. In seconds, Gianna was at his side. Several minutes later, Gianna glanced up at him, even as she added more snow to the snowman's rapidly growing belly. I didn't mean to offend you. Ethan nearly said it was no big deal, but he wanted to be honest with Gianna about who he was and how he felt.
For too long, he'd been playing a role that had somehow become so second nature, he wasn't sure what was real and what was fiction.
What you said is accurate to a certain degree.
He kept his tone offhand as he scooped up more snow.
I'm organized, and I like order. That doesn't mean I don't like to have fun or be spontaneous.
He grinned.
I just have to work at being spontaneous.
She straightened from where she'd been smoothing snow over the snowman's base to place a hand on his arm. I like that you're organized, yet creative, because we both know what that means.
What?
He asked cautiously. This snowman is going to be epic. Within the hour, not one but two snowmen graced his front yard. One was male, boasting a pair of Ethan's mittens and one of his cashmere scarves around his neck. A saucepan from the kitchen sat atop the snowman's head. Eyes, dark as coal, gleamed behind wire-rimmed glasses. The other figure, a snow woman, stood close, tilting her head toward her partner. Like the snowman, she wore not only a scarf and mittens, but an apron borrowed from Loretta Sharkey, one of his neighbors. The snow woman held a rolling pin, and instead of a saucepan, her head was topped with a round box festooned with a jaunty bow. Gianna studied the two, hands on her hips. We surpassed my highest expectations.
We did.
Ethan smiled, then narrowed his gaze.
Although, I think...
Without warning, Ethan reached down to scoop up more snow to smooth the uneven jawline on the snowman. The movement saved him as a firmly packed ball of snow sailed past his head. He'd wondered what they'd do next. Now he knew. Forgetting all about the snowman, Ethan packed the snow he held in his gloves into a ball.
You're going to pay for that ambush.
Gianna laughed, the joyous sound arrowing straight to his heart. She quickly slung another ball of snow at him, which he easily dodged. His next ball hit her center mass. You're going to pay for having stellar aim, she warned, delight in her voice. A flurry of snowballs sliced the air. Some connected, like the one that caught him in the side of the head. Others fell with a thud to the ground. The battle waged for 10 minutes. By the time she called for a truce, they were both red-faced and laughing. I won, Gianna declared, as she brushed snow off her pants and jacket and clapped her gloved hands together.
How do you figure?
He asked. I scored more direct hits.
I was keeping track, he told her. I hit you more than you hit me.
I said direct hits, not ones that grazed my arm or that one that hit the top of my hat.
I may have overshot that one, Ethan admitted. Ready to go inside?
Gianna shook her head. He grinned at the gleam in her eyes.
What is it?
She grabbed his hand. Let's make snow angels. Sitting on a bench in the entry hall of his house, Ethan pulled off his boots. He chuckled, realizing there was more snow inside his boots than on the outside.
Darn snow angels.
Still, the smile on Gianna's face had been worth the odd looks from his neighbors. He set aside the boots to pull off snow-encrusted socks.
I'm going to get some dry ones.
Ethan glanced at Gianna.
Do you want some?
Gianna hesitated for only a second. I think I'm okay. He brought an extra pair back with him anyway, dangling them in his hand like a special treat.
They're wool and extremely warm.
Well, they don't have penguins. Gianna glanced down at her socks, appearing to calculate the warmth factor. She snatched the socks from his hand. You're so thoughtful.
I aim to please.
Ethan realized this afternoon he'd not only pleased her, but himself as well.
Speaking of experiences, when you were a kid, did you ever toast marshmallows over a fire?
Gianna's gaze drifted to his fireplace before returning to him. Never. You?
All the time.
He smiled.
Trust me, there's nothing better.
This has truly been a day of firsts, Gianna declared as she nibbled on her blackened marshmallow. She paid no attention to the fact that it hung precariously from the long skewer she'd used to roast it over the fire. Snowmen? snow couple, snowball fight, snow angels, now toasting marshmallows.
I've enjoyed the day immensely.
Ethan pulled his skewer back from the fire. It was, as she'd expected, toasted a golden brown. In his sweater, jeans, and socks, Ethan appeared as relaxed as she'd ever seen him. "This should count as answering that second question," Gianna told him. At his puzzled glance, she explained, "The second relationship question." As he'd just plucked the marshmallow off its skewer and popped it into his mouth, his answer was a nod. Gianna wiped her fingers on a damp paper towel he'd brought in from the kitchen after their first marshmallows. "I'd offer additional suggestions, but at the moment I can't think of any other experiences I want to have. Though I'm sure if I think on it, more will come to me."
If you do think of anything, just tell me.
"And what will you do, Mr. Shaw?" she asked teasingly.
I'll make those dreams come true.
Chapter 20. The next morning, the aroma of coffee had Gianna rolling over in bed and opening her eyes with a smile. As her gaze slid around the room, she realized she was alone in his bedroom. Which made sense why she smelled coffee. Unless he had it programmed to begin brewing at the crack of dawn, someone had to get it started. Glancing at the abstract clock on the wall told her she had time to enjoy some coffee, and him, before her workday began. After washing off her makeup in the small adjacent bathroom, Gianna brushed her teeth with his toothpaste and her finger, then pulled on her clothes. She padded barefoot down the hall to the kitchen. Ethan stood in front of his impressive coffee maker, pouring himself a cup of the steaming brew. As he was dressed in flannel pants and a long-sleeved t-shirt, it was obvious a day at the office wasn't in his immediate plans. She smiled at the sight of his normally perfect hair sticking up like a cock's tail in the back. "Hey." Her soft greeting had him whirling, carafe in hand. What did it say that the brilliant flash of his smile had everything in her melting?
Hey back.
He lifted the carafe.
Can I pour you a cup?
"Absolutely." In seconds, her fingers had curved around the warm ceramic, and the caffeine had begun working its magic. Gianna leaned back against the counter, surprised at how relaxed she felt. "Have you been up long?" Ethan gestured with his head toward the stainless steel machine.
Just long enough to get this baby doing her job.
"Well, I appreciate it." She sipped her coffee and closed her eyes as the heat warmed her clear through. When she opened them, Gianna found him staring at her lips.
You look amazing.
She smiled. "I'm glad you think so, because I think you look pretty incredible." He chuckled and took a step closer. Reaching out, he took the cup from her hands and set it on the counter. "What are you—" The question didn't have a chance of making it out, because his arms were around her and his mouth was on hers. This was a gentle, "good morning, sweetheart" type of kiss, one that had her heart squeezing. Gianna smiled. "How did you know that would be the perfect way to start the day?" Before he could respond, she reached around him and grabbed her cup, taking a gulp, with this being a close second. He laughed. Ethan had such a nice laugh. Though she told herself she had to quit staring at him and smiling, she couldn't seem to stop. "Do you have somewhere you have to be this morning?"
I have a meeting with my partners at 8:30.
His gaze searched her face.
I can reschedule.
She waved a hand. "My first appointment is at 10, so I don't have much time either."
Can I make you breakfast?
"Coffee works for me." Gianna waited for an awkward silence to descend, but it didn't happen. "I enjoyed spending the day with you," she told him. "The night wasn't half bad either."
Half bad?
His lips twitched.
I guess I'm going to have to up my game.
She laughed. "If you up your game anymore, they're going to have to carry me out on a stretcher."
We wouldn't want that.
He moved to her side and kissed her.
Yesterday was the best.
You know what that means. Confusion filled his gray eyes. This time it was her turn to set down her cup. She took his and placed it beside hers. Moving close, she wrapped her arms around his neck and brushed his lips with hers. He tasted like toothpaste and coffee and smelled terrific. "We're going to have to do this again." She smiled. "And again. And again," he murmured, pushing back her hair to kiss her temple. I love spending time with you." Gianna sighed and rested her head against his chest. Everything might have moved fast between them, but she wasn't scared. This man did it all for her. "Speaking of again," she stepped back and met his gaze. "There's something in the bedroom I'd like to show you." The week started out promising, but by Wednesday night another big snowstorm came through, dropping 10 inches on the peninsula. On Thursday, Oakley sat at a table with Evie in a deserted ding-a-ling. Because of last night's blizzard, the salon had shut down, along with most of the businesses in town, which left Evie free to join Oakley for an early dinner before Oakley's shift. "I don't even know why the bar is open," Oakley told her friend. "It's not like we're going to get many customers." "Why did you even come in?" Evie asked, dipping one of her fries into the cup of mayo. "I thought they might need me, but Ted says he can handle it himself, which is too bad because I could use the money," Oakley admitted. "I haven't been running many errands for the residents at the living center." Gladys had requested her help numerous times, but Oakley had told her she was too busy. As Oakley hadn't heard from her lately, she assumed the older woman had found someone else to do her bidding. Evie leaned forward. "Did you see the pictures of Gianna and Ethan in the open door this morning?" Keeping her face impassive, Oakley dropped the fry in her hand to her plate. The daily online e-newsletter kept Peninsula residents updated on everything from local news to gossip. "I didn't. I'll pull it up." Lifting her phone from the table, Evie had the newsletter on her screen in seconds. "The pictures are from Sunday." Oakley narrowed her gaze. "Why are they lying in the snow?" Evie giggled. "Making snow angels. A neighbor took the picture. One of those candid things. Scroll down, and you'll see the snow people they built." With a thumb that trembled slightly, Oakley did as Evie suggested. She pressed her lips together at the pics showing not only the two snow people, but Ethan and Gianna engaged in a snowball fight. She frowned in puzzlement. Ethan wasn't the kind of man who played in the snow. If she'd suggested doing that, he'd probably have told her she was being childish. The look of bright pleasure on Gianna's face was like a dagger to the heart. How many times in the past weeks had Oakley told herself that she had nothing to worry about? Gianna had said she was interested only in friendship, but the look on her face suggested she had more than friendship on her mind. She couldn't see Ethan's expression, since his back was to the camera, but it was clear Gianna was flirting with him. Oakley glanced down at the burger and fries on her plate and felt her stomach lurch. She has her tentacles in him more than I realized. Oakley took a drink of soda to clear the lump in her throat. "Tentacles? Who?" Evie shoved a couple of fries into her mouth. It took everything in Oakley not to snatch them from her friend's hand and toss the food to the table. Didn't Evie realize how serious this was? Oakley took a deep, calming breath. "Gianna, she's got her hooks deep in Ethan." "Oh, come on, Oakley. Gianna doesn't have tentacles. Besides, what do you care? You've got Isaac mooning over you." Evie dipped another fry into the silver cup of mayo. Oakley frowned. "Gianna just moved here. She could easily have tentacles. Hidden tentacles. And I barely know Isaac." "You knew him well enough to fence tongues with him on New Year's Eve." Evie's tone turned teasing. "Once that happens, you're no longer allowed to say he's a stranger." Oakley rolled her eyes. "That was New Year's, Evie. You and I both know what happens that night means nothing." "Well, I think he's hot." Evie grabbed another fry. "And he's kind. He didn't have to give me those snowshoe pointers when I stopped by the store yesterday." "Yes, he did." Oakley countered. That's his job. Well, he didn't need to be so nice about it, Evie insisted. Narrowing her gaze, Oakley studied Evie. Isaac isn't your type. Trent is your type. As you so clearly like to remind me, the Trent man is engaged. The light in Evie's eyes dimmed. He was fun to flirt with, but I want someone who's mine alone, not one who's gone over someone else. Fear sliced Oakley's heart. As she'd formulated her plan, she'd deliberately avoided thinking of the looks she'd seen Gianna and Ethan exchange. She couldn't think of him as already taken, or she'd never go through with her plan to seduce him to her side. I can tell Isaac likes you. Evie tried a different tack. If you'd give him a chance, You know who I want, and it isn't Isaac Cochran. Evie went silent for several seconds, licking the mayo off the fry with the tip of her tongue. Ethan is with Gianna now. Temporarily. Oakley waved an airy hand as the burger and fries in front of her grew cold. I've got a plan to get him back. Evie wisely didn't mention that Oakley had never had Ethan in the first place, so getting him back was hardly accurate. Instead, she picked up another fry. What kind of plan? With great risks come great rewards, Oakley reminded herself. She wasn't sure she'd gotten the quote right, but saying it to herself steadied her. Still, simply thinking of the plan had Oakley's heart beating so hard she could barely hear, which was probably why the creak of the outside door didn't register. As she and Evie were the only two in the place, Oakley didn't need to whisper. Ted, the bartender, was in the back doing, well, whatever he did, and the bar wouldn't officially open for another 30 minutes. Even then, she hardly expected a rush of business on a snowy Thursday. The thought that Ethan Shaw could be hers by Valentine's Day had her speaking louder than she'd intended. I'm going to Ethan's house tonight. When he gets home, I'll be there waiting. Evie scrunched up her face. You're going to sit in your car and wait for him? Why? Not in my car. In his house, Oakley clarified, experiencing a surge of excitement edged with a healthy dose of terror. Oh. Evie stuffed a couple more fries into her mouth and chewed thoughtfully. Then her gaze narrowed. How are you going to get in? Oakley dug into her pocket and pulled out a credit card. When I was in college, I was always forgetting my key. I became an expert at jimmying a lock with just this. She waved the card in the air. It worked then. It will work now. Evie sat back and giggled. You're serious? I am. You're really going to break into Ethan's house? Yep. Oakley gave a decisive nod. Tonight. Cocking her head as if a thought had just occurred to her, Evie stared. What are you going to do once you're in there? Evie's face brightened. Are you going to trash the place? Startled, Oakley blinked. Why would I do that? Well, duh, to get back at him for liking Gianna more than you, of course. He doesn't like her more than me. She's just sexy, and she throws herself at him. Oakley snapped. She's also new and shiny, like that toy you got as a kid at Christmas and tossed aside a day later. It's been more than a day, and he hasn't tossed her aside yet, Evie pointed out, cutting off a piece of her burger. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course, Evie assured her. Always. Gianna herself told me that I needed to make my feelings known, that I shouldn't be afraid to make the first move. Breaking into a man's house isn't a first move. This time Evie's giggle held a nervous edge. It's the kind of move that gets you arrested. Whatever. Oakley waved a dismissive hand. Do you want to hear my plan or not? Absolutely. I plan to be waiting for Ethan in his bed. Naked. Evie choked on the bite of hamburger she'd just popped into her mouth. When she finally gained control of herself, she stared at Oakley through still-watering eyes. Are you serious? Oakley could tell crazy was really what her friend had meant to say. She preferred to think of her plan as bold and decisive. Totally serious. Oakley smiled. I'll be there at 6. I've done the recon. He never arrives home before 7. Isaac stood in the darkened entry of the ding-a-ling, unable to believe what he was hearing. He might not have known Oakley long, but he could tell she was smart, with a good head on her shoulders. She should know this plan of hers was destined for disaster. He wasn't sure why Oakley was unable to see that Ethan didn't think of her in that way. If Ethan walked in on her naked, there wasn't a doubt in Isaac's mind what would happen. Ethan would order her to put on her clothes, and both of them would be embarrassed. Whatever friendship and respect that had existed in the past between them would be forever lost. Isaac tried telling himself this was Oakley's mistake to make. She'd made it clear she wasn't interested in him. Despite what she'd told him, he wasn't sure she considered him a friend. But Isaac knew all too well what it was like to do stupid things and regret them. He had no choice. Tonight, he would save Oakley from herself. Though Oakley parked her car around the corner on another block, Isaac spotted it immediately. He parked his vehicle behind hers, then glanced at his phone. She'd arrived early. He only hoped she wasn't inside already, and naked. The streets were silent except for an occasional barking dog. Dressed all in black, he slipped down the sidewalk, feeling like a B&E man on his way to a job. Only tonight, he was here to stop someone from breaking in. He'd spent the last hour trying to tell himself to let her go ahead with her outrageous scheme. He couldn't. For all her bluster and bravado, Oakley had a soft heart. He couldn't bear to see her hurt. Isaac spotted her on the darkened porch, hovering over the lock and pushing the credit card in and out, trying to get it to unlatch the tumblers. A curse escaped her lips as the credit card slipped from her frozen fingers to fall to the porch floor. He slipped up behind her, bent over, and scooped it up.
This belongs in your pocket.
Oakley whirled, her eyes going wide at the sight of him. Then anger replaced the surprise. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "Give me back my card." She snatched it from his fingers, her chest rising and falling. The fact that she wore no coat on this blustery February evening told Isaac that Oakley assumed she'd be able to get inside right away. From the flush on her cheeks and her frigid fingers when she'd snatched back the card, she'd been here a while.
You need to come with me.
Even as his fingers curved around her arm, she jerked back. If looks could kill, he'd be 6 feet under right now. "Get out of here!" She glanced furtively around, as if making sure no one could hear them talking. The street remained empty. Her gaze returned to him. "What are you doing here, anyway?"
I heard you and Evie talking at the ding-a-ling earlier.
Shock blanketed her flushed face. "That was a private conversation."
Let me give you a tip. If you want a conversation to stay private, one of you needs to be facing the door.
"Okay, so you know, or think you know." Scorn filled her voice. "What I know is this is none of your business."
I'm making it my business.
He kept his gaze steady on hers.
You need to get back into your car and go home.
Her jaw jutted out. "What are you going to do if I don't?"
Call 911 and tell them I saw someone breaking into Ethan's home.
"You wouldn't." Seeing uncertainty in the blue depths of her eyes, he pressed his advantage.
Try me.
She whirled and stomped down the steps. He fell into step several paces behind her. When car lights shone up ahead, he pulled her into the shadows of a nearby bush. Ethan's truck swung into the drive. The murmur of voices, both male and female, drifted on the breeze as Ethan stepped from the driver's side. It wasn't long until Gianna rounded the front. They were laughing now, and his arm was slung around her shoulders. Their conversation continued as Ethan slipped his key into the lock, then stepped aside to let her enter. When Gianna raised up on tiptoes to kiss Ethan's cheek, Oakley let out a shuddering breath. Then the two were inside, with the door shut behind them.
It would have been a disaster if—
Isaac began in a soft voice. Oakley raised a hand and shook her head. "Don't say it." It wasn't until they reached their cars that Oakley turned. Instead of gratitude, or even embarrassment, Isaac saw only anger. Maybe some of it was directed at herself, but at the moment it felt like it was all against him. "You need to stop interfering."
Ethan isn't the man for you. You should be with someone who chooses you first. Someone who can see everything you have to offer without you thinking he needs to see you standing naked in front of him.
Her jaw jutted up. "I don't recall asking for your opinion." Isaac clenched his jaw so tight it ached as he fought to rein in his rioting emotions.
I'm trying to be a friend.
He spoke between gritted teeth. "Forget what I said earlier." She huffed out a breath. "I don't need nor want your friendship. What I want is for you to stay away from me and out of my business. Is that clear?"
Crystal.
Isaac turned to walk to his truck. His gloved fingers were on the door handle when he turned.
You're on your own, Oakley. I guess that's the way you like it.
Chapter 21. Over the next week, Gianna saw Ethan every day. Sometimes he'd stop by the salon and they'd go to lunch. Other times he'd be waiting when she got off work and they'd spend the evening together. On Thursday, he cooked dinner for her at his house. On Saturday, they enjoyed a musical production at the local community theater, directed by Good Hope's own Gladys Berthoff. Instead of heading home to his own bed, Ethan spent the night at Gianna's place. On Sunday, Gianna hurried through the doors of First Christian with Ethan 3 minutes before the service was to begin. They'd stayed in bed much too long this morning. Running short of time, she'd grabbed the first dress she came to in her closet, a surprisingly modest tweed, then coupled it with boots. Ethan was stuck with the pants he'd worn last night and a shirt that appeared in need of a good ironing. But his coat covered his shirt. A quick shower together meant his hair looked perfect and smelled like her shampoo. That alone made her smile. She found herself hoping the Shaw pew was in the back, or even in the middle of the sanctuary. As predicted, the place was crowded, but Ethan didn't glance right or left as he marched down the aisle to the second pew from the front on the right. His sister already sat there with her husband and little girl. They smiled as Ethan and Gianna slid in beside them. Kyle leaned back so his eyes could meet Ethan's.
Cutting it close. We're here.
Ethan put an arm on the back of the pew, resting it against the top of Gianna's shoulders.
That's what matters.
Would you mind if I join you this morning? Gianna turned to see Gladys standing at the edge of the pew. There was enough space for 2 or 3 more people. Absolutely not. Gianna spoke without thinking, patting the spot next to her. She immediately wondered if she'd committed some kind of faux pas. She was sitting here as Ethan's guest. He should—
We'd love to have you join us.
Ethan smiled at Gladys, who'd already taken a seat.
Us.
A smile lifted the woman's bright red lips.
It's such a wonderful word. You're as close as it comes to an honorary Shaw, Ethan clarified. You're always welcome in our pew. Thank you, Ethan. That's kind of you to say.
Gladys shifted her focus to Gianna.
Don't you look pretty this morning?
Shh, Eliza ordered. The service is starting. Gianna studied Pastor Dan Marshall, Oakley's brother. Though the smile he bestowed on the congregation held an abundance of warmth and sincerity, Gianna saw immediately that the minister lacked his sister's vivaciousness and charisma. Gianna had spotted Oakley sitting with Evie as she'd made her way down the aisle. The two were talking animatedly. She didn't think they noticed her. If they had, she was sure they'd have said hello.
The large turnout today pleases me.
Gianna refocused on the minister.
Anytime we can get this many into church on what looks to be a beautiful Sunday morning is a cause for rejoicing.
Gianna tried to focus on the service. She really did. But Ethan sitting so close and the scent of her strawberry shampoo in his hair made the effort pointless. Ethan's hand on her elbow had her rising with the rest of the congregation. When he held out the hymnal for them to share, she smiled, then jumped when Gladys startled her by moving in close. It was strange, Gianna thought, how cozy it felt to stand between the two, as if she belonged, as if she was truly a part of this community. When they sat and the sermon began, Gianna found her mind wandering as she wondered what it would be like to truly belong somewhere. She glanced sideways at Ethan, then farther down the pew at Eliza and her family. What would it be like to be part of a family? She hadn't had that with Alan. In fact, looking back, she'd been a wedge between Alan and his children. It saddened her to realize that in the last 3 years of his life, her presence had kept Alan from fully enjoying his family. Oh, she'd been willing and eager to host them in the home she'd shared with Alan, but when she was there, they wouldn't come. She'd been judged and found guilty of being a gold digger without them even attempting to get to know her. That was the past, she reminded herself. Right now, she needed to focus on today, and then, eventually, on her future. Maybe it was getting so little sleep, or perhaps the church was a little too warm, but all Gianna wanted to do was rest her head against Ethan's shoulder and close her eyes. As if he could read her mind, he dropped his arm down so that his hand now rested on her shoulder as he tugged her closer. Out of the corner of her eye, Gianna saw Gladys take note. It was a simple gesture, but a declarative one. She could have oh so easily lifted his hand off her shoulder, or she could have put some distance between them. The thing was, Gianna realized, she didn't want to move away. His body was so strong, so comforting. As the minister droned on, Gianna tipped her head against Ethan's shoulder and let herself relax fully. She sighed when it came time for them to stand. Ethan's mouth curved, and a soft look filled his eyes. For a second, she thought he was going to lean over and kiss her. Instead, his fingers linked with hers. Was it the same for him? She wondered. Did he also revel in the closeness, the connection? The thought kept a smile hovering at the corners of her lips for the rest of the service. Right after the service ended, Eliza murmured something to Ethan that had him shifting his attention in her direction. Gladys tapped Gianna on the shoulder. "Those pictures of you and Ethan in the open door were absolutely adorable." That day was... Gianna paused, searching for the right word. Magical. The older woman opened her mouth to say more, but Dexter Woodard ambled over. A bottleneck had formed at the back of the church with those wanting to shake the pastor's hand before heading downstairs to the social hall for refreshments. Dexter had apparently decided to make the best of the wait. Ethan turned from his sister to greet his high school friend. "Dexter, I didn't expect to see you here this morning." "My dad insisted." The man jerked his head toward the back of the sanctuary, but shifted his gaze to Gladys. "Hello, Mrs. Berthoff." "Hello, Dexter. I heard you were in town visiting family." Concern filled Gladys's pale blue eyes. "How is LaDonna?" "About the same." Dexter's tone didn't change. "Thank you for asking." "Please give her my regards." Gladys placed a hand on Dexter's sleeve. "Let her know I'll be praying for her." The man gave a jerky nod. Gianna wasn't sure if the talk of his mother's illness was uncomfortable, or if he was uncomfortable because Gladys had touched him. Dexter narrowed his gaze on Ethan, his brows pulled together. "Did you sleep in those clothes?" Gladys, slowly easing out of the pew, paused and turned back. No?" Ethan's tone remained casual, but Gianna saw a tiny muscle in his jaw jump. "I love the color blue." Gianna hoped to divert Dexter's attention to her, but the man's gaze remained fixed on Ethan. Dexter studied the shirt for another second. "It looks like you tossed it on the floor and stomped on it." Gianna had to bite her lip to keep from smiling. Dexter had nailed it. "Forget the shirt, Dexter." Ethan glanced at the center aisle that was finally moving.
Gianna and I are thinking of going downstairs for refreshments. Would you like to join us? Appreciate the offer, but I need to get home."
Dexter turned to Gladys.
"I'll tell my mom what you said."
Then he was gone, not headed toward the center aisle, but toward one of the doors off to the side that would take him to the parking lot. "I'm having difficulty figuring him out," Gianna admitted when an uncomfortable silence descended.
"He's always been socially awkward,"
Gladys agreed. Before Gianna or Ethan could respond, Gladys turned toward the sound of her name. Her expression brightened, and she lifted a hand in a queen-like gesture, then called out to Catherine and Ruby.
"Be right there."
Gladys turned back to them.
"My friends are insisting I join them. Thank you for allowing me to sit in your family pew, Ethan." "My pleasure. As I said, you're welcome anytime." "I have to say, I'm thrilled that you and Gianna are getting on so well."
Gladys narrowed her gaze on the shirt.
"A little hint. Hang the shirt in the bathroom while you take a hot shower. Steam does wonders for wrinkles."
Seconds after she strode away, Eliza stepped close, her curious gaze sliding between her brother and Gianna. "What was that about?"
"I should have steamed my shirt,"
Ethan told his sister. Eliza only smiled. "Will I see you downstairs?"
"Maybe. We're still deciding."
Once they were alone, Ethan studied Gianna.
"What do you think about attending the reception?"
"I don't really know the pastor, but—" "Hey, guys." Gianna turned and offered Oakley a brilliant smile. "I saw you and Evie when we got here, but we were late, and— Do you have time to talk?" Oakley asked Gianna, then glanced at Ethan. "I hate to interrupt if you have plans, but this is important." "We didn't have any plans. I mean, not anything specific." Gianna reached over and squeezed Ethan's hand. "I'll text you later?" As if hearing the question in her voice, Ethan offered Gianna a reassuring smile.
"Sounds good."
Ethan turned to Oakley.
"Is there anything I can do?"
Oakley's bright smile, the one Gianna noticed didn't quite meet her eyes, remained firmly fixed on Gianna's face. "I appreciate the offer, but this is kind of a girl thing." Ethan chuckled.
"That excludes me."
His gaze shifted back to Gianna.
"If you end up needing a ride home—"
"Under control," Oakley assured him. "See you soon." Gianna brushed his lips with hers, then used her thumb to wipe away a smudge of lipstick she'd left behind.
"I'm counting on it."
Ethan smiled at Oakley.
"Take care."
Ethan made it only a short distance down the aisle when Jeremy intercepted him. Knowing Ethan would be surrounded in minutes by friends and family made Gianna feel better about ditching him. She knew he understood that when a friend needed you, you were there for them. "Do you want to find a quiet place to talk here?" Gianna began. "Let's go to your place," Oakley suggested. "It'll be more private there." Gianna's attempts to engage Oakley in conversation on the short drive to her apartment were met with monosyllabic answers. By the time they reached her apartment, Gianna's worry meter was in the red. "Can I get you something to drink? Or eat?" "I'm fine." Oakley's eyes darkened at the sight of Ethan's hoodie tossed over Gianna's sofa. Gianna picked it up. Folding it, she found comfort as his scent teased her nostrils. She gestured to the sofa. "Please, sit. Tell me what's going on. More importantly, tell me what I can do to help." "I want you to stay away from Ethan." Cocking her head, Gianna knew she had to have misheard. For a second, she'd thought Oakley had told her to stay away from Ethan. "What did you say?" Oakley's gaze never wavered. "You heard me." Gianna twined her fingers together to still the sudden tremble. "I don't understand why you'd ask me to do that." "He's mine." "Pardon? Don't be dense, Gianna." Oakley had snapped the words, but it was the pain Gianna saw in those bright blue eyes that stopped her from snapping back. "I'm trying to understand." Something in her tone must have convinced Oakley that she was indeed trying, because the tightness in her friend's jaw relaxed. "I've never had many friends," Oakley said. "I was always too weird and different for the conservatives, and too conservative for everyone else." Oakley's eyes took on a distant glow. "Getting involved with an old guy worked for you, but not for me." This segue didn't make sense, but Gianna went along with it, hoping for clarity. "You never told me you dated an older man." "He was one of my college professors. That was before I moved to Good Hope." Gianna knew all about the appeal of older men, but Alan hadn't been her professor or her employer. "You must have been very young." "Not really. I was 19. Oakley pushed back a strand of hair from her face with an impatient gesture. Though Gianna didn't yet understand what was going on, she knew it had taken great courage for Oakley to come to her. For that reason, and for the sake of their friendship, she would listen and try to understand. "Julian, that was his name, was smart and funny, popular and well-respected by students and faculty." Oakley's lips twisted. "He told me he and his wife were separated. I found out later that was just one of the many lies he told me." "Having someone you care about betray you is difficult." "True. You might say that episode with Julian destroyed my faith in men." Oakley's gaze shifted over Gianna's left shoulder for a few seconds. "Then I came to Good Hope and met Ethan." When Oakley's gaze met hers, Gianna forced herself to breathe. Oh no. Did Oakley have a crush on Ethan? "Ethan never talked down to me, or lied to me." Oakley's lips curved in what was the first genuine smile Gianna had seen from her this morning. "We had this great relationship. I mean, we didn't go out or anything, but he'd tease me and I'd joke with him. I looked forward to seeing him, and I hoped, we were getting closer to him asking me out." Not sure what to say, Gianna only nodded to show she was listening. "When I came here, I was still in my teens, and with my brother being the minister, well, I could see Ethan not making a move." Oakley paused for a breath. "I'm 22 now, and I had the feeling so many times recently that he was on the verge of asking me out. Then you showed up." "I didn't know you liked him, Oakley. If I had, you knew he was the guy I wanted." Oakley's voice shook with emotion. "I told you that the first time you went out with me and Evie." Gianna shook her head. "You never said his name. I'd have remembered that." "I did say his name," Oakley insisted. "You went after him anyway." "Okay." Gianna lifted both hands, palms out. "Let's go with you told me his name, but for some reason it didn't register." When Oakley opened her mouth, Gianna continued. She wasn't about to get into another round of you said, no you didn't say. "I had no reason to suspect you liked Ethan. In fact, quite the opposite." "What are you talking about?" "You and Isaac on New Year's." "Isaac means nothing to me. That was New Year's. A ton of kissing goes on that night. None of it means anything." "If you liked Ethan so much, why didn't you go after him?" "Because you swooped in and bedazzled him before I had a chance." Gianna wanted to laugh at the bedazzled comment. She wasn't sure she even knew how to bedazzle a man. But the look in Oakley's eyes and her expression had Gianna swallowing the chuckle. "I'm sorry, Oakley. I really didn't know you liked him in that way. I wish you'd said something to me when Ethan and I first started getting together." "What was I supposed to say?" "Oh, I don't know. How about, Gianna, I really like Ethan and I prefer you stay away from him." "You'd have dated him anyway," Oakley insisted. Gianna only shook her head. "Let's try it now." Oakley leaned forward. "Gianna, I like Ethan Shaw. I don't want you to date him." Swallowing hard, Gianna forced a calm she didn't feel. "I don't really know what to say." "He was mine before he was yours." A tightness filled Oakley's voice. My feelings predate yours. I like Ethan, and I don't want you to date him. I want a chance. Give me that chance, Gianna. Gianna opened her mouth, then closed it. I don't think that's too much to ask of a friend. Oakley's gaze met hers. Do you? Chapter 22. Ethan didn't worry until supper time arrived, and he still hadn't heard from Gianna. While he didn't want to intrude on her time with Oakley, there had been something about Oakley's demeanor that had put him on edge. That and the fact that Gianna hadn't contacted him, even though they'd talked about grabbing a pizza and watching a movie at his house this evening. Picking up his phone, he gave in to temptation and texted her. Are we still on for pizza tonight? 20 long minutes later, he received a reply. No pizza, but can I come over? We need to talk. Something about that phrase, we need to talk, had a knot forming in his stomach. I'll be waiting. There were dozens of things he could have done while he waited. Instead, he paced, trying to figure out what was going on. Everything had been good between him and Gianna, so the only thing he could figure was it had something to do with Oakley. At the sound of Gianna's car pulling into the driveway, he forced himself to steady. Whatever it was, they would deal with it together. Ethan opened the door before she could knock. Without saying a word, he pulled her into his arms, breathing a sigh of relief when she hugged him back. Whatever was going on, it had nothing to do with her feelings for him. But once she sat on the sofa, facing him, he wasn't quite so sure. Her fingers moved nervously, picking at the cotton throw on the back of the sofa. I have something to say. You know you can tell me anything. I can't see you anymore. Anything but that. He gave a half-hearted laugh, then narrowed his gaze. You're serious. Inhaling deeply, she blew out a breath and nodded. Making every effort to rein in his mounting anxiety, Ethan kept his tone conversational, reminding himself he had just told her she could tell him anything. Does this have something to do with Oakley? Oakley is convinced she's in love with you. Gianna's lips lifted in a smile that didn't come close to reaching her eyes. Apparently, she has been for a long time. I don't know how that could be, Ethan said, totally befuddled. We've talked, sure, but we've never even been on a date. She says I swooped in and bedazzled you. Ethan reached for her hand, found it cold as ice. He brought it to his lips for a kiss. She's right there. You have bedazzled me. I told her I'd back off. What? Whoa, time out. Dropping her hand, Ethan surged to his feet and whirled. Why did you tell her that? Because that's what needs to happen. Before she'd even finished talking, he was shaking his head. No, she's not coming between us. That's what she feels I did. Ethan held onto his temper with both hands. That's crazy talk. Like I said, she and I have never been on a date. Not one damn date. I never kissed her or anything. I certainly never led her on. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Do you honestly think I'm the kind of man who would toy with someone's feelings? No, I don't. But I think you are a charming, handsome, irresistible man who might not have realized what was happening. Nothing was happening. Ethan tried not to stomp his foot like his niece throwing a tantrum. Please sit down. Ethan didn't want to sit. He wanted to rant and rave at the ridiculousness of this situation. He wanted to get down on his knees and beg Gianna to reconsider. But he wasn't his father's son for nothing. Summoning his inner control, he sat and crossed his arms. Listen to me, Ethan. Her eyes, pools of milk chocolate, searched his. Every relationship is important. I feel bad that I got between you and Oakley. I already told you that you didn't. He spoke between gritted teeth. There was nothing to get between. She went on as if he hadn't spoken. It was like that with Alan and his kids. Maybe he'd have seen them more those last years of his life if I hadn't been there.
Oakley is not my child.
No, but she is your friend. And mine. Friends are important. Gianna paused and took a deep breath. Alan asked me to marry him. I don't think I told you that.
Ethan shook his head.
Well, he did. But the kids, they were so opposed. He loved his children. I turned him down because I didn't want to be in the middle.
Bullshit.
Her head jerked up. What did you say?
Bullshit. You said no because you were afraid. Afraid of picking the wrong man.
Like a light going on, he realized her behavior suddenly made sense.
That's why you manufacture these excuses not to commit.
I don't, she stammered. You don't know what you're talking about.
Don't I?
He paused, forced himself to steady despite the hot lava licking at his veins.
You manufacture reasons to pull back when someone gets close.
I'm not going to even address your amateur psychobabble. The warmth in Gianna's eyes had turned frosty. What I'm telling you is that I can't be with you while Oakley is in the middle.
Ethan shook his head. She's simply an excuse for you to push me away.
She's not an excuse. She is a reason, a valid one. Gianna's eyes flashed. If we ignore Oakley's feelings, neither of us can feel good about being together, which is why I'm going to step back until you set things straight with Oakley. Studying the determined set to her jaw, Ethan knew he wasn't going to be able to change her mind. Will you do that? She asked. Will you speak with Oakley, see if you can—
If I can what? Get her blessing?
Ethan made a sound of disgust.
I'm not letting someone else decide whether you and I can have a relationship. What concerns me more than that is that you're not even trying to fight for us, for what we've been building. Oakley inserted herself between us, and you're just letting her do it. I'm beginning to think we've both been wasting our time.
Gianna's face went sheet white. What are you saying? He gestured toward the door, and his heart cracked when Gianna slowly stood. What are you saying, Ethan? She repeated.
Alan may have been content to play house with you for 3 years, but that's not what I want. I want to build a real life with the woman I love. Someone who wants to share her life with me, not someone who backs away the instant someone else tries to stake an absurd claim.
Please speak with Oakley. Gianna reached out, touching his arm. That's all I'm asking.
Thanks for coming over.
He set his jaw in a hard line.
This discussion is over.
Gianna wasn't sure how she was going to make it through the rest of the week. All anyone could speak about was Valentine's Day. Most of the staff, as well as customers, planned to attend the Bayshore Hotel's annual Not on Valentine's Day dance Saturday night. Every word about the event brought home the fact that Gianna would be celebrating the day for lovers without the man she loved. That was okay, she told herself. Ethan had shown he could be just as obstinate as his father. Requesting that he speak with Oakley hadn't been asking that much. He'd accused her of setting up roadblocks to their relationship, which was total, well, to use his word, bullshit. They're bringing in a band from Milwaukee. In the break room, Evie continued to chatter about her plans with Hunter for Saturday. It's going to be a blast. Did I tell you that they'll even have a silent auction with tons of fabulous things to bid on? Gianna took a bite of her sandwich that tasted more like sawdust than chicken salad. I believe you did mention that once or twice. Will you and Ethan be there? The question made Gianna wonder if Oakley had mentioned the conversation on Sunday to Evie. No matter. Gianna simply smiled and changed the subject. You and Hunter. He's nice. Evie's tone turned dreamy. Best of all, he doesn't have a fiancé. Always an extra plus. Gianna's droll tone made Evie laugh. I hear your inheritance came through. Gianna blinked. I overheard you talking to Marigold and saying that Alan's estate had finally been settled. I Googled Alan and read about him. Gianna only nodded. She'd gotten the good news from her lawyer, Dylan, on Monday. She'd thought she'd feel something more when the news came through, but thinking of the inheritance only made her think of Ethan's accusations about her relationship with Alan. "What are you going to do with all that money?" Evie prodded, giving Gianna her total attention. "If it were me, I'd travel, party, maybe even buy a yacht." "I haven't decided." Gianna set down her sandwich, unable to choke down another bite. "Please tell me you're not thinking of staying in Good Hope." Evie's incredulous tone made Gianna smile. "You don't like it here?" "Yeah, I like it fine, but there's so much more out there." Not Ethan, Gianna thought. Ethan was here. But the realization that while Ethan might be here, he wasn't hers anymore, had her thinking that maybe the best thing would be for her to leave. "I'm considering several options," Gianna told Evie when the silence lengthened. "I knew you were smart." Gianna wasn't so sure about that. What was so smart about walking away from the man you loved? Ethan didn't want to have dinner at his sister's Wednesday night, but Kyle had been the one to ask, and Ethan didn't have a reason to say no. When he showed up, not only wasn't Kyle there, Ava was nowhere in sight. His sister greeted him at the door and handed him a glass of wine when they reached the parlor. He glanced at her tumbler. "What are you drinking?" Her lips twisted. "Club soda for the duration. Have a seat." "Where's Kyle and Ava?" She waved a hand. "He ran to the store, and she wanted to go with her daddy. I assured him I could keep you and Gianna entertained until they got back." Ethan took a long drink of wine, then moved to the fireplace. "Where is Gianna, by the way?" Too late, Ethan realized he should have told his brother-in-law that he and Gianna were no longer together, and she wouldn't be with him this evening. "She's not coming." "Did she have a conflict?" "We're not seeing each other anymore." "I'm sorry to hear that." Setting down her glass, his sister moved close. "What happened?" Ethan nearly told Eliza he didn't want to talk about it, but if anyone would understand, it would be her. She wasn't one to let anyone jack her around. "I thought everything was good between you," Eliza prompted. "On Sunday you seemed so happy." He turned to face her, but remained standing. "We were. Or rather, I thought we were." Even now, 3 days later, he still found it difficult to believe that he and Gianna were no longer together. "Oakley said something to her about liking me." Ethan shook his head. "Just saying it aloud sounds like middle school." "Well, since Oakley apparently likes me, Gianna wants me to clear things with Oakley. Until that happens, she's backed off. She said she doesn't want to be with me with Oakley in the middle." Eliza's gaze grew thoughtful. She tapped a finger against her red lips. "Interesting." "Ridiculous is more like it." No longer able to stand still, Ethan began pacing. "So what if Oakley has a thing for me? We've never dated. I've never given her even the slightest encouragement." "Well, I know that's not true." He whirled and pinned his sister with a gaze. "It is true." "You two were always joking, teasing." Eliza sipped her club soda. "I found it rather sweet." "You did not." Ethan knew his sister too well to believe that line. He blew out a breath. "Regardless, I'm not going to ask Oakley for her permission to date Gianna. Why am I being punished for being nice to Oakley anyway? She's still practically a kid. She was a kid when she moved here. Should I have ignored her? Is that what Good Hope is about now?" "I'm sure that isn't what Gianna was asking or suggesting." "Sounded that way to me." "Ethan!" The sharpness in his sister's voice had his head jerking up. "When did you become so obstinate?" His eyes, the same metal gray as hers, shot to her. She let his fury bounce off of her. "Step back from your anger and from your hurt for one damn second, and look at this logically. Something, I might add, that our dear father was never able to do. View this situation calmly and without the need to be right."
How could Gianna walk away from me over this? This time, he couldn't hide the disappointment. I thought I meant more to her than this.
I'm sure she's thinking the same thing about you.
A muscle in his jaw jumped. This was her choice.
Yes? Eliza paused. And no.
Ethan raked a hand through his hair. Forget about it. It's over.
Remember how when we were kids, before we knew it wouldn't make a difference, we'd try to explain our position to Dad and
it never mattered? Once he made up his mind, he wasn't about to change it?
Is that the kind of man you want to be? He hesitated, suddenly wary.
Of course not.
Then why aren't you trying to see this from Gianna's perspective?
What she wants doesn't make sense to me.
Maybe not to you, but it obviously does to her.
Eliza's gaze searched his face.
We all come into relationships with baggage. That baggage has us viewing things through a specific lens. Even if it doesn't make sense to you, would it hurt for you to try to see it her way? To give a little?
Ethan thought of Gianna's face as she'd pleaded with him to talk with Oakley. I don't like being backed into a corner.
Eliza placed her hand on his arm. You have a choice. You can walk away from the woman you love, and don't tell me you don't love her because it's written all over your face every time you look at her. Or you can get off your high horse and fix this before she leaves Good Hope and you never see her again.
Leave Good Hope? Who said anything about her leaving?
Marigold told me that Gianna's inheritance had come through, and that Briar McNabb, she's a stylist from Chicago, has agreed to come work at the salon.
Eliza inclined her head.
All that to say, you're not the only one with the option to walk away. This time for good.
During dinner, his sister's words circled in his head. What Eliza had said about everyone carrying baggage from their early life struck Ethan as true. Remembering how obstinate their dad had been, heck, still was, had Ethan stepping back to analyze the situation with a more open mind. Had he responded to Gianna's request with emotion rather than logic? He admitted hearing her say she wouldn't see him again had struck fear in his heart. Only now did he recall the part about that being the case until he'd had a chance to speak with Oakley. Was clearing the air with Oakley really too much to ask? It struck Ethan that Gianna's baggage was focused on people coming between other people. She regretted that Alan hadn't seen his kids as often as he'd have liked because of her. Gianna might be worried that ignoring Oakley's feelings could drive a wedge between him and the rest of his community. That's the last thing Gianna would want. The bottom line was, while it might not seem necessary to him, it was important to Gianna. Didn't that mean it should be important to him, too? And Oakley. He liked her, which meant that when he spoke with her, he needed to choose his words carefully. Not because that's what Gianna would want, but because that's what Oakley deserved. Chapter 23. Oakley, there's someone out front who wants to speak with you. Ted made a shooing motion with one hand. I can finish up back here. If anyone needs a drink, just give a yell. Oakley hung up her coat. Since she was 15 minutes early for her shift, she'd planned to sit back in the break area and scroll through her messages. Who is it? What, you think I know every person who walks through the door? Ted's bluster didn't bother her. She knew underneath all that gruff was a teddy bear. I'll take that as a no. Tossing her scarf over the same hanger as her coat, Oakley walked to the front. On the way, she considered who it might be. Ted knew Evie, so it couldn't be her. When she stepped into the main area, Oakley came to an abrupt halt. Gladys stood beside the bar, wearing a black coat with fur rimming both wrists and a matching hat. She smiled at the sight of Oakley and crossed to her, hands outstretched. Oakley considered ignoring her hands. For a second, even thought she might. But her respect for the woman she'd once considered a close friend had her giving the bony fingers a brief squeeze. I didn't expect to see you here tonight. Oakley gestured to the wind rattling the windows. It's wicked out there. I hope you didn't drive. Oh, my dear, no. Frank brought me.
Frank, Oakley knew, was Gladys's retired son.
Where is he? He's sitting in the Cadillac.
Gladys waved a dismissive hand.
He had some calls to make.
Won't he get cold?
The car is running. If Frank worried about the cost of gasoline, he wouldn't be driving a caddy.
Gladys took a firm hold of Oakley's arm.
Let's sit.
I'm on duty in 10 minutes, Oakley said, even as she let Gladys lead her to a table.
This won't take long.
Oakley narrowed her gaze. What won't take long?
My apology.
2 spots of pink dotted Gladys's cheekbones.
I believe that I've done you a terrible injustice. I've been sick about it.
Though Oakley found herself wholly glad to see Gladys, she steeled her heart. We haven't talked in weeks. You couldn't have been too sick about it.
Touché.
Gladys's quick smile faded almost immediately.
The truth is, when I look back on our last conversation, I realize I owed you more of an explanation.
I didn't give you a chance to say more. Oakley spoke quietly, feeling a twinge of regret she hadn't been the one to make the first move. Gladys wasn't the only one who'd done a lot of thinking these past couple of weeks. I behaved badly. I'm sorry. You deserved better from me. A smile touched Gladys's lips.
You deserved better, too.
Gladys took a breath and let it out.
Ruby and Catherine asked again why I didn't match you with Ethan. I realized if they didn't understand, perhaps you too are confused.
You know how much I like Ethan. How I always hoped we'd get together. Oakley couldn't keep the hurt from her voice. When you said you were ready to match him, I was so happy. Until you announced you were matching him with Gianna. I felt as if you didn't care about my feelings.
Oh, my dear, you're wrong. I care very deeply for you.
You have a funny way of showing it. The pain she'd felt that day flooded back. You don't feel I'm good enough for him. That's why you wouldn't match us. Oakley could almost hear her father laughing and telling her no man with as much going on as Ethan Shaw would ever care for her. I'm not good enough for Ethan Shaw.
Stop right there.
Gladys's pale eyes flashed.
It isn't that you're not good enough. It's that you're too good.
Oakley blinked. You're going to have to explain that one.
That's why I'm here. To say what I should have said 6 weeks ago.
Gladys's expression softened.
You're an amazing young woman, Oakley Marshall. You remind me of myself at your age, so full of life and fire. For you, not just any man will do.
Usually never at a loss for words, Oakley couldn't seem to find her voice.
Ethan is a lovely man, but not for you.
Gladys reached over and placed her hand over Oakley's.
It's not that he's too good for you. You're too good for him.
Tears stung the backs of Oakley's eyes, but she blinked them away before they could fall. One thing she'd learned about Gladys in the 3 years they'd been friends, the woman was a straight shooter.
He's not bold enough for you. You need a man to match your wit, your intelligence, and that fire. Can you see Ethan jumping up on that stage to sing? No.
Karaoke isn't everything, Gladys.
No, it isn't, but sharing a similar approach to life is.
Oakley flashed to images of Ethan playing in the snow with Gianna. He's not so serious. Not always.
Maybe not, but you can't settle for someone who is only sometimes right for you. You deserve someone who sees you, the real you, and appreciates that.
Gladys's eyes turned distant with memories.
My Henry was like that. We were a marriage of equals. I want the same for you.
Oakley expelled a shaky breath. You really think there's a man out there like that for me?
Absolutely.
Gladys's eyes gleamed as if lit from within.
Forget about Ethan. The girls and I will find you your perfect match. That's a promise."
"I only have one question," Oakley asked, unable to stop the smile.
"What is it?"
"Can I help?" Though her mood was definitely on an upswing after her conversation with Gladys, in all other respects, Oakley's Friday night sucked. It started when the karaoke machine went on the fritz, and the customers blamed her when she couldn't get it back up and running. The bar was hopping, so since she was no longer busy with the karaoke stage, the manager had her wait tables. The crowd was rowdy. That she could handle. But when Oakley delivered 2 beers to a table and saw Isaac sitting there with Jessie Tucker, a trainer at the Y, her heart nearly stopped beating, especially when the jerk acted as if he didn't even know Oakley. Oh, he was polite and everything, but she saw past his phony-ass smile. She was oh so tempted to toss the $5 tip he gave her back in his face, then decided to keep it. She refused to give him the satisfaction of knowing his presence prompted such a strong emotion. She was just surprised to see him with a date, that was all. Simply surprised. When Ethan walked in toward the end of the evening and sat at the bar, Oakley had been switched from serving drinks and food to wiping down tables. Though he smiled and gave a little wave when he saw her, she kept her distance, expecting to see Gianna walk through the door any moment. By the time last call was announced, Gianna still hadn't made an appearance. Oakley waited for her heart to flutter, just a little, at the thought that perhaps the two were no longer together. At the possibility that Ethan had come here tonight specifically for her. Oakley experienced a moment of regret for telling Gianna to stay away from Ethan. Evie had told her that Gianna had been extra subdued and sad at work. Evie suspected that Gianna and Ethan had broken up. Her heart didn't flutter, except once, and that was when she turned and found Isaac staring. Their eyes met for several seconds, that seemed like hours, before he turned back to the perky blonde who'd continued to happily chatter while her date's eyes strayed elsewhere. Oakley resisted the urge to touch her suddenly tingling lips as her body recalled kissing Isaac on New Year's Eve. She dipped the rag into the bleach solution and jumped at the light tap on her arm. She whirled, damp rag in hand, and Ethan had to sidestep to avoid getting slapped by the dripping cloth.
"Whoa!"
Taking another step back, he held up his hands.
"I didn't mean to startle you."
Oakley smiled brightly, knowing without even looking in that direction that, in that moment, Isaac's gaze was fixed on her. "I was planning on coming over to say hello, once I finished here." "Liar, liar, pants on fire," a voice in her head chanted.
"Do you have a minute?"
Ethan gestured to a table in a far corner where a Pilsner glass and a basket of waffle fries now sat.
"I told Ted we have business to discuss. He'll get someone else to finish wiping down the tables."
Oakley paused. If Ted had agreed, who was she to argue? She cocked her head. "Can I have some of your waffle fries?"
"I got them for both of us."
Ethan motioned toward the bar.
"Grab whatever drink you want. It's on me."
Feeling prickles on the back of her neck, knowing Isaac stared, had Oakley brushing a kiss across Ethan's cheek. "I'll be right over." Ethan's stomach twisted into knots as he crossed the bar to the table that he'd specifically chosen because of the privacy it afforded. He'd come here tonight to clear the air with Oakley. When she hadn't come over and flirted with him, as she might have done just a month or two ago, he started to breathe easier. Perhaps Gianna had gotten it wrong. Maybe Oakley wasn't as interested in him as Gianna thought. He'd been tempted to forego the talk entirely, until he reminded himself that him having this conversation with Oakley was important to Gianna. Tonight was the perfect opportunity for such a talk. The bar was now nearly deserted, with only a few customers remaining. Though it was a Friday night, a sleet storm raining down ice had kept many patrons at home and prompted others to leave early. His expectations for an easy resolution vanished when Oakley brushed that kiss across his cheek. He'd been so startled he hadn't known quite how to respond. This was the first time she'd made such a gesture, and it had felt wrong on so many levels. Once he reached the table, Ethan took a long drink of beer and decided to ignore the almost kiss. He would stick to the game plan he'd come with when he'd stepped into the bar.
"What's that?"
he asked when she sat down with a glass of colorless liquid. Plain old water. Oakley shrugged. I'm not in the mood for alcohol tonight. She plucked a fry from the basket and dipped it into a stainless steel cup of mayo that she'd brought with her. The expression on your face. She laughed and held out the cup. These are great with mayo. Try it. Picking up a fry, Ethan dipped it into the creamy condiment, then took a bite. He looked up.
It's not horrible.
Hardly a ringing endorsement. Oakley took a long drink of water and leaned forward, resting her forearms on the table. What is it we need to discuss? In that moment, her directness reminded him of Gianna, and he had to smile, hoping the words he'd chosen were the best ones. The last thing he wanted to do was hurt a friend, and that's what he considered Oakley. A friend. Nothing more, nothing less. Uh-oh. Oakley made a face. Am I in trouble? He shook his head.
You're not in trouble. I am.
Puzzlement filled her large blue eyes. What did you do?
I remember the first time I saw you, after you arrived in Good Hope.
His lips curved.
You had such vitality and energy. You were so very much your own person.
I drove my brother crazy.
You shook Dan's well-ordered world.
Ethan picked up another fry, dipped this one in ketchup, gestured with it.
It was good for him, just like Katie Ruth was good for him. It's important to be around people who challenge your thinking. Sometimes we get into a rut.
As he chewed on his fry, Oakley picked up another one, her eyes never leaving his face. Is that what I did to your world? Did I shake it up? She certainly had, though not in the way she apparently was thinking.
I'm glad you came to Good Hope. You add so much to the community.
Ethan paused for a second, then plunged ahead.
I like you, Oakley, as a friend, but
if you're thinking the kiss on your cheek meant something, Oakley waved a fry. It didn't. Other than, maybe thanks for sharing your fries. Oh, and getting me out of cleaning the rest of the tables. She knew what he was getting at. He saw it in her eyes. While a part of him wanted to chuckle and agree and simply let the conversation he'd planned remain unspoken, he couldn't. Gianna had been right. This was something that he should have addressed long ago. Not talking about it wasn't fair to him or to Oakley.
This is about me not wanting more from you than friendship.
Ethan did his best to keep his tone conversational.
You're a wonderful woman, and I value our friendship. But that's all it will ever be. Friendship.
Oakley crushed the fry between her fingers. Gianna told you.
This isn't about Gianna.
He wiped his hands on a napkin.
This is about me and you.
She talked to you, though. Oakley gave a humorless laugh. I can see it in your eyes. Don't bother to deny it.
Gianna was concerned there might be something between you and me, and that she was overstepping by getting involved with me. You matter to her, and you matter to me.
Ethan kept his gaze on Oakley's face. Does she know you're here, talking with me now?
No.
Then why are you here?
If I inadvertently led you on in any way, I'm sorry.
He willed her to see how serious he was and how sincere.
You're my friend. I value our friendship.
Oakley took a deep breath, let it out slowly. I admit that when I first came to town, I thought you were hot. A little too buttoned up, but hot.
Now?
I don't want to say you've lost your appeal. Hey, no need to be cruel. Lifting his hands, he grinned. When she chuckled, the tightness in his chest eased. This was going to turn out okay. I did have this thing for you for the longest time, but that's over. I've done some thinking the past few days, and I realized that I was wrong to treat Gianna as I did. Ethan cocked his head. I came down on her pretty hard about not being a good friend. Oakley searched his face. I know how much friends matter to her. I don't think she's had many. So it wasn't right for me to make her feel guilty when she'd really done nothing wrong. Gianna is a really nice person. I haven't always treated her the best.
She is a nice person,
He agreed. Well, anyway, while I once thought you and I would be good together, I don't...
You don't think that anymore?
He took a sip of beer. She smiled. I want someone, well, more like me.
Have you told Gianna any of this?
His light, teasing tone brought a smile to her lips. No, but I will. After wiping her greasy fingers, she tossed the napkin to the table. If you and Gianna get together, become this permanent couple, I'll be happy for you. I'd like it if you'd tell her that I said I have no interest in you other than friendship. And tell her I'm sorry.
I hope you'll tell her that yourself.
Ethan paused, inclining his head.
Too buttoned up.
Oakley laughed. Chapter 24. Gianna shivered as another gust of wind rattled the windows. She'd thought about getting out tonight once her workday ended, but the forecast had her heading straight home. After changing into yoga pants and an oversized Chicago Cubs long-sleeved tee, she'd hesitated, but then pulled on the penguin socks, because they were the warmest socks she owned, not for any other reason. Certainly not because they made her think of Ethan. So many times during the past 5 days, she'd had to fight the urge to text him. She missed him with an intensity that stole her breath. Though she still hoped he'd speak with Oakley, the look on his face when they'd argued on Sunday had told her that wasn't likely to happen. The knock at the door had her heart giving a solid kick. Good Hope was a safe community, but the entrance to the stairway leading up to her apartment was shrouded in darkness. She normally secured the outside door once she knew she was in for the night, but she'd been eager to get inside and hadn't taken the time this evening. Another knock sounded, this one more forceful. Should she ignore it, or...
Gianna, it's Ethan.
Relief had her legs going weak. Or maybe it was hearing, for the first time in days, the voice of the man she loved. Coming! She cleared her throat and tried again, louder this time. I'm coming! She flipped open the deadbolt with shaky fingers, then unlatched the chain and opened the door. Stepping back, she gestured him inside. His coat, his hair, even his eyelashes were damp.
Sorry for being so messy.
He unzipped his coat, then slipped it off.
It's hovering between freezing rain and snow out there.
The meteorologists got it right this time. She took the coat from his hands. When her fingers brushed his, a sizzle of warmth traveled up her arm. She forced a smile. I'm surprised you're out in this weather.
I stopped by the Dingling to speak with Oakley.
Gianna's heart might be somersaulting, but when she spoke, her voice remained steady. She gestured with one hand to the sofa. Please, sit. Can I get you anything to drink?
I'm fine.
His gaze never left hers as he took a seat on the sofa.
If you want to get something for yourself...
She shook her head. I'm fine too. He blew out a breath.
What am I saying? I'm not fine. I haven't been fine since Sunday. I've been thinking a lot about our conversation.
So have I. She dropped down on the sofa. When she slipped one foot under her as she sat, he smiled.
I like the socks.
Then his gaze rose to the necklace, the one he'd given her, hanging around her neck.
Seeing you wear that, too, gives me hope.
Her fingers curved around the key as her gaze locked with his. The person who gave it to me said it was the key to his heart.
That person must love you very much.
Though her gaze remained watchful, she lifted one shoulder in a slight shrug. We haven't spoken of love.
Not speaking of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Ethan cleared his throat.
I never thought I'd walk away from the woman I love. Because of fear. I thought I was stronger than that.
A startled look crossed Gianna's face. Fear?
I love you so much, Gianna. I should have said the words to you long before now.
He held out his hand, letting it hover just above hers.
May I?
She nodded, and he took her hand in a tight grip, as if afraid she'd pull away at any moment.
When you said you'd step back until I spoke with Oakley, what I heard was that you didn't want me.
That wasn't it.
I know.
He gave her hand a squeeze.
After more thought, I realized it was that I'd fallen so completely head over heels for you, and I was feeling vulnerable. That's the only explanation I can come up with as to why I didn't listen more carefully.
I don't think I articulated very well where I was coming from. I just didn't want to drive a wedge into this community the way I did between Alan and his kids. You and Oakley are beloved around here. What if there were bad feelings because of me?
You didn't drive that wedge between Alan and his family. His kids didn't give you a chance, and that's their loss. It wasn't your fault.
Tears filled her eyes. A few slipped down her cheeks. But it would have been my fault if Oakley—
No, that wouldn't have been your fault either. Oakley is figuring some stuff out. You got caught up in that. And honestly, she feels pretty bad about it. I'm sure she'll explain it when you two talk again. Just know that none of this is about you, Gianna. You are perfect.
He gripped her hand even more tightly.
I'm sorry I let my own issues prevent me from seeing how important it was to you that I talked to Oakley. If something is important to you, then it's important to me.
Thank you for talking to her. Gianna cleared her throat. I'm sorry I put you through that. I didn't know what else to do. She's my friend, and she was really hurting, and I just didn't know what to do. He scooted closer yet and slipped an arm around her shoulders.
The talk was long overdue, so I should be thanking you for making it happen.
Where do we go from here? She asked.
I don't know about you, but I don't want to go anywhere. I'm perfectly comfortable right here.
You know what I mean.
I'm going to take a leap here.
He met her gaze.
I realize it's only been 6 weeks, but in my heart, I know you're who I want to spend the rest of my life with. I'm happy to give you whatever time you need to—
She closed his mouth by putting 2 fingers against his lips. I don't need more time. You, Ethan Shaw, are who I want. If life has taught me anything, it's to seize and treasure every day.
Will you seize and treasure every day with me?
Gianna smiled. I thought you'd never ask. When Ethan's warm body molded against hers, and he scattered kisses across her face and hair, she couldn't move away, didn't want to move away. Because for the first time in her life, she was not only right where she wanted to be, but right where she belonged. Epilogue. This is amazing! Gianna, gorgeous in a short red dress and matching heels, did a 360 as she took in the ballroom of the Bayshore Hotel. Ethan had to admit the hotel had gone all out on the decorations for the big event. Couples in their finery danced under a glittery net holding pink, white, and red balloons. Red Chinese lanterns hung from decorative beams overhead. A huge, shiny hardwood floor had been brought in for the event. Small lamps at each table, surrounded by a dozen tea lights, emitted a romantic glow. Tables holding an assortment of silent auction offerings edged the perimeter of the room, while a band on the dais filled the room with heart-tugging romantic love songs. Waiters dressed in black pants and white shirts with red vests circulated with trays of appetizers. One of them approached Gianna and Ethan.
Would you care for a crab puff?
Gianna smiled brightly. I'd love one.
Make that 2.
Ethan's arm slid around her waist as the waiter handed them each a napkin with a crab puff.
I love your necklace.
A pretty blonde stopped for a second to squeeze Gianna's arm. It really sparkles. Thanks, Jess. Fabulous shoes. They're super comfortable. The woman lifted one shiny black stiletto with a red sole. She opened her mouth as if to say more, but then an apologetic look crossed her face. I'd love to stay and chat more, but I think my date is feeling abandoned. Wiggling her fingers, she hurried off. Ethan cocked his head. She looks familiar, but I can't place her. Jessie Tucker. Gianna nibbled on the crab puff. She's a trainer at the Y. I cut her hair. She's right, you know. Ethan gazed down at the key pendant around her neck. The necklace looks great on you. Popping the rest of the crab ball into her mouth, Gianna wiped her fingers on the napkin and let the stones catch the light. She smiled. I never realized CZs had so much sparkle. Ethan laughed. I'm not sure they do, but these stones are the real thing. You gave me a necklace with real diamonds and rubies? Nothing but the best for my girl. Smiling, Ethan pulled her into his arms. Well, fake or real, I love it. Smiling, Ethan pulled her closer into his arms as the band launched into another romantic ballad. I remember dancing to this song at my high school prom. Gianna tipped her face up to him. Who did you take? Anyone I know? She and her family moved away from Good Hope years ago. I don't know why anyone would ever leave here. Gianna expelled a breath and rested her head against his chest. I'm never leaving. Ethan cocked his head. Do you mean that? It's why I told Marigold and Charlotte this morning that I'd like to buy into the salon. Gianna snuggled up against him and let the words of love envelop her. You mentioned you were thinking of that. He paused as the enormity of her decision struck him. You know I'd have moved for you. I know. She emitted a happy sigh. But why would we move? We have everything here. Friends, family, community. I've spent my life looking for home. That's exactly what I found here in Good Hope with you. We're going to be blissfully happy, he promised as his mouth closed over hers. I'm going to make you blissfully happy. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Gianna smiled and kissed him back, knowing that promise went both ways. This has been Finding Home in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2021 by Cynthia Rutledge. Production copyright 2021 by Cynthia Rutledge. Thank you for listening.